Alright, hello everyone that may be here or may come in the future that won't hear this part. Welcome to the finals between Team Team and Big Booty Men, featuring myself, Arpie Spies, as well as Quenchiest here.
Hello.
And
Good to be with you guys.
we are just waiting for the teams to get their custom lobby set up. It looks like both sides do have everyone at the ready otherwise, so hopefully won't take too much longer to get started into here.
And just to hype this up a little bit, we have the two, well, obviously it's finals, right? So in theory it should be the two strongest teams, but we have Team Team, who's undefeated so far, against Big Booty Men, who is the only team that I've seen give them significant trouble. So we should be up for a banger today.
Yep, especially the match that we've seen from or between Big Booty Men and According to Plan this past week. They seem to exhibit a lot of growth and a lot of power that they've fostered, at least throughout their past many matches, and considering we are going into what is basically a grudge match, since this will be the second meeting of Team Team and Big Booty Men.
In the playoffs specifically.
Yes.
They met once in round robin, of course, as well.
Hopefully we see what Big Booty Men has come away from that with, how they're going to approach these upcoming matches.
And what I like that I've seen from both teams in actually both of the series that they've had. First, I think the first game of Rec League was these two, and then also one in first round of, was it first round or second round of playoffs? I think it was first round of playoffs was also these two.
Yes.
What I've seen in each series, from game to game, was adaptation and growth in terms of how they respond to each other as teams. So not a whole lot of stagnant play. It should be exciting.
All right, and looks like drafting will be starting off here shortly.
Speaking of drafting, I know Big Booty Men, last time they played against Team Team, they drafted Jinx in all 3 games. I would be surprised if that gets let through this game, in game 1.
Also, thing to note, last time Team Team Big Booty Men did play against each other, Big Booty Men did score 1 win out of the 3 matches, so...
And that was game 1, I think, too.
Oh, it was. Okay. It's
Yeah.
been a bit.
Yeah, it has been.
So, yeah, this is probably gonna be a bit wild. Okay, that's just the same link because someone else joined in.
I realized my water bottle is completely empty, and casting without water is tough, so I will be back in just a moment.
Best of luck. Of course, I'm wishing him luck so that, you know, there's no water source actively being tainted as he's going over to grab some, you know? Or, well, actually, no, that wouldn't seep into a water bottle. What am I saying? Alright, and the picks are starting off here. Ban 1 towards Morgana. Saw that used by Big Booty Men support last week, a couple of times, I believe it was. Yeah, I think it was in 2 different matches. Might have just been in the first. But they were quite good on it, all their picks. Kind of hard turn the game for them in the later phases especially. Big Booty Man coming in with a Trundle ban, followed by Annie. Get that simple mage out of here, you know? Cassiopeia following, respecting Team Team's mid laner with that.
Alright, I am back. Sorry for the delay on that.
Welcome back. Then Cho'Gath for Team Team's final ban into Raven for Big Booty Man. Okay.
Yeah, not surprising as Meg Average has played a lot of Dragon this season. Dragon, sorry, this season, and there is Team looking like they're actually going to deny pick the Jinx potentially here.
The what I would say presently would be the strongest marksman in the game presently. Jinx is
Definitely
of
up
course
there.
that, even with the nerfs that she received, which I'm iterating for the third time, yes, because she is that strong.
Yep,
Uh,
and they do lock it in.
yep. Big
Not
Booty
the
Man.
style they. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say Jinx isn't the style they typically go with on Team Team, but I know they have been practicing more of a late game carry style as well, just in case they needed to do something like this.
It does make sense with the ban on the Morgana because, Jinx is pretty immobile until she gets popped off with Get Excited. That she can make for a very easy pick in those situations. Cho'Gath as well, kind of featuring in that.
We do see Lilia and Xayah being the pickups for Big Booty Men. I know their jungler typically plays something that scales well into the late game and is able to carry team fights, and Lilia does fit that bill. That Bard hover is not real, by the way. Pens does play Bard, but he never plays it here.
Usually I see him playing Alistar, so...
Yeah, he typically, at least with this team, favors more of an engage comp. Thresh does fit that bill, not quite as heavily as what he typically plays with this team, but it also offers Jinx a lot more safety in lane.
Gotcha. And also another thing to note, Big Booty Men last week did not have their team captain, if I recall, who was their jungler? Or am I misremembering?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Or was it their mid laner? I can't remember.
No, I believe they had their mid laner.
Okay.
Or no, it was the mid laner that they didn't have. You're right.
Okay.
Because Tattered Pages actually filled in for them.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
So,
like Dark Harvest and Nivea is what I'm told.
Alright, so yeah, we should, I believe, have the full team for both sides for this game. So, excited to see how that's going to be. Team locking in Olaf.
Yeah,
So
and that
blind
could
pick-
be a flex, but I expect to see it in the jungle. I don't believe that Souls plays a lot of Olaf in top lane, although I'm sure he's more than capable from what I've seen. And Alistar being picked up by Big Booty Men.
I'm surprised seeing it picked into Thresh, just because I feel like it'd kind of be hard to initiate that way. But maybe he's going to be going for an anti-roam route with that.
Well, and also like Olaf too.
Yeah.
Both of those champions, there's already two champions that, in my opinion, counter Alistar a fair bit. He does provide a lot of disruption in team fights in general, but you're going to have to be able to get onto meaningful targets as Alistar, who has not the worst engage, but not the best either. It's kind of mid-range.
Especially since Thresh can easily disrupt it with his Flay or even his Hook.
Exactly. And I don't know how you're going to get onto backline carries through the comp that is so far drafted. We do see the Victor banned out, as well as Gragas and Anivia here. Anivia is a staple pick that CLT has been... Well, he would be playing, I imagine, but he's been banned on almost every game this season. And Yone, interesting ban. I haven't seen some of the recent games, so I don't know if Fat Coconuts plays any Yone. I haven't seen it myself yet.
I don't believe I saw any Yone last week.
Okay. Hovering between Ornn and Malphite here.
So far they've got 2 tanks picked into an Olaf.
Yeah, I like the Ornn a little bit here because at least with the Ornn Horn, it might set up Alistar to be able to go further back.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And just follow up on that engage.
There is also a lot of disengage on Big Booty Men's front. Not only do you have a Xayah, but yeah, Ornn's Ram is quite good for that as well. Both engage and disengage. It shows a lot of power.
That's true. And Alistar doesn't actually have to be engaged. He can also be disengaged if Big Booty Men, or sorry, if Team is looking to do a full front to back team comp.
Yep.
Team picks up the Swain. I imagine that will be in the mid lane for CLT. He has been looking good on that.
Fun. Always
and
love
they pick
the
that knowing
Birdman.
that they don't have... They're actually... Okay, they do have counter pick for top, but they do give away counter pick for mid. Oh, I guess that's not their choice. Ignore what I'm saying. My brain is not quite recovered. Tom Kench. Interesting.
That's
I guess he
annoying.
picked that because he has % health damage. Right?
And magic, and since so Big Booty Man is currently rolling on a lot of magical damage on their front. So it does give Tom Kench the ability to actually get Abyssal Mask and handle himself in the top lane very well, especially with that Echo pick. I'm not quite sure about that.
Yeah. I wonder if it's just a matchup thing. He's just comfortable playing Echo into Swain. If you can proc your passive, it gives you a bunch of movement speed, so then you can easily dodge the claw on the way out.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
see issues with Echo regarding Swain because Swain does fall a lot whenever he's going against aggression, especially pre-6.
mhm.
Uh, but I'm still a bit wondering with the 4 AP champions picked into a Tom Kench. So on the top side of the map, he's going to be very healthy, especially if he gets something like an Abyssal Mask early on.
And the only truly squishy champion on the side of Team is Jinx, depending on the build path from Swain, of course.
Yeah.
But like Swain here, into this team, you can go Rod of Ages and Seraphs if you want. You're not going to deal as much damage, but man, like, who's going to put out the damage to kill you at that point besides maybe the Xayah?
On the bright side here, though, Lilia does perform well into tanks. The only ranged champion that Lilia in particular would have to worry about is Jinx. Ranged champions tend to be more problematic for her than melee. While Thresh and Swain have hooks, Lilia move speed helps kind of against that, should they, perform well enough. And judging off last week's performance, if I recall correctly, they did perform pretty well on Lilia, so...
Well, I guess we'll see how this plays out then. Both teams, again, I don't see a lot of tank shredding, besides the ADCs, of course, on either side here. So we might be subjective to a lot of longer team fights in the mid to late game here.
And Swain excels in those.
Yeah. Yeah, if he can keep his ult on people, like if he, it's infinite now since the mini rework a little while ago. Or I guess it's not that short of time ago now. It's been a couple months. But yeah, if he can stay in the fight, if Alistar doesn't bop him out, it's going to be a very good situation for him.
On the plus side, Xayah is exceptionally great at completely deleting any high health enemies, so Swain could even vanish in the blink of an eye if he's not careful around the feathers she places down.
That is true. Even with a beefier build path on Swain, you're still not a tank, so...
And even if you are a tank, Xayah would still absolutely shred you. However,
well, and she can do that earlier now too, especially they go Emax, I think, whereas they used to go Q or W. So.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, because the E damage is just so high.
And Navori Quick Blades being as strong as it is presently. However, there is, shining light for I'm sorry.
You got it.
Okay. Is that Xayah is the only AD champion on our team. So they have to decide who are they going to be building for. And unlike someone like Jinx or Aphelios that is immobile, Xayah is the best anti-engage AD carry within the game. So you're not going to be getting to her easily, even if you do get a flank. So Team is
She has a lot of tools to get out.
Yeah. Team's going to have to...
Can you imagine she's going to be going with the cleanse this game too, looking at the champions of both sides. I would take cleanse if I was in this case. That being said, I'm not an ADC, so maybe I'm wrong.
I think I would go Ghost in this matchup, personally.
I would...
Just because...
I'd hesitate because you have so much disengage on your team already.
It's not so much the disengage. It's for when the fight starts going your way, because of the time extensions that exist on Ghost. Whenever you get a takedown.
The kiting potential is definitely there if you have Ghost. I'm just thinking more along the lines of if someone gets in on you, you have a lot of people who can help you out. And I'm thinking maybe you don't need the Ghost.
The thing is,
I guess you could argue the same thing with about Cleanse, though.
Well, with Cleanse, it's more so the only threat that she really has regarding Cleanse would be Thresh for the most part, maybe Swain.
Or maybe Swain.
She can't do anything against Tom Kench, and because if she gets devoured, she would need a QSS
because that's a suppression,
for that.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Unlike the Lissandra ult, which I mistakenly thought was a suppression a few weeks back.
Oh, it would be so good if it were a suppression. Instead of giving her all those AP ratios, bumping up to suppression would be huge.
It would be insane.
Game 1 has not already been played at this point, Axmar. We are just starting on the first match of the day.
Yes, sir. Not too far behind, thankfully. But yeah, in two and a half minutes, and we'll be right into to show you what's going down.
Sorry, I swapped that early.
All
Get
good.
that right back. So personally taking into consideration both teams, I think that I want to say the Big Booty Man is favored for me, just because the whole
In terms of composition, you mean?
yeah, and
Yeah.
because they're forcing the damage skew and the decisions for their survivability towards their opponents. Because Lilia does have true damage to bypass. If they do build towards
If she
magic
hits the correct
resistance.
hitbox as well.
Yeah, yeah. Although it's not really that hard.
No, it's not, especially when you have as much movement speed as you get as on Lilia. And she could also run Conquer this game too. If I'm Lilia in this game, I'm not doing a full AP build. I'm doing Conquer with a little bit of beef.
Like demonic embrace for allies, and then everything else is survival or something.
Exactly, because in an extended, well, it's hard to say because Swain does so well in an extended fight too. I don't know.
Nah, you got Zaya there to lead him.
Yeah.
And you know, Lilia's E does give her triple freaking damage upon the center hit. So.
That's true. But, or you mean the W?
I don't know.
Yeah, the E's the bowling ball. Sorry.
Okay.
I used to play Lilia mid, so. Yeah, I'm one of those people.
It's okay. I played Camille mid back in season 7.
Oh, you were okay. Yeah, I don't feel bad about this anymore. But yeah, I think both teams have a good extended team fight. I do think Big Booty Man has better engage tools with the Oran Horn, with the Lilia bowling ball into a sleep. If you're on the side of Team, you do have Tom Kench who could land a W from Fog of War, or maybe a Thresh Hook or something like that. But other than that, your engage is essentially Olaf running at them.
It is basically a pick comp versus a lot of strong disengage and that one really good engage. So.
Yeah.
Because even Echo works really good with disengage.
Well, and the other thing I'm looking at too is if I am team and Echo split pushes, who am I going to send to match? I don't think Swain in the late game is going to be able to deal with an Echo personally. Tom Kench maybe.
Tom Kench should be able to prevent the push, but he wouldn't be able to stop him from
there's
rotating.
no real kill threat on the Echo.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Unless Echo overextends, of course.
Right. Assuming his ultimate's down as well, and you know.
Because Tom Kench's generally do have a lot of temperament in making you think you're ahead and then turning it around with the Devour.
Yeah, or the W shield or sorry, is that E? I can never remember. I've only played.
It is.
I think it's.
I can't remember.
I think it's W is the is it called Abyssal Voyage?
The knock-up.
Chat, am I right? Is that Abyssal Voyage?
Someone tell me. Sounds right.
Okay. Tyrant Swain. By the way, best Swain skin. I don't care what your opinion is. That's the best one.
Yup. It's one of the. It is a legendary, right?
I have no idea. I got it for free in the chest.
Okay.
So.
I want to say it's one of the earlier legendary skins made, but when he got his visual rework, that's one of the ones that definitely still managed to hold its own.
It just looks so good.
Oh no, I'm probably gonna have to restart. Man, I wanted to spectate game earlier to try and avoid this, but oh well.
That's okay. Oh, the other thing too, you were right. Zaya did take Ghost this game, so if Team is able to land a key ability onto her, then I think that's going to be key for them because of the lack of cleanse. However, if she's able to avoid the Thresh Hook, the Swain pull, or if her team is able to peel well for her, I think that's going to make it much tougher for Team. That being said, 3 ghosts on the side of Team.
My God, game.
Don't do us like this, please.
Okay, 3rd attempt. Maybe they paused early or something.
I'm hoping they're paused. I didn't get a message from any of them, I don't think. I'll just double check and see if there's anything anywhere.
3rd time is a charm.
And take 3. But yeah, I'm not seeing any notice of a pause anywhere, unfortunately. So.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Here we go.
Okay. Get the menus up. And we are good. Okay, got some pings angling towards the center.
Yep. It looks like both teams are stacked so far. So.
Wait, which team do you think has the stronger level 1?
Level 1?
Yes.
I think Team.
Same.
Yeah, because like Swain often starts E. Souls does actually. Souls and CLT both fishing for an early little bit of poke on that river bush. They don't find anything, so Souls is going to take his base and head over to the top lane. It looks like Big Booty Man might invade and try to steal a blue. Either that, or they're still actually just looking for a bit of a scrap.
Sadly, just placed an award. No. Oh, what is this though? Team also looking for something here.
I don't think the teams are going to meet up at all here. They may go for a vertical jungle split, depending on if they can catch sight of where Lilia starts. I would like to see them place a deep ward on the blue. Either that, or they might just go and take the blue. Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do.
Huh.
Because look how, like, they're definitely going for it.
Oh boy.
Sweeper just in case. I don't think this is going to get caught, and they're going to see that Lilia is topside, in fact, here.
Awesome is going to spot them out, so Lilia will know how to handle her pathing from this point.
Yeah. And they don't get the full ward, so no extra XP going over to anyone on team there. Deck Dude likely going to rotate down into the top side of team jungle as well. And it looks like that's exactly where she's going.
Yep. Gonna see how Olaf responds to this as well, or if I assume they're both just gonna be taking all the camps at this point, since they are both fully aware.
Well, and especially because Olaf will get spotted out on his way back no matter what.
Yeah.
That's one thing I think is really good. Oh, or did that ward expire?
Really. He did not go for the Gromp. He is going.
The ward didn't
that.
expire, or it expired, so they don't see it. CLT taking an unfavorable trade early. It looks like Echo will get out relatively unscathed from the movement speed of his passive.
Does not get
actually
pulled in. Ooh.
Not quite enough to kill, but that is flash for flash. Echo does have Ignite here, so CLT is really dangerously low. He does not have TLP. Does not have Teleport to salvage that lane. He's going to have to play a lot further back, at least for the remainder of this first, before he can get a base.
Ooh, takes one tower shot.
Actually, that equalizes the lane a lot. He's going to level up here too soon.
Wasn't able to tell if that was 2 stacks that went to Swain. It did seem like it.
Yeah, he got hit by the W as well. You could see because he got slowed afterwards.
Very nice.
Now, it looks like Lilia looking for a gank on Souls, who I don't think actually saw Deck Dude. It looks like Deck Dude is going to commit. Stun not quite going to land. Tom Kench able to get out. Will recover most of that with the Grey Bar. A good hook play. Ignite on, and that's the first blood going over to Thresh. Again, would be nice to see that go to the Jinx. However, I don't think there's a reasonable way where Jinx can take that, depending on what Alistar has available for abilities there. I didn't see him use anything, so.
It was an Ignite tick that finished him off, so.
Yeah, I think if Jinx steps forward to take a last auto attack, I think that is tower range. CLT getting ganked again. Does pop the ghost. Unfortunately, a little bit too late for safety. So far 1-1.
Yep.
The wave is in a spot where he shouldn't miss too much of it, though. Yeah, and Echo, I don't think has the mana to fully push that in before CLT can get back to base. So he shouldn't miss too much.
Usually you would like your jungler to help you out with that.
In fact, he should have just left the wave in base. Because, and not to say that what he's doing is the wrong choice. If he has the mana, it's the right choice. But if Swain walks up, Swain can actually freeze this. Doesn't look like he will, so he actually won't get punished too hard.
Olaf is just going to be delaying his back even more at this point. So the longer it takes for him to get back, the worse and worse that kill is going to be, especially since he just got an assist on the kill rather than kill itself. So he's probably going to be losing a full wave here now.
Likely, yeah.
If Swain
yeah, which he is going to just hard push that into the tower. That gives him a roam window as well. He could look bottom as this wave is stacked and heading towards the tower of team. But either way, in terms of the kill situation, they're not going to be upset that I went on to Deck Dude because Big Booty Man does look like they play a lot around their jungle.
Yep.
So I think that's who they were hoping would go on.
Weak siding top.
And they do manage a bit of a freeze here, by the way. No one is on bot side to do anything about it. However, if you are Big Booty Man, you don't have the greatest vision on that side, so I don't actually know. And you can see Lilia heading actually towards bot, possibly to try and bail them out if there is a gank attempt.
so far not spotted out any vision presently. Since it was a scuttle, you know, they just know how to path around that. I think she possibly got spot on the control ward though.
We see Echo actually looking for the Olaf potentially, trying to steal some of the chickens. Olaf popping Ghost, running forward. Lilia is there to follow up. However, well, that's a summoner for nothing. Great hook landed onto Lilia here. Gonna force the flash. Alistar has roam down, so Alves does have to be careful here. Will not get the level up, unfortunately, with that, but does still gain some health. He is backing on vision as well.
That will give an opening to Big Booty Men to make whatever plays they want to within the next like 15 or so seconds.
I think they could have rushed for the dragon, to be honest, because Lilia still had most of her HP, and we know that sums are down from CLT.
However, Ubawsum is relatively low on mana, so they wouldn't be able to take it quickly. Alistar's not the best dragon killer.
No, that's true. Well, to be fair, there aren't a lot of supports that are great at taking dragon.
Yeah.
But fair enough.
Meanwhile,
An early Mountain Drake always feels so good, though.
Yes. Personally, just having one Mountain Drake or one Ocean Drake just feels amazing.
As a mage player, I'm going to say Ocean is my fave for an early Drake, because the mana regen itself, you don't have to buy tier, you don't have to worry about running low on. Pens actually could be caught here. Does play Lanterns for Alves, who doesn't actually elect to take it. They're going to force the flash out of 20, is it 28? I can never remember.
Meg average being taken down pretty low by Ubawsum, but disengages. Pens catches 28 there.
And that is a kill going over to Meg average. And with that support kill, you imagine they're going to take a look at this Drake.
Yep.
Wave's not in a bad spot for them either. So they can likely just do this without getting punished too hard.
No flash on deck dude, so I don't anticipate an attempt at Dragon Steal. However, even if there was an attempt, probably wouldn't really end up well. But it does look like they are actually going to be competing for this.
If Smite is available, you shouldn't get their time, and that is a dragon going over. CLT ulting in. Echo also still has his ult, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Alves is taking very low. However, I believe that's 2 for 3 at this point. Gonna make that 2 for 4. Or sorry, 4 for 2, pardon me, in the favor of Big Booty Men.
I think you take those.
Yeah.
You got, what was that, 2 kills onto Xayah, 1 kill onto Echo, and another kill onto Lilia.
And while you had a numbers advantage for a while, if your team, Echo had the wave in a very favorable position, so he doesn't miss anything for that fight. And team isn't strong enough at that point to finish off the dragon or the fight before Echo can get there. And that also leaves Echo with an XP advantage when he gets to the fight.
Not to mention with them all being grouped up, that gave him a very easy opportunity to get the slow or the stun to them.
Onto multiple targets, yeah. Yeah, it was a good look, I think, from both teams, but I think it could have been just slightly better coordinated, especially from the side of team there. Just watch the timers of who can roam when, and make sure you're not clumped up for key abilities on the side of Big Booty Men. Yeah, also, though, really well thought by Big Booty Men. Good awareness to know that they couldn't take the dragon in time and get out with their lives, and really good punish overall.
It was risky, but they did pincer them in just well. And I'm not sure if Mega Average had a flash out for that fight, but looks like there weren't really any other summoner spells that were used up in that, so...
Yeah, I don't recall Meg using Flash beforehand, so I imagine that. This is a 3v2. There's a Lantern for Alves, who, again, is not going to opt to take it. We'll just pop the ult instead. You'd be awesome going to flash away. Ultimately, that's not going to be helpful for them. And that's going to be a kill for Jinx and a kill for Olaf. Shutdown going to Jinx as well. So that's going to be pretty big for them, especially when you get someone who scales as well into the lane as Jinx. Meanwhile, we had an ult expended in mid lane by CLT. Missed how that started, so there could have been a look there that might have been a lot closer, but Echo still has his ult. Alves roams over to the mid. Echo forced the flash. Again, with ult up, I don't know if he could have found a way to outmaneuver that without flash, but ultimately chooses the safer option.
Yeah, I think with Lilia right there, if he just played towards his top side and alongside his ultimate, I don't think he would have had to extend it and possibly come out with something, considering Lilia had just finished the Rift Herald and was working her way down. You can take those 2v2s, especially with the that is a
Swain all
gold
being down,
and
especially.
actually a shop lead from the Echo, since he just got back while Swain just respawned before that fight. Or yeah. Sitting there.
Yeah, and we knew that both of the ultimates of Swain and Olaf had been used in front of Big Booty Men, so they knew those ultimates were on cooldown. Some trading going on in the top lane, nothing too serious.
Yep.
Ornn trying to freeze. 2 minions will not be enough to freeze, unfortunately, though.
CLT running a bit low on mana here, trying to take what he can, while Echo is sitting here with low health, but with his ultimate on hand, so it makes it a bit difficult to do anything for him.
Yeah, thankfully CLT is respecting the all-in potential of Echo at this point. He's been taken low a couple of times already, and I think he understands how it goes if he steps forward here.
Echo faking his recall, waiting for Swain to finish his. And he does not spot it in time.
Or chooses to ignore one of the two.
Yep.
Honestly, this might have been the safer call. They don't have eyes on Lilia at that point, and all it takes is one bowling ball, and if it lands, then Swain has no way out there. So making the respectful play, Alves will pick up the farm that CLT misses. Ornn forced back off of a bit of the wave, as Souls looks like he's going to push it in, just making sure he keeps top priority in case there is a fight over the Rift Herald when that spawns. However, it's not up for 4 minutes, so maybe ignore that last bit.
Next dragon will be coming up in 40 seconds here. Appears the team will be making a move to try and make a play around it. Pens and CLT spotting out Deck Dude. Does not land the death sentence onto the Lilia.
Very close, but not close enough.
But maybe it's better that he didn't, considering CLT was walking back.
Something to note here, Souls did not have his teleport available, whereas Valgrinder just got his back. So if they want to make a play here, Valgrinder is actually getting reset off. Never mind, he canceled it. But they can make a numbers advantage fight if they choose to.
Yeah, it's a difficult call for Valgrinder here, because plates are going to be gone in about a minute, but if he leaves right now, that'll open up Tauntaun to get 2 plates. However, we see Pens initiate on UB Awesome. Does get locked down, unable to ult and get away. Deck Dude flashes away, gets hit by the Super Mega Death Rocket from Mega Average. However, Pens comes in with a hook onto 28. Final kill going to the Jinx.
And honestly, that's exactly the look you're going for.
Yep.
I think that play, it was a 3v3, relatively even items. Actually, I think Xayah just bought the Gale Plus now after dying, but relatively even items for the fight. I think that just became a matter of who struck first there, and it was Team that pulled the trigger. UB Awesome did the sensible thing and gave the kill to Thresh, knowing that there was no way out. So I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I like it if it was, just walking into the Thresh trap once she had outputted all her damage.
Echo coming here up top, the escape being stopped by the Horn. Comes in to try and get the final blow onto Souls, and he does. That's a nice 300
Souls
gold
knowing
going
that
into
he
his
can't... Sorry, go ahead, I'm cutting you off.
You're good.
I was going to say, Souls knowing that he can't dive out of there with the CC being layered on top of him, it would just be stopped, but is not given an opportunity to get himself out. Herald's going to crash onto this top tier 1. Swain doing what he can to help out with a little bit of wave clear. It looks like they will back off and not take the full tower.
Sadly, the Rift Herald was summoned after the plates were already gone, so they don't get too much value out of that.
Heads up.
And it looks like Pen's covering the mid lane so that Echo can't take the tower for free. Echo does take tower relatively well, especially with his E. Doesn't have Sheen yet. I imagine he's going to go into a Lich Bane. But once he gets that, structures fall pretty quickly to it.
It's been a while since I bought one, but from what I recall, it's generally better to have a Lich Bane as a 3rd item rather than a 2nd, because you don't quite have enough AP at that point to make good use of it.
They did just buff the AP ratio though, didn't they not?
I don't think that's gone through yet. Or no, it did.
Okay. I thought
it buffed the AP by 10, if I recall, not the ratio itself.
Oh, you know what? You're correct. It's the flat AP they buffed. Yep. I
So
was
you
thinking
probably
of
won a
going.
bit more, because it's only like, what, 65 or something at this moment? Something around
I think
that.
that's what it was. I'm not. I haven't. I'm not going to claim to be an expert. I haven't been keeping up with the patch notes too much. I had heard rumors that it was going to become a good second item again, but most of the champions that I play don't tend to buy this game anyways. Soul's covering mid lane in the face of fat coconuts, walking forward, forcing Echo to take his passive trade and retreat.
Yep.
However,
Using that passive trade
fat coconut's going to be happy
roam
with that.
towards the bot side.
And
Olaf
the
is
wave
going
does end
back.
crashing.
Okay. Nothing new
Yeah,
there.
reset's being
Spawn was
channeled
reset.
by pretty much the entire bot side of the map on Big Booty Men. There's no objective down there to really take at the moment anyways. You can't really force a 4-in-1 Jinx with a 2-in-1 Thresh under their turret and harass them at the same time without a large numbers advantage.
Oh, and
So
looky
it makes
there.
sense for them to reset there.
Tom Kench did opt for the early Abyssal's Mask, or first item Abyssal Mask.
Which is going to help out a lot in team fights. Not only does it steal magic resist for you, increasing your own magic resist, it reduces magic resist on the enemy team.
And for the time being, it pretty much gives you a bottomless pool of mana so long as you're taking damage.
Which, as Tom Kench, that's kind of your shtick.
Looks like Alistar got caught out here by Pens on the bot side. UB Awesome trying to scavenge the play a bit, but her health is very low and she might die here. That is
He's gonna get that final auto.
Yep.
And tower goes down. I mean, he does not take that tower shot, so he is not finished off himself.
Yep. Even
They've
if it
been
wasn't
playing
down, I
very
think it would only
cleanly.
been around 200 damage there. However, we got this play going on by Rift Herald. Looks like Souls try to converge on it to put pressure on Lilia. Does devour her, spit her out, but not nearly enough to go against the healing that she has provided for her as the Ram comes in, tries to flash away, doing what damage he can to Lilia. Does finish her off with his shotgun.
Will eventually go down himself to Fat Coconuts, though.
Yep. Very
Great awareness to know he can get that kill.
Yep.
Nobody picked up the Herald. Did you see who actually got the kill on it?
I believe, considering, let's see. Oh, the dialogue isn't telling me at the moment, sadly. So I'm not quite sure who. I would assume it was Team that got the kill of Rift Herald, considering no one is still alive, and the flash from Swain was probably to try and pick it up.
I think the flash from Swain was just to avoid the Ornhorn. Was my perception of it, at least. But either way, no Herald picked up. So someone got, what is it? Is it 25 gold?
It's 300 gold for Rift Herald kill, 100 to the killer, and then the other 200 is split between all the local
That's right.
champions.
Okay. So it's more than I estimated. So someone got some gold, at least.
Yeah.
So it's not a total loss, but...
For whichever
either way-
side got it, it's definitely not a loss.
Yeah, you would like to see it get picked up when plays like that happen, though. I was going to say earlier, Team has been playing very cleanly around the bot side with 3v3s and 3v2s. However, as I said, Olive's potentially caught here.
Does not have flash, so he's kind of stuck in the pit here. However, he does get the ult from Dragon's knockback. As it is gone now, he's stuck inside of the pit. Swain is taken out as he's getting the focus from the Chemtech Dragon. Meg Average getting pinned down by UB Awesome. Also taken out Pens as they manage to claim this Chemtech Dragon.
And that's a shutdown going to Echo and to Zaya, each of them. Both your two of your carry champions getting solid shutdowns. That is what you'd like to see if you're on the side of Big Booty Men here.
That was a very devastating predicament for CLT and Olives there, getting stuck inside of the pit with no way out, trying to work their way out as much as they can. Olives in particular trying to pin down the Echo, but thankfully for him, he had his ultimate to pull him right away and force Olaf's ultimate to go away. That scary bit of extra safety time.
Well, and what Big Booty Men did very well there is they managed to find a situation where Olaf was in trouble. They forced his ult. They got him relatively low, and they didn't allow the team. They didn't allow Team in to help him out. They kept everyone else out of the pit, so that Olaf was forced to be without help essentially.
He was basically tanking the dragon and everything else until Lilia worked her way inside there, but otherwise, there wasn't much they could do at that point. Those two were a lost cause, the other two were just caught up in the mess. Oh, but UB Awesome has to go force away from the death sentence.
Yep. That being said, they could get wrapped around here. Never mind. Fat Coconuts is spotted on that ward. Alv's also in the area. Baron is up. I don't imagine either team at this point are going to be going for Baron this early.
I do think Big Booty Men has very, very fast Baron killing potential, considering they do have a Lilia as well as Zaya, both of which
they do
kind of shred it.
I think when they see that team is around the area, they don't want to get caught in this pit, though.
Yeah. Flash is almost up on UB Awesome. Everyone else on his team have their spells all set up. However, Mega Average also has their flash down. So
double wards being placed and immediately cleared. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, he does have the flash down for a little bit. Both ADCs actually flashes are on roughly the same timer. Zaya does have an ultimate, however, to help her escape in the absence of that summoner spell.
I just call this up that Zaya does have Navori Quickblade. That is a massive power spike for her, like insane power spike. Her damage is just getting amplified by up to 20% here at this point, based on her critical chance.
Yeah. Oh man. And she's done a good job of staying very relevant in the midst of having a lot of focus being directed at her from the side of Team as well. As you can see, actually up, well, even CS, up 1 CS, but like in the face of a 5 and 2 Jinx, that's nothing to scoff at.
Valgrinder just sitting up here on his island, everything else going on under him. I don't think he's moved from top lane this entire game yet, except for that little bit at the Rift Herald.
I haven't seen teleports from either top laner used anywhere besides lane so far this game. Maybe I'm blind, but I haven't seen them try and make a numbers advantage with those teleports just yet.
Oh, he's given the Leandri's boost over to his Lilia. How nice of him.
Yeah, and honestly, with the build pass that I'm seeing, you have Olaf, you have Swain forced to dodge out from the Lilia. She will land the ultimate.
Oh, misses the center hit. Devour comes
in with the Devour.
Oh, while Swain is devoured, his ultimate's still active, getting the healing and damage off while being eaten up.
That healing is ridiculous.
But it is not ridiculous.
He still falls, but it took a lot longer than I expected.
And
yeah, something to note. I don't think anything cancels Swain ult, including Zanya's. But that is going to be an instant call over to the Baron.
Yep.
And I don't think there's anything Team can do about it.
It's also the same deal with Fiddlesticks, by the way.
Yes, that's correct. Oh man.
Alright.
Did you ever play in the meta of Phase Rush Kent where you just do drive fives with different champions on your team?
No, I did not.
Because, like, you could do it with the Lucian ult, the Misfortune ult, Fiddlesticks, and Swain ults. You could essentially devour them. And you go, and like, you'd proc Phase Rush, you would devour your teammate, and you just go at Mach 12 and no one can get away.
That actually sounds very ridiculous, especially since it was a basic ability back then.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of nuts. So, they, I believe that was before Phase Rush didn't get reduced by slows. Or got reduced less by slows. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but I know it's not a mechanic that exists anymore.
It feels to me that Phase Rush, like, helps you out of slows, like, incredibly well as it is.
It does, but it doesn't, not to the degree it did. And that is Olaf getting caught immediately. That was a great look from outside of vision.
CLT and Olive's thinking they struck gold, but instead, they're the gold themselves.
Yeah, you gotta be careful if you're looking for gold in the Yukon River, because
Team will be trading that dragon for at least 2 towers at this point. Got Pens rotating towards the top to clear out vision, making sure that Tom is safe on the top side as well as their escape.
Yeah, that's honestly a great salvage from a not great situation. Just like when you saved me from finishing that analogy that I had no idea how I was going to finish. So, I appreciate that.
Alright, we got 2 Chemtech dragons on the team with Lilia. So...
Oh boy. Oh no.
Oh, and Echo.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Oh man. Honestly?
So Tenacity is soon going to be a big worry on Team's end.
Yeah, and if you now I'm just waiting for if Valgrind Error picks up Anathemas for the Jinx maybe.
Oh,
right?
also.
Or even for the, like, it doesn't matter who it's for. It's going to be really tough to deal with them.
Also note that Lilia is going for Rylai's third item. She is just going full on into the AP, which I respect. Because if you're ahead, you should take advantage of that. Get your 3 power items and then survival.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. In this case, if it was more of an even game in terms of where the Lilia was situated, I would say then maybe should be building more of a bruiser tank.
Death Sentence falling short of Valgrind Arrow there.
And Echo potentially looking for a tower dive, not going to actually take it.
Hook lands onto UV Awesome for the kill to Mega Average as the Ram Horn comes in trying to disengage. Swain
Drowsy channel just on Swain. That is the big stun by Echo, who just deletes Swain. And what looked like a winning fight may actually not be the play anymore, as that's a double kill going over to Echo. Potentially a triple, as Penn's getting very low.
Devour comes
Devour
out
used on Mega Average. That's a quadra kill. Can we get a penta? 28 tanked all that he could. Just a sliver of health left. Actually does go down.
Minion finished him off.
Potentially going to fall as well. Soul's very hard to kill. However, that is a penta kill. I believe first is that the first penta kill of the season?
As far as I'm aware, it is. Going to Fat Coconuts. 11-0. Who needs an 80 carry when you got an Echo? Only 2 items of that.
And I was gonna say, I was worried a little bit about Big Booty Men's ability to fight into this beefier team comp with what they drafted. Because Echo, honestly, if you're even on Echo, it's not until you're about 3 items in that you can do that to tank your numbers. But if you look at where he is, he's almost 3 items in. He's got his components. Actually, you know what? He may as well have been 3 items in at that point because he had a fully stacked Dark Seal.
I think he fully stacked it during that fight. Might be wrong, but
I think he picked up early enough. But he had 6 kills before that point.
Okay.
So I think it was already fully stacked. And you can see he's actually opted for the Merc Treads instead of the Sorks, which makes him harder to kill in turn. He doesn't actually need the extra flat pen. But yeah, Echo damage from ahead on his passive specifically is ridiculous.
Yep.
And he's taking full advantage of that.
Jinx is
and
going
using
to be
it very
terrified.
Well, and if you're team here, I think what you have to, I don't know. I think you can't use your Flay until Echo goes in, maybe.
There's
like,
a lot of
to
things
save
you have to
something
hold
peel.
on to. And yeah, Flay is definitely one of them, because you're not really going to stop most other targets with that. Like, sure, you can bring Lillian in, but that's kind of a risk. However, Jinx does get caught by the sleep.
And turn. Ult from Valgander are not going to be effective. Although, I guess, without the ult there, then maybe Mega Average could have avoided popping the cleanse.
Almost getting spotted on vision here.
Mega Average does need a reset here.
Ooh.
Oh, not quite the combo you're looking for.
Gets the zoning WE and WQ.
Yep, it's the real thing. I don't know if that's what he was going for in this situation, but
definitely. What else is an Olaf gonna do?
True enough. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the Alistair. But we do have Valgan Era going in. Olaf forced to ult out, and so now Alves will not have an ult. That's a flash burn from both Mega Average and from Pens.
3 hits on Mega Average.
Echo W. Dexy walking forward doesn't have ult. Alistair with a big blast cone. Not quite in range to follow up.
Knocking Fat Coconuts all the way back.
That should be another Baron, as it is just about to spawn again.
The life of an 80 carry into a Fed Echo is not a happy one, we'll say that.
The life of anyone into a Fed Echo, to be quite frank. CLT bravely walking forward without vision. However, that Baron is gone.
I don't know, I think Galio would be pretty alright into it.
Maybe. Oh no. Pens, I think, is going to pay with his life there, as Vective is far enough ahead. That is going to be the Rampage. Ult popped by CLT, ult popped again by Deck Dude, and there's the Oran Horn to follow. And Fat Coconuts goes legendary again onto CLT. Alves potentially going to get away, as it's just Alistair following him. Soul's also taken down. He almost gets Fat Coconuts in the interim, but he does pop his ultimate back to safety. And that is a decisive game 1.
UV Awesome barely surviving from those tower shots with 100 health. I found it funny right there, near the end of that fight, where Olaf has his Ghost active, but it seemed like he was still running at like 200 move speed from all the slows that were going on.
Well, you got the bowling ball, you got the Rylai's, which I guess those don't, like slows don't technically stack, but there's just so many sources, right? So.
Yeah, you got Echo there.
Oh man, that was. I would say that game was looking really competitive for the first 15 minutes or so.
That was
Maybe 20
amazingly
minutes.
handled by Big Booty Men. That entire match. Just so many mistakes being had by Team. They're just hard prioritized onto.
Well, and the thing is, the mistakes weren't huge, right? Like they were just really well capitalized upon. It was little things like stepping up just too far when you don't have good enough vision in the Dragon Pit, or something like that. Like there were a lot of times they got collapsed upon out of vision from being just that little too far up. But Big Booty Man pulled the trigger at the right time and came out with very essential small victories that made their way to what is definitely a larger victory here.
If I were to call out what would be the weakest point for Team that game, would be how they handled their plays around Dragon. Because the first Dragon attempt they did, they were all inside of the pit. I didn't pay attention to their flashes, however. It looked, from what I recall, Jinx still had her flash. Olaf
I believe you're correct on that
had
one.
Ghost. Swain, if I recall, did not have flash. And Thresh
No, because Swain
also
had
did
used
not
it in
have
lane
flash.
earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they got closed in on by 3 enemies, including the Echo, who had mid prio at that point. Swain, rotated to
Swain
Dragon
was their
without
first,
the
though.
mid prio.
Yeah.
And they got completely closed in by 3 people and lost 4 lives for 1 kill
Yeah.
and the Dragon. The second time,
my guess on that one, just to not to defend the play that happened, but I'm guessing they didn't expect that it was going to be contested after the initial kill onto the support, onto 28.
Thing is, regarding that, to prevent stuff like that happening, you do want your support to generally take more of a defensive position, to ensure that if you do get closed on, you at least have some sort of out, because, they have a Thresh. He can move his teammate, or at least one teammate, around where he needs
And he
to
can
be.
provide a
with
lot of
help his
space, too.
lantern. Yeah. Not to mention how disruptive his flay is. Like, at the very least, he could keep either Lilia or Echo, or Lilia plus Xayah out of that entire predicament,
Well,
depending on how he
another thing
positions
too, that
himself.
was only like 7 minutes into the game or something like that. Respawn timers are still very short, and I think they didn't respect that, because 28, I believe, ended up coming back to the end of that fight before it was over.
Just at the very end of it, yes. However, the second instance where they won into the Dragon, it was the moment where Swain and Olaf got caught out inside of it. They went really deep into the pit before even starting it. There was no confirmation of the safety around the area, which made
And
the
they
predicament...
didn't have a way out. They didn't have summoners to get out.
Yep.
Was a big point there.
And it kind of... and their bot lane also followed them in, and it put them into a really terrible situation. On both of those instances, sure, they probably got... or they got the first dragon of that. Then they got... I don't remember how their second dragon worked. Yeah, that was the Chemtech, the first Chemtech dragon that I was just mentioning.
No, they got the mountain and the wind.
Yeah. I mean the situation that I'm recalling at this moment. Yes, it was the first Chemtech dragon. I remember, looking at the dragon as it was killing, so I can remember that.
Yes.
But yeah, they got themselves in these really bad positions they couldn't get out of, and you have to be aware of that, especially when you don't have summoner spells to get you out of it quickly enough. And
I think that the thing about that is too, you don't actually have to commit as hard as they did for those early dragons. You can walk away and give them a Drake if the Drake is putting you in a bad spot.
Yeah.
And I think they typically put a lot of emphasis, and rightly so, on Drakes, but I think they need to, in this case, if they get stuck in positions like that again, they need to let go of some of those dragons and realize that giving that many kills over is worse than giving the Drake over.
Sure, trading a kill for a dragon is fine at times, depending on the kill. If it's a really big bounty, then maybe even then you would probably give it up, get something on the other side of the map in exchange. But you definitely don't want to be giving a lot of free value like that. not the safest thing, especially when you have powerhouses like Lilia, Zaya, and Echo on the enemy team. Especially if they get
And
ahead, they are insanely powerful.
and I feel like what we've done, we talked a lot about what Team could improve on there. We haven't, I don't think, given enough credit to how Big Booty Men actually made those situations work for themselves, though. They did a lot of good testing the waters at the starts of those fights, walking back and forth, making sure that the positioning was favorable for them before they hard committed, that they had members where they wanted them. And they also, okay, one thing both teams were doing well too is they were fighting over vision quite well and playing. This is where Big Booty Men excelled, was they played around where they had vision and where they knew that Team didn't, I think.
Yeah. Another thing is also the fact they picked Ornn into Tahm Kench meant that it put Tahm Kench into a bigger predicament for rotating to those objectives because, you know, Ornn could pretty much disrupt him from any distance at that point. Not to mention, because they're so focused on getting their mid laner and their jungler so far ahead, having the Ornn there just massively amps up the amount of like scaling that they're able to access.
It absolutely does. However, I'm seeing that we are actually through the first ban phase, and we see very similar bans coming out from both teams there. Looks like they let the Cho'Gath through this time. And Team actually opting for the Jinx again as a denied pick, I assume. But grabbing the Alistar for themselves.
Alright, and Big Booty Men opting for the Cho'Gath, as you said.
Yeah, and Doggenera has been a monster on the
right?
Cho'Gath this season.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Cho'Gath, an exceptionally strong scaler. Like, he may lose lane to a decent number of champions early on, but he eventually grows strong enough that most of the roster can't really take him on at that point. And he just... he does
it doesn't
so
take
much.
as long as a lot of people think.
Yeah.
A lot of those champions, after 1.5 items, already have a little bit of trouble dealing with them. Varus picked up in response to the Jinx. The only thing I like about Varus is his versatility of build. I prefer his on-hit build, but you can also build him with poke if you think that is going to accelerate you early.
Varus
and
has like 5 different builds.
Well, okay, fair enough. AP is my favorite one as a mid laner, but we won't talk about that because I don't think that's what's happening here. Swain being picked up by Big Booty Men, and that is a flex pick. You could actually put Swain as the support.
Yep.
Or keep him in the mid lane. So you're not actually revealing cards. However, Anivia not being banned means that CLT has it available to him.
I will say that Swain and Varus do work quite well with each other as well. They're quite threatening in lane. If any of them land any of their CC, they're pretty much setting their opponent up for death. Even before 6, there's so much kill potential because Varus's level 2 spike is very powerful.
Is so strong.
Yeah, and as is Swain's, and even Swain's level 1 is pretty good. Varus is not so much, because he doesn't have his blight stacks that he can work around.
Typically you actually go E-start as Varus, I believe.
Yeah, typically.
Because it gives you that little bit of a slow.
Typically.
But if they are looking for a stronger level 2 spike, then you're absolutely right. He could do a Q start.
Q into W is what I personally prefer because it does mean that your level 2 has a lot of kill potential.
That's true. Especially, again, if Swain is a support, then that makes perfect sense. I am interested to see how they respond to this Anivia pick, though, because every time I've seen CLT on Anivia, I don't think you're supposed to win lane as Anivia. I don't think you're necessarily supposed to die early. Like, you do have to die twice, to die once, essentially, but I've seen CLT win lane a fair amount as Anivia, and I'm just curious to see how that gets responded to here.
But as you said, Anivia doesn't necessarily have to win lane. She just has to scale. Her sole job is to scale, and also they have a Jinx and an Ornn, so they really want to scale.
And she is also one of the best anti-siege champions in the game. She has the wall, she has her ultimate, which is on, I think, a 4-second cooldown. But yeah.
It pretty much doesn't have a cooldown.
Yeah, I'm trying not to make her sound. Yeah, I'm trying not to voice my true opinion on Anivia. I don't enjoy playing against that champion.
Don't worry, Riot's not listening. They won't nerf her for things you say.
That's okay. I've long given up on that. Braum being the support, so it is actually a Swain mid. Wukong being picked up for the jungle by Big Booty Man. I expect to see a little bit more early activity if that's the case. However, that is very good for the team fight with a Swain, with a Varus. Like, their whole comp just has great synergies with each other. There's a lot of utility to allow the Wukong and the Varus ults to hit everyone.
I really, really love the Braum pick. He's not used enough.
And honestly, into Jinx, into Ornn. Do I need to say more?
Yeah. I'm going to call this now. I'm pretty sure that Varus will be going the on-hit build. Lethal Tempo, Guinsoo, and then either Shield Bow or Kraken Slayer. I remember initially it was more so Shield Bow use, but lately I've been seeing some use Kraken Slayer. We'll see how that goes.
I think it depends on how scared he is of being jumped on. But the only, like, Bel'Veth and Alistar can kind of jump on him if they can get through the front line, which I think both teams have drafted a bit of a front to back, with the exception mainly being the Wukong.
Wukong is good disengage and engage.
Yeah, and he tends to like to dive into the backline a lot of the time.
Yep.
But I will say the front to back from team that they've drafted here is quite good.
It is incredibly powerful. However, their damage lies entirely in Jinx and Bel'Veth, as it is. Or actually, never mind. I'm stupid. Anivia. Anivia.
You cannot discard that champion.
Yeah. So, like, Bel'Veth can work exceptionally well as a backliner, should she need to. And when you have an Anivia on your team, especially against a Wukong, that is an option 100%. Especially when going on to the team that Big Booty Man has, with a lot of disruption thanks to the Wukong, Cho'Gath, and Braum. Like, silence from Cho'Gath especially is very deadly to bruisers like Bel'Veth or, like Riven and stuff like that entirely rely on their abilities to do anything with their gold. Her ability is just gone if you suppress her.
And, okay, one thing I really like that Big Booty Man did here in their draft, well, I do think they get outscaled slightly. And more so because of the Ornn. They have built in a way that even if the game goes long, they will still always be useful. They have enough team fight ability, and they do have a Varus who, if he does go the on-hit build, will still be a big threat late game. So they've essentially guaranteed themselves to do well in the early game, assuming all goes according to plan. And they've made sure that even if it doesn't go according to plan, they're still useful in the late game.
This is Big Booty Man, not all according to plan. They got
correct. I said if it goes according to plan. I can see where there's confusion on that though. I may have also misspoke on the name.
No. I'm poking a joke because they took out all according to plan.
Oh, that's true. They did. They were the ones who did that. That's right.
Yep.
Another fun fact. Every series that these two teams have played against each other, so far, Big Booty Man has taken game 1.
Okay.
So I'm interested to see not only the adaptations that we've seen in draft already, which have been significant, but how they'll adapt their playstyle. Will they be playing as hard bot side as they typically do, or are they going to be looking to get a Anivia online early? Are they going to be looking as hard at those dragons, or are they going to let the first couple of them go saying, you know what, it's for 2 or 3 items, that's when we really want to fight?
Okay, so let's take a look at that then first. Bel'Veth's early game, not particularly strong. If she does land a knockup, she can get away with some stuff. Anivia's ability to command the lane also, not particularly strong in the early game.
No.
Meanwhile, you're going against a Swain, a Braum, and a Wukong.
And Swain's level 1, 2 into Anivia, I think is actually really good.
Yeah. So I think that Big Booty Man does have the upper hand when it comes to taking those objectives, at least early on. We'll probably see that, but, Rift Heralds are possibly going to be the more interesting fights that we're going to have to rely on, because, there is Ornn, and Ornn... I want to say Ornn early is a bit more prevalent than Cho'Gath's early, and it depends on whether or not the supports roam up. Should Braum roam up, I think that Big Booty Man will have an advantage, however...
I know both, at least from what I've seen, both supports do tend to roam for these Rift Heralds, at least on occasion.
Got it.
And especially, I think in the last game, I think both supports were there for the second Rift Herald, if I remember correctly.
Okay, now we can move to
So.
this.
Hopefully, it doesn't give us the black screen of doom this game.
Usually it's only the first match, hopefully.
Okay, that's good. I was going to say, one thing I've noticed too, Big Booty Men, they didn't have an issue with this last game, thankfully for them, but they drafted more of a split damage, which I do appreciate as well. It just makes, like, the Abyssal Mask, for example, if that gets picked up this game, is going to do much less work than it did in the last game.
Then again, you know, it is a Anivia that you'd be amplifying it for.
That's true.
And
I'm in terms of pure defense.
Yeah. Meanwhile, let's see. So which side do you think would be better this game? It's a bit tougher for me to say. I once again do personally think that Big Booty Man is on the favorable end of things because Team does have to scale, but if this game does get to late game, whew.
I think, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think Big Booty Men has a better all-in, everyone commits everything. But the longer the fight goes, I think it gets... I can't even say that, because Varus gets resets on his cooldowns if he procs his blight stacks, right? Or not resets, technically. He gets
cooldown refunds.
But something like a Jinx and a Bel'Veth, and even an Anivia, the longer you have to fight into an Anivia, honestly, at minimum, that's just mentally taxing.
Yep.
But no, I think the other thing that's Team have going for them is they have a much bigger engage range with something like the Orenhorn. It's not guaranteed, but if they can find a choke point, or if they can engage from out of vision, and they have pretty decent follow-up onto it with the Jinx traps, Alistar in general. Bel'Veth knock up his AoE. You have an AoE Anivia stun that's actually relatively long range for the size of it. I think both teams definitely have tools to win a fight. I think it just matters of. I think it's just whichever team gets the better angle in terms of team fighting. In split pushing, oh man, I don't think either of these team comps are particularly strong on the split push.
I don't know. Cho'Gath kind of eats towers, you know. Demolisher with 8,000 health does a bit.
And I was going to say, Cho'Gath does also, like, the later the game goes, the more speed stacks he gets, the more percentage damage he gets on his E. However, Ord also has percent damage, like max health percent damage, right? So, and neither of them have great tools to get in onto the other ones. I mean, I guess if either of them could land, like, Cho'Gath could land a Q, but Ornn can CC immune it. Like, it's, I don't know. I don't think anyone has, like, yeah, so, I don't think anyone has a huge advantage in the split push here.
If Cho'Gath gets a good early game, he's gonna eat Bel'Veth any chance he can.
That's true.
He's a fine connoisseur of the seafood with that. And you know the range on his Q is pretty crazy, so Nivia's not gonna have the safest time in some of the team fights later on. And
I guess the other thing you could do is you could just eat the egg. You don't want to worry about spending time killing something that's already killed? Eat the egg. You could do that. Scrambled, sunny side up, hard boiled.
Would be funny to see.
Might not be the best use of the ult, but it would definitely save time in a team fight.
Depending on when it's used, of course. Yes, and
Correct.
No issues. Huzzah.
Blessed. But yeah, in terms of, I don't know. I actually have a hard time predicting how things are going to go in this one. So we'll have to see. It looks like Big Booty Men opting for a 5-point this time around. Pardon me. It looks like Team are opting for a 5-point this time around, while Big Booty Men are looking at a bit of a stack.
Starting to slowly move in.
They do get spotted by Mega Average there.
Yep.
I don't think they saw that ward either.
Generally, I would say you want.
Oh, they did. They got the money for it.
Generally, I would say you want Swain to lead those charges rather than Braum, because it's just a Q for Braum.
And honestly, the stats in terms of health and resistances at this point of the game aren't going to make that much of a difference.
Yep.
Between the two of them, at least. Looking around the other
Change
side.
sides.
They're going to get spotted out again.
Take every avenue you can. They've already got a
Don't
10
like
gold
that
lead.
ward, but it doesn't actually get cleared. So I was going to say, if they clear that ward, that's extra XP that someone gets.
Yep.
So I'm never a fan of warding in someone's face.
Yeah.
But the stun actually lands and prevents them from getting that. And that's a mana full stack, I believe.
Warding in someone's face is kind of fine if there's a thresh on on the enemy team, though.
Fair enough. However, in this case, there's not.
Yeah.
And it looks like both junglers are actually starting top side. You imagine they're going to be pathing down bottom, as there has been a lot of focus into the bot side of the map by both junglers last game.
Let's see.
It does look like...
Ooh, Swain already getting his first stack going.
Yep. Good awareness to trade back with what you can, but still, you're losing that trade because you're not getting permanent stats from it. That's two.
Another stat. Swain getting heals from it as well.
Yeah.
I always forget that Swain gets heals whenever he gets a stack of his Ravens.
It's such a nice feature if you're playing as Swain. It's like, I'm a little low? Okay, I'll just try and fish for an E, and then a W.
Been playing more Swain lately, and it has certainly turned some fights, especially in the early game for me. It's very nice.
Some trading going over in the top side. Actually, it looks like Valganera getting the better of that trade. Even health, but has far more mana to work with at this point. It looks like CLT has figured out the throwing pattern of Fat Coconut's E this game so far.
Yep.
Juked the same way both times with success. So we'll see if we can do it the third time in a row.
Nope.
No. Adaptation made.
4 stacks.
However, still a favorable trade by CLT in this case. Does get the empowered E to land. So, it's just a mini game. I love the mini games within the game.
Yep. A lot of people dislike fighting against Alawi, but it's always fun.
Oh, I would say always. If you're not the one fighting against her in lane, I would say it's even less fun, because then it's not your fault. But we do see deck lead here relatively early as Pens engages.
Yep. 28 baiting the engage.
I believe Pens should go down here. He does have. He does not have flash. Pardon me. We'll see if he can get to Alves in time. That is first blood going over to UB Awesome on the Varus. And it looks like Alves is in danger too. However, he presses forward.
Got the
and
flash.
That's flash or flash. Oh. The automatic camera. Mega Average able to press back any potential kill onto Alves there. Ultimately, that is a 1-for-0 going over to the side of Big Booty Men.
I don't understand why directed camera thinks going back to someone that just respawned is more important than someone nearly escaping death.
I wonder if it's just coded in the, hey, a change happened here. I'm going to go to the change. That can be the only thing that I can think of. 28 getting relatively low. Hex Flash from Pens. More of a jump scare than anything at this point. There's not real threat to go into the 3 of them there.
Alright. Looks like Swain hasn't landed any E's lately. Still sitting at 4 stacks there. It's a CLT. Managing to hold on. Funny enough, his health is better than it was last we saw.
True. That'll happen with level ups and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
I imagine there haven't been too many aggressive trades if the claw has been missing. Get some resets in by both teams here. Belveth gets spotted out by Cho'Gath here, I believe. It looks like they might try to contest a scuttle. Belveth does not have smite either.
Oh, did get the scuttle, but is getting slowed by Cho'Gath. Won't get away, however.
Scuttle playing as Faker, as always, juking Valganera's Q. Good attempt by CLT. However, the wall not quite in the perfect position to force the pathing change by Fat Coconuts.
Oftentimes, the wall can just force your enemy to path over depending on where they click if they're not careful.
Exactly. And I'm guessing Fat Coconuts may have known that and was maybe just clicking directly in front of his champion without going too far. If you're playing against Anivia, that's something you should start doing because it does allow your pathing to stay where you want it instead of the accidental change that forces you to the stun.
UB Awesome successfully crashing the land. They're moving around. Trying to see
Tai T asking who won game 1. It was Big Booty Men that took game 1.
Yep. An amazing victory from them too. Got a pentakill.
Yep, on Echo from or by Fat Coconuts on Echo. Pardon me.
Yes.
Game 2, however, looking relatively even. Both teams pretty even in CS across the board. A few minor advantages here and there, but nothing to write home about.
Looks like there's some prep work going on around Dragon. No one thinking about actually doing it just yet.
Booty Men does have priority. They could have potentially started it. However, without vision, they'll spot Alves now, but they didn't have vision on Alves when they would have been starting it. So that is the respectful call, is to just hold off.
Alves is moving his way down. Deck Dude hovering. Did
Yeah,
not
for a
get
counter
spotted
game.
on
They
the
didn't
wards.
see him, I don't think. They do now, though.
Alves does
No
manage
ultimates
to get
available
away.
yet from any of the junglers or bot laners. CLT and Fat Coconuts both roaming down. The Honey Fruit going to be picked up by Alves.
Missing the E.
And Nivea getting a great wall onto Fat
Yep.
Coconuts, who can't quite path out. However, Fat Coconut's going to pop his own ult. If he lands... no, never mind. I was going to say, if he lands the claw, that might be a kill.
Yep.
Forced to flash out. Deck Dude's phone will go down. Alves running in. Will take out Deck Dude.
Presses the balance button.
Sorry. On the Wukong, I meant.
Minions
CLT will be
will
egged.
take him out. Oh, gotta be careful here, though. Oh, knockup does not connect. Lands the root, pulls him in,
But will
but
die for it.
yup, ran out of mana for the Q.
Still almost gets the kill, as the minions are very angry about what just happened.
Very close from Fat Coconuts there.
Mhm.
Sadly, the
I
pool
think-
is not enough. So, I think that Fat Coconuts actually would have been able to come out better from that if they pulled their E faster. The one before Nivea went into egg form when it landed, because he took a bit extra damage from the way it was lingering. Sadly for them.
Yeah, and what you see a lot of Swain players do is they'll hold the E because they'll place the W first, and if you just, it just makes it a little harder to get out of it. But yeah, I think even if the Q, even if there was mana for the Q though, I think it would have still been a trade because I believe CLT got his animations off before the Q would have come out.
Yep.
I could be wrong on that though.
The Q animation is
instant,
actually
but-
one of those abilities that does come out while you're dying too, so
Oh, that's true.
it's knocked up.
And it looks like that's another
By the
death.
wall, into the glacial prison to his death. Or no, glacial
And
prison
that
is
is-
Lysandra.
Well,
Glacial
a different
Storm.
Glacial Storm. Oh, hold on.
Deck
Looks
Dude
like
going
Alves
on
might be caught.
ults.
Flash for Flash. That is going to be ult. However, Anivia is able to follow up. Alves will go down likely.
The damage reduction almost keeping Alves alive long enough, but not.
Great movement from CLT. I don't think it'll be enough. And that's a shutdown going over to the Wukong.
Red buff
I was
and
gonna say, it was a-
Cho'Gath slows pretty strong.
It is. I was going to say, it was a great juke to try and get over that wall. Did have the red buff. Alves did, I mean. So potentially could have regened a little bit. However, at the end of the day, close is only good in horseshoes and hand grenades, and Bel'Veth has neither of those things. And that will be Rift Herald going over to the side of Big Booty Man.
We'll say the damage reduction the Bel'Veth gets from her E is pretty disgusting.
Also,
like-
do you know, is this a best of 3 or a best of 5?
Best of 3.
Okay, I saw a rumor in the chat that if both captains agreed, it could be best of 5. But I didn't hear any confirmation of that. So,
From what I heard is that if Big Booty Men does win this game,
it does get
and-
reset for sure.
Yeah, it does get reset. But I think Team said that they were unable to compete next week, so they would have to do back-to-back.
No, that was
today
Big Booty
if they're
Man.
able to.
They have I think 3 members who are unavailable for the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
So if they do reset the bracket here, it will be back-to-back, is what I've been told. Ang's potentially getting caught out. Ultimate might be enough to keep him alive.
Nope.
He does not have flash though, and that will be the end of him, unfortunately.
The ultimate
as-
came out before Brahm's stun finished off, so
It
even,
did.
even
I
if
bel-
the Nivea wall wasn't there, he wouldn't have been able to get out.
Back Coconuts down to about half, does not have the ultimate again. 28 going extremely low. Super Mega Death Rocket, not quite enough to finish off. However, they may be able to actually take the fight after the Dragon. UB Awesome will go down to Alves. Meg Average, however, going down to Deku, who actually gets on to... well, it's a double kill for each jungler there. And Alves should be able to get away from that. Pens has respawned. If they keep chasing, they could look.
Pens is hovering.
He does have
in
Hex
case
Slash.
Alves wants to do something.
Yeah, and that is a Herald Pop.
Ooh!
And that's dead.
Yes, the knockup under the tower kill going to Bel'Veth as they turn on to the Swain. Yep, gonna be a second kill. Gets the smite
really
for the
well
slow. Oh, amazing Hex Flash.
And here we see one of the mistakes that Team T made last game in not respecting the death timer being so short on the support is now made by Big Booty Man. And that was a phenomenal Hex Flash over the wall.
Also, yet again, the setup by the blue team around the dragon. Not safe enough for the situation. You did end up losing a lot for that. Varus is pretty much left alone for the Bel'Veth.
There's more fighting to be done here. As Pens is looking to catch out 28. He will get out with his life, I believe. Does get rooted up. I don't think they have the damage to finish him off, though. I also want to say kudos to Deku. Oh, as I say that, Pens going in very dangerously.
Super Mega Death
Super
Rocket,
Mega Death
not
Rocket
enough to
again,
kill
just leaving 28 with a sliver. What I was trying to say earlier is kudos to Deck Dude. He did find a really good angle onto Mega Average and CLT that wasn't called out or caught by Team. They had what looked to be a very good angle, but Deck Dude found a way to make that angle his own.
Yeah. Both junglers were just focused on taking out their issues.
Really nice movement by CLT there, forcing the ult out of back Coconuts and dodging all of his abilities.
He's basically in Anivia's trap at this point. No way out. Has his ultimate
Flash
active.
or flash? He ticks down to Leandri's.
Yep.
Really nicely played. Deck Dude may be able to get the egg. I believe he does have his passive back up now, though. So I don't think he would kill him outright. He's 2 levels down and would have to take out his entire health bar again.
It was very good movements from CLT to trap the Swain in that play right there. Whenever Anivia Wall successfully backs you off after she hits level 6, getting out of that is just torture, especially if you don't have flash, and you were able to see it with how free it is for her to lead her Qs and the short cooldown of her E's. Devastating.
Yeah, it's very hard to get out of. However, he did dodge every Swain ability besides the ultimate pop. I believe dodged. I believe 2 claws in that sequence and the Swain W.
Yeah, I think they flashed to avoid one of the E's as well.
This is the second E. However, Balganero potentially caught out here. Knockup change into knockup. And that is going to be all she wrote. I was doing a great job spreading the love to all the lanes in this game.
Huh, you mean they have 6 kills right now?
Hey, but you know what? That's assists for everyone else too.
Ah, look at the scoreboard. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Alves stealing the blue buff from Deck Dude over in the jungle.
Yeah, just a great assertion being presented by him. Good knockup by Pens to stop any aggression by 28 as he walks forward.
28 stopping. The
ultimate landing. Lands forced onto Mega Average.
Pens
or out
going
from
behind.
Mega, rather.
Trying to prevent Uvos getting away, but he overextends. The person he's trying to keep away from the Varus was his Braum. Braum can kind of help against those kind of situations, leading to 2 kills for Team.
Really, really well played by UV Awesome in 28 there. Just good awareness and positioning of knowing when they were in threat of dying and when they weren't. And also knowing when to turn back onto Pens there on the Alistar.
That dude coming up from behind. He is spotted on the control ward. Does go in, has the knockup. Glacial Prison goes away.
Yeah, he's going to go down here.
Ag is
good
there.
attempt on the wall. He may be able to trade the Braum. No. I was going to say, if he can land the QE, then potentially, but is killed off before he has any chance of that.
UB Awesome just decided to get an assist, and that was it. They didn't want to risk CLT coming back to life there.
No, especially because he's now worth a bit of a shutdown. Owls will collect that wave in the mid, make sure that it doesn't crash, and XP and gold is not lost. And we've gone up to 9-9. The gold is only 300 apart on these teams, and Dragon's about to spawn.
Swain's sitting at 20 stacks right now. Cho'Gath at 6 himself.
I believe all of Shogun's stacks are from minions except for one, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, actually,
however,
I'll
it looks
check
like we're
on that
getting
after.
a bit of a skirmish in the river.
Just
it
a bit of
evolves
hope so
into
far.
just a fight over vision.
Okay, so looking at that, all 6 have been from minions, so he has to be focusing on objectives for that at this moment.
That's true. I thought he may have gotten an alt stack on CLT when they caught him out in the topside jungle, but I guess I was mistaken there. However, Dragon is up. Both top laners do have teleport available, but they can both also cancel each other's teleport. It looks like this will just go over 2-3.
Alp's kill speed is
4-3.
fast enough for them to get it before any confrontation may happen this time around. Good job on team
Their
change.
objective taking this game is kind of absurd, actually. If I'm Big Booty Man, I'm going to keep my eyes on Baron as soon as it spawns, just because with Anivia doing very consistent damage along with Jinx and Bel'Veth, Pen's actually getting caught out.
Alves also got caught
like,
out but got away.
I was going to say, if I had to guess, it looks like Pen's probably committed his life to save Alves.
CLT
with a great stun. He could place a wall there. However, Deku likely going to... Oh, that was greedy.
Smited!
That was so greedy.
Smited for the trades of the bounties there. Or no, it was just Wukong that got the bounty.
Correct. Again, good movement by CLT to avoid the claw and the eye. Swin will get slowed out. However, CLT does walk back into that route there. I don't believe Braum has ult currently.
Okay.
No, he does not.
His W did help him over the wall. Nice of fact
actually
to
does
stand by.
the wall actually stop any more follow-up because they don't have a way to get over it there. So.
Man, you know, the matchup between Swain and Anivia is interesting because neither of them are safe from each other. Because if Anivia gets hit by a single pull, she's gonna die. If Fat Coconuts gets hit by a Q, gets trapped inside of the setup, he's absolutely destroyed.
And the interesting thing is, both of them have animations that are just long enough that it's scary to be the first one to throw out your ability.
Yep. Animation lock being a really big thing that can get many people killed if they're not conscientious of it.
And honestly, both mid laners have done a really good job of punishing the other one. I know CLT has thrown a lot of stuns after being rooted, or as he's being rooted. Oh, a great wall, forcing the flash out of Fat Coconut. Alves will have to back off. They do see Deck Dude coming in. Deck Dude is quite strong at this point, but does not look for the tower dive. Pretty wise against Anivia and Bel'Veth not to look and overcommit for that.
That was a really good wait on the flash for Fat Coconuts there, waiting for Bel'Veth to use her knockoff before getting out to safety. However, getting caught out here by CLT, the Q landing. Pen's coming in for a tower dive, does have ultimate. It lands the stun, does get the kill from Leandries. However, CLT gets hit by the grasp as she will die herself. Oh, and what was that? Varus caught out by Meg Average and Alves.
There was just a lot going on there. I did want to point out the initial 1-for-1 trade was not worth it. Not because it usually wouldn't be, but I don't know if you saw it, but the amount of gold that CLT got from Fat Coconuts was only 137.
Yep, that was a 0-4 Swain, now 0-5. However, Anivia was doing quite well for herself.
And it does look like Deck Dude is going to start out this Herald, and it should be uncontested. Mid tier 1 maybe dropped as a result. Yeah, I don't think they're walking over for it.
Rift Herald's gone. Baron spawned.
Yeah. They didn't quite get in time, and they did have the Farsight to spot out anyways. Alves has enough dashes, he can get out. Deck Dude not quite able to follow from that range. Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. I imagine both teams are going to try and get resets on numbers at half. Actually, I think Big Booty Man just did reset. So it looks like Team is going to grab their own reset on a couple of their members, I would imagine. But it looks like they're all sticking around, actually. Wary of a potential fight, just making sure that they don't lose any river control here.
Skill shots being dodged left and right by all of CLT. Everyone's making sure not to get caught out by these very damaging abilities.
Okay, one thing I have to say about CLT, when I played against him, oh, that's a teleport being stopped. That's a big cooldown.
And that was blind too.
He didn't have vision of that.
Sadly.
I think he just saw that the teleport was being channeled and saw where he went into the bush, and that should be No, he doesn't have enough to get the turn in time. I was gonna say one thing I noticed when I was playing against CLT, his movement is really good. The first game I played against him, he absolutely broke my ankles. I didn't land a single ability on him by the first time I died. Embarrassingly enough.
You see, that's where you went wrong. You choose a champion with skill shots.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Well, yeah. And in those moments, you know, layering does wonders, and Nivea is one of those champions that just naturally layers their abilities on top of each other. But there are many others that don't quite have that luxury.
No. But yeah, but yeah, just a comment on the movement from Alves and CLT there. Both have been exceptional this game. Anivia with another blind stun. I don't believe it landed because we didn't see the comet come out.
Yep.
Dragon
there's
is
no comet.
spawned. So, or right, no, you're right. I was talking to CLT the other day about Comet and Anivia, but he actually has on CLT. That's teleporter being channeled in by Souls. As the initial fight, actually forced out the Orin Horn coming through as well. Alves gets into the back line. That's a double kill. Make it a triple. As Swain forced to run for the hills, his ult being expected. And a dog and Eric doesn't have a way in. Great follow-up by CLT. Stun not quite going to land, however. Cho'Gath looking for just some extra poke. He does still have his ultimate and flash, so he could potentially steal this. However, they're going to jump out of the pit before that's an option and make sure that they take away any avenue for this dragon to go over to the side of Big Booty Man.
Yeah, generally not the safest thing to do, hanging around across the wall for a steal when you know the enemy has vision over the wall. Looking at the timer on that ward, it has been there around the time since they started.
Yeah, sorry. Something that Team has been doing really well this game, which is something we saw Big Booty Men do better last game, is they've been making advantages for themselves within the team fights. They've been sectioning off members of Big Booty Men to where they can't actually join the fight in a timely manner or at the angle that they want to, and they've just been capitalizing on that.
Yeah, they have been getting a lot of really good positions, and Wukong got caught out during that earlier fight, allowing Bel'Veth to basically close Varus in from being able to have any modicum of safety at that point.
Exactly, and because Wukong's ult was forced so early, there wasn't a whole lot of peel available for the Varus.
Plus, you know, being dead means you can't peel for him either.
That's true. That's also true. But I meant even if he had somehow gotten out. But yeah, death is the best form of CC.
Unless the champion you're fighting against is Karthus or Scion.
You know what? I have to do that. Swain will pop the ghost very respectfully and just early enough to get out. I actually really like that. A lot of people try and hold their summoner spells too long. You can get away with it with Flash a lot of the time, but with Ghost you kind of have to pop it early because I don't believe the move speed is instantly at its max.
It's more so if you get slowed, you're going to die anyways, so you might as well make the most of what you can. Dodge what you're able to at that point.
Yeah, and honestly, just a great awareness to know that he had to pop the Ghost there. Because I think if he doesn't, he dies there.
And at the very least, if your team does turn at that point, you've used it early enough, as you saw you tried to go for a grab afterwards. Didn't quite land, but the hope was there.
It was a good attempt.
Yep.
Vision being cleared out by Big Booty Men. However, the objective that is up right now is Baron, so I expect to see both teams playing more around the top side for the next little bit, as Dragon doesn't spawn for another 2.5 minutes. It will be a Mountain Soul this game as well. Something to note, especially with the amount of beef on both sides here. We do see the Jack show on the Bel'Veth as well, so she's not purely spec'd into damage. I agree with the build. I don't like that it is a build, but I definitely agree with it.
I personally prefer more resistances being buffed beforehand, but I guess they do have a Mountain Drake, so that's fine. Because, you know, Jock Show only really amplifies bonus resistances that you have. Otherwise,
but don't you gain extra resistance in your... Well, as I say that, we have a fight breaking out. Great wall by Anivia. Fast flip on Dog and Eric. Deck Dude gonna go down right away. Mega Avatar going on a killing spree. The Bates looking forward with the excited, however, going to turn back, and they are going to rush this Baron. Souls in a 1v2.
Just getting honestly, knocked back and forth.
But his health bar is like barely moving.
Yep.
Mind you, neither is the Swain's. However, great knockup. I don't know who's going to win this one. It looks like Souls might have to get. Actually, he has the Baron minions.
Yep.
With the Unstoppable and the Brittle proc, that's going to be up. Flashes forward. Forces flash out at 28.
Oh, Q for the kill! 1v2 for Souls! The power of Ornn.
Is the term wet noodle fight there? Because I think that's what I just saw.
I don't know. Ornn brought a hammer.
Didn't look like he used it till the very end, though.
Yeah. Something tells me we're gonna see a ban for Anivia next game, by the way.
Yeah.
And maybe
I believe
not
this
gonna
is
allow
the
Ornn
third
to be picked.
time that CLT has been allowed to play Anivia in the entire league. It might actually be the second. And he is clearly showcasing why.
Yep.
His scoreline isn't anything absurd. If anything, like look at Bel'Veth. Bel'Veth is 11-2, but the amount of setup that CLT has provided with just very well placed walls and the utility from the slow as well has made team fighting so difficult.
Oh boy.
Poor Big Booty Man.
Ornn is upgrading all their items now. Just got Wormfall and Sacrifice and Unspoken Parasite completed there.
Oh my goodness.
That is 40 armor and magic resist onto what was once Jock Show at this point. Wukong will be caught by the knockup from the Bel'Veth as Penn's making his way in, gets the double knockup, but they're backing up a bit. No, All's sticking in onto the fat coconuts. While Valgrind Air is getting deleted! Absolutely melted. All's getting dead dude again. However, that was his clone.
It's just clone this time. They're forced off the Mega though, and this is going to be still point. And I don't think they have the tools to contest.
Thankfully,
Ultimate's
they only
blown.
lost one, but yeah, that is a soul point onto someone that has Jock Show and an Ornn.
And Penn still has his ult, by the way. Penn didn't ult that entire fight.
Oh, man. So there's some big stuff
Soul's looking for
coming
an
in.
angle.
Yep, Alves gets the knockup onto Fat Coconuts, gets taken down by Meg Average. 28 also getting focused down, shield the wrong way. UB Awesome has to flash away over the wall. Alves chasing down Deck Dude right on his heel, but he really doesn't seem to care.
He knows he's got his whole team behind him.
Yep.
So he can look forward pretty aggressively. And with that, they're going to turn their sights on the middle inhibitor turret. And all the fish have come out to fight today.
UB Awesome
and that is,
gets caught out that time. No flash. Big knockup on the Deck Dude. He just can't move. He's been like completely blocked from any sort of movement for 4 seconds there. As Cho'Gath slowly gets melted into the freezer.
See his health bar?
Yeah.
I swear someone Cho'Gath ulted him. And that is, we've had decisive games both games. Like both times. Another ult, by the way. I couldn't actually clean this up. I was going to say, both games, until the 15 minutes, looked very close. And then each time, it's been
look at that.
Pretty hard lead.
So
just brought up.
Bel'Veth with just upgraded Unspoken Parasite and Merc Treads with 2 Mountain Drakes, 183 armor, 166 resistant or magic resist. With 2 Earth Drakes. That's not even with its passive activated at this point.
Oh my goodness. Wait. That's yeah. And I think that has to be why they made why Bel'Veth made the call to only build the Jack Show, knowing that Ornn was going to upgrade it, and be like, you know what, I don't actually need more resistances because I'm going to get more resistances.
Man, it's nasty. It's so nasty. Best of threes. So we are currently 1-1. This is the final game of the finals.
Oh man, both of these games have been just so good. But let's hope we can get one that stays good and close and tight after the 15 to 20 minute mark. Because at about 15 minutes, the goal difference was 300 in favor of Big Booty Man.
Oh, man.
At 30, how many minutes was that? 32, 33? Somewhere in that range. The goal lead by the end, I think, was around the 10,000 mark for team.
So, remember what I said about, Team having a really powerful scaling composition there?
Yep. And they did it. They actually showed restraint for the most part. They did take some scraps that maybe they shouldn't have, but they showed restraint in terms of 5v5 and full-on all-ins. until they had, their 2 core, 3 core items completed.
And also, managing to snag that Ornn for a scaling comp just pushed them so over the edge. Jeez.
Honestly, I don't think we're going to see Ornn let through necessarily.
Probably not.
At least definitely not second round. Like, I don't think they'll ban him first round, but if he's not picked up in the first round, I don't think they're going to let him through second round ban phase. Either team, just because he's had such a big impact in both games.
And this third game is just going to be absolutely insane. Also, props to CLT for using such an amazing icon. Unbiased opinion, totally.
Wait, which icon is that?
That is
actually not familiar with that one.
That is the icon that was given out when Runes Reforged came about to people that had limited runes. Like those in particular that you got from like Razor and whatnot, from special sweepstakes and whatnot. And I said whatnot like 4 times there.
That's okay. We have to repeat ourselves because people don't listen to us. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to give you a reason for it. But yeah, this third game could go either way. Both teams have shown incredible patience in some of their team fights, but also willingness to jump when an opportunity presents itself.
Also, quick note here: every game that there was a Jinx, it was the team with the winner. Just saying. Or wait, never mind. Or
no,
never mind. Never mind. Every game with a Jinx, someone won. There you go.
That's true. I'm trying to think of a way to salvage that, but I don't remember.
Nah, I got it.
Champions were in the last. Yeah, that's true. That's as good as we can get.
Yep.
And you know what? It wasn't. I don't think we're gonna get Hex Gates this series. Last series that these two played, Hex Gates every game.
Man, Hex Gates make the games feel so much faster. I don't dislike it, but I also absolutely adore the Chemtech Rift.
I think Chemtech is so much fun.
Yeah.
I think it's terrifying. And I think it really accelerates a team that's ahead. But
as a presently Rel 1 trick, I love those blast cones.
Yes.
Just imagine being engaged on by Rel from 2 screens away.
And I think you posted a clip of that I saw not that long ago. I was gonna say, as a player who hates having to decide whether I can trust my team when I'm in the side lane, and not in the league, just to be clear, when I'm in solo queue. If I can trust my team not to fight without me, but I need the side lane, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to choose when those blast cones are things. I just go to side lane and then I'm back in a second or two.
You just hop. You travel like from bot to mid in like 3 seconds. It's crazy.
Exactly. It's like, is that the Tom Kench but the W bug? What?
It's a good thing Kiana's not played as much right now, because even before the blast cones were a thing, she was able to get from this corner to corner in like 10 seconds.
I mean, that's what happens when you can go over a wall on a 4-second cooldown.
I don't know. She goes faster than even Talon's able to. So.
I'll dispute that one, but not heavily. Man, Talon, for a champion that doesn't perform super well in high-level organized play, I love seeing Talon, and I think he's a very fun champion.
I don't know. I feel like he could work out in those situations. He's much more reliable to use in high-level play than like Zed, by far.
Well, especially if you go the Conqueror Gore Drinker build. Just because then you're actually useful in team fights if they peel properly.
Well, the thing is about Assassin, you don't need, like in organized play, you don't need that team fight power. You need the ability to make those picks. Like get the priority target that you need to take out and get out, because that's what it's all about whenever you pick an Assassin. Like when you see LeBlanc, she pops in, gets pokes on a target, but whenever she has the ability to do so, that target is always going to be the one that they need out of the fight.
And this is true, but I think the reason LeBlanc is picked more at that level than Talon is because LeBlanc, there's no animation for her getting back out. It's just instant. It's literally a blink. Whereas Talon can get CC'd on the way out, and then he's dead as well.
Yeah.
But I do agree that assassin talent is still useful. I just don't think at the highest level, I don't think that they give as much of a window to make the pick you need. So talent essentially becomes a pick that says, again, this is subjective. This is my opinion. I could be very wrong on this, but I think he becomes a pick that says, I'm actually waiting for you to make a mistake. Whereas LeBlanc, it's like, I can always force pressure, even if you don't really make a mistake. I can't, like, she won't want to 100 to 0 someone without them being where they shouldn't be. But she can always have that extra pressure because she doesn't have the cooldowns of the walls. She can always go back instantly. Again,
all right.
That's one person's opinion.
Okay, so Big Booty Men snagging Jinx and Ornn this time around, banning out Anivia, while Team gets Alistar.
However, Team does have red side, and I know that CLT really does like his counter pick. I think he's somewhat like me in that regard. Aphelios picked up by Team. That is, again, we have not seen the standard hyper aggression bot lane picks that we usually see from them. Usually you see something like Draven or Samira or Kalista, but it looks like they've been trying to scale harder because I think every game they played against Big Booty Men has gone a little bit later and has become more about a scaled team fight. So I actually respect the way they've drafted. And Wukong being picked up again by Big Booty Men. We'll see if they can make more work with that this time.
Picking Gragas for that last go there. So we've got the junglers clear out of the way at this point.
And that is the hard part about picking your top laner before the last rotation, or even before the, like, if you're not red side, because it allows you to be counterpicked without the ability to ban, and they've also given over counterpick to the mid lane. So they've lost both counterpicks on their solo laners.
Alright. First ban, second wave. Bel'Veth, of course.
Echo also going to be banned out by Team. Very understandable.
I'm not sure if Team were actually going to be picking Bel'Veth this game, however.
I wouldn't have been surprised one way or another.
Yeah.
Again, the Yone ban. I'm kind of surprised we don't see a Victor ban. I believe Coconuts has played a fair bit of Victor this season, especially when the Annie's not available.
And another Cassio ban.
Yeah, which is honestly
understandable.
warranted. Cassio is a very consistent damage
They're
dealer.
hovering it. Opting for Rumble.
Oh, you know why though, right?
Because he's a top laner that brutalizes.
No, Owls plays a mean Rumble jungle. You sound doubtful, but Owls pops off on Rumble. I'm just telling you that.
No,
if you go back,
I'm not being doubtful. I know the power of jungle Rumble. I've gone against one and it was pain.
But we see the Poppy instead, which honestly, into a Wukong, that's not bad. You can stuff him pretty hard as long as you can predict. However, if Wukong has the patience to wait out Poppy's anti-dash ability.
Okay. Big Booty Men scared me a bit with the Renata hover there because there's not enough hard engage on Team's side that I would have been very confident in a Renata pick. Like, sure, they have an Aphelios, but no. That they opted for the Milio, which I think is fair. Works very well with Jinx.
Hovering through a bunch of picks. It is the Victor. Okay, so we were right on that prediction. I'm curious as to what he's going to pick into that.
I think he's just tapping the random button to flex on his opponents at this point. Totally.
Well, I think he's doing that in response to them doing it to him. But I think it's... oh, right, but it's only one person controlling it. It's Pens controlling the the selection, so...
Oh, and he wants to show him how the Swain works this game.
They do go with the Swain. Okay. I think Swain into Victor...
It is dangerous because Victor is aggressive.
Well, here's the thing. I think Swain can survive the lane. No problem. I think Swain has a more impactful team fight hit. However, Victor just outscales. And the damage that Victor does in a team fight because his cooldowns are low is just kind of nutty. And so I think for that reason, I prefer the pick of Victor over Swain. I don't really see a world where Swain is the best counter pick for the team or for the lane. I don't think it's bad for the team fight, just to clarify.
Hmm.
But I think there's better options.
Yeah, Victor does have really good setup too, like his slow field in general. Going back to the whole animation lock things, because Swain has so many of those, Alistar has those. Gragas not so much, Poppy not so much. Kind of actually, if she wall slams someone, she'd pretty much be sentenced to the stun at that point.
That's
But
true.
otherwise, like, very strong ability, does provide him a lot of power in terms of that regards. But, you know, if Gragas ever swings down to mid, could be put in danger there.
Yeah, I imagine that they will likely try and have Gragas solo lane, like just split push.
I need to go to a safe playlist.
Playlist.
Yeah.
Stream music?
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding.
Just stuff in the
Oh.
background.
Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting that. Okay, that's why. Never mind. I was like, I don't hear it, but it's because I have the stream actually muted. Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I lost all train of thought there. But, oh yeah, the other thing I was going to mention too is Victor just has such short animations. Like his Q animation is very quick.
His E has no animation.
That you can continue to walk around while doing it. His W animation is, I think, the longest of all of his animations, and it's not even that long.
Yep.
Uh,
And his Q
so-
has a move speed, so eventually.
Yeah. So he doesn't really give a lot of opportunity. Like, if I'm Swain, because I play a fair bit of Swain, my goal is I wait for them to start an auto attack or a long animation, so to throw my claw, because that makes it harder to dodge because they have less time to move after the animation is finished. However, if you're Victor, sure, your auto attack animation isn't the best, but you're not you're picking a champion that doesn't give extra opportunities for that. So.
Like, let's say Swain, your Swain is anticipating on using his E at that moment. You just Q, get your move speed, you go in, he misses that, you're gonna bully him with some more, you get the follow-up auto, your
Well,
slow
and your shield
likely
is going to
goes
be
in.
enough to tank a lot of his Q as well.
Yeah,
right? So,
it'll usually block like around half of it early, maybe 75%. And then later on, it's just gonna block pretty much all of it. The cooldown on Swain's Q is a bit lower than Victor's Q, but if Victor does manage to squeeze a lead, it's gonna be rough.
yeah, Victor is one of those champions that I feel like people don't realize how bad he feels from behind, but they also don't realize how good he feels from ahead. And if you're even, you still feel fine.
Man, though, it's ridiculous how much power Victor's gotten ever since they reworked the way that his passive works. Because the initial attempt that they had at changing him to make him feel better didn't quite go so well, but ever since they took it out of his item slot and just gave it to him as his passive, and made it so minions can help him stack it even faster, instead of just him spending gold to actually buy the upgrades, it just
My
makes it
unpopular
insane.
opinion is I liked the old item that you had to buy.
It was
I
more
don't know
balanced.
what it is about it, but I liked it. I'm not saying it was better, but it's like, okay, I liked old Katarina better than new Katarina, even though it's objectively worse. But yeah, either way, I was gonna say, bot lane, we have two monster scalers with Jinx and Aphelios, and then the way the ports play into it, Melio has really good disengage for the Alistar if he looks aggressively.
Aphelios
who do you
early
give the
game
edge
is
to there?
also pretty strong. In terms of the bot lane matchup, you mean?
Yeah, I'm not a bot laner myself, and I think you said you're a support main, right? So
Yes. I feel for the Alistar. His armor base stat is really good, but there's a Milio, and his magic resist stat not nearly as good. And
what's the combination of the extra range for the Jinx rockets?
the passive.
Oh, did they change that? Did they change the way Melio works now? I can't remember.
No, they reduced the scaling of his passive, so it's not 50% of the target's AD anymore, just 35% now. But it's still magic damage.
35.
Yeah. It's still magic damage on a champion that basically deals physical damage exclusively, usually. So, it's a pretty big threat to the Alistar to stay healthy. Uh, however, on the flip side, Milio is very squishy. Jinx is very squishy. Both are completely immobile. However, Milio can easily disrupt Alistar. If he misses his Q, he can just back off. Alistar would have to pop a flash in order to get the knock up onto him in that case. Otherwise, the next like 8 seconds or so, it's going to be right back up, and they'll be back to square one for Team. In terms
So basically,
of
what I'm
attempting
hearing
to
then
engage.
is, if you're the Melio, your job is to not throw your Q first.
He can throw his Qs, he just needs to back off after if it misses. If it lands, then they get a lot of value out of it.
Okay, fair point. Fair point.
Unlike Rel, Alistar's engage relies fully on a targeted click, and
Yeah, which
because it's a
one of the
straight
few
line.
abilities that's targeted click that can still be dodged.
Yeah. Side note, they need to revert that change to Kiana, make it so that flashing away from her E can let you dodge it, because it's stupid that it doesn't. But apologies.
I thought it does.
No.
No, I thought they had changed it.
They changed it so even if you get out of the hitbox, it'll still hit you if you flash Kiana's E.
No, I thought they changed it. You don't even have to be out of the range of it, as long as initially, maybe they changed it again and I missed something somewhere down the line. But I know initially there was no dodging it at all. If it got channeled, you got hit by it.
Yep.
But there was a change that happened. I think it was a little more than a year ago now.
They did change it, so if you did like flash out or dash out of it, that it wouldn't damage you. But then they changed it back.
Okay, I missed the revert then. That makes sense.
They were like, hey, this champion that doesn't have to aim her skill shots is getting avoided her damage a lot, so let's put that back in. So she doesn't have to aim her skill shots again. And I'm not upset about it at all, I swear.
Yeah. Who would have thought that making champions with high mobility and high damage and high skill ceilings would be hard to balance? Akali, Kiana, Azir.
I mean, honestly, I never felt Azir was a big problem.
I don't think he's like on the same level, but I think he is almost never at a point where he's right on the median. I think he's always a little bit too weak or a little bit too strong. I don't think he's ever super far on one side.
So to me, like before Azir got that mega overhaul, from freaking whatnot, there's a very big difference between what makes Azir or what made Azir very strong and what makes champions like Akali or Sylas very strong. And that is,
absolutely.
If Azir messes anything up, everything is just gone. Like, if he misses his ult, he has no defense. If he mistimes the Shurima shuffle, then he's completely on his own. He has no other escape.
In that case.
Akali can dash 3 screens away for free.
But the one thing that does make them similar in terms of balance is they do not represent themselves consistently over different skill levels. Right? Do you know what I mean? Like, they don't have similar win rate. Like, Challenger Azir is always going to have a higher win rate than Gold Azir, in my opinion.
A big part of the reasoning for that, though, it lies largely in itemization and consistency. Where, I watched the, #1 Azir stream a couple of times, where he mentioned if you're behind as Azir, just build glass cannon. Because you're getting in, you're doing your burst, and then that's it. You're likely not going to survive at that point, so you might as well do what you can. Low-level players, they'll build defensive items at that point, and then they're still not going to be doing anything throughout the fight.
Because he takes a long time to scale anyways, and you're just delaying all of your damage. However, we are into the game. Both teams look like they did a 5-stack. There was no shenanigans early. Have a little bit of trading going on. Even with the grasp being traded over to Orange, that's still going to be advantage to Souls, as Gragas can just heal up with his abilities, his passive.
very, very engaging passive. Once every 8 seconds, use an ability heal up 2% or like 8% of your missing health. Or total health, actually, not even missing.
Oh, Fat Coconuts gets hit by, I believe that was the second claw attempted, but the first one that landed on him. Good trade back. However, I believe he took the worst end of it from minions.
Yep. However, Swain does have 2 stacks at 2 minutes. Level 2, upgrading to 3. Is he getting a 3rd stack?
Stay tuned to find out. After the break. I'm just kidding. Not quite going to land there. Respectful backstep.
Oh, you don't want to backstep.
Well, if you're at the range where he was, then you do, because that's the only way that that's a guaranteed dodge from the range that it was. But you're right. If you're staying in range, backstepping is the worst thing you could do.
Does avoid it that time, stepping off to the side successfully. Does land his laser. However, dangerous to use those lasers so quickly. He's already well below it, half mana. Mana management is a huge issue with Victor's early game.
He does have biscuits to help him out there. Yeah. However, that also I was gonna say it means he doesn't have mana flow, but that's not true at all. He doesn't have mana flow and presence of mind. He has probably one or the other. But
yep, just mana flow ban. He's running Transcendence alongside.
Well, there we go.
He does get
and
caught
there is
for
another
that
stack.
3rd stack. Yes. Oh, 4th actually. Where I missed one.
I believe W went off there as well.
Ah, see it.
However,
yeah,
Jack lead in for a gank. We could have a little bit of a 2v2. CLT tried to bait and successfully does so as Poppy is there. The Victor stun is going to be good. However, Poppy's getting first blood.
Yeah, Fat Coconuts got shifted to with the focus. Soul's coming down, lands the barrel, gets the Q from Alves as CLT finishes off with his Q for the kill.
That was a phenomenal roam by Souls, by the way. They do have to commit 3 flashes for that kill. Immediately gets grabbed by another stack. And CLT has red buff here, so he is chilling. Between the stacks and the red buff, he's just going to be regenning a lot. And he's already chunked Fat Coconuts down to about 2/3 of his HP.
Does not land the pull.
He's going to take a hard trade here.
Yep. Minions! Minions!
Wait, he's going to get him again.
Oh,
he's not. I didn't look. I thought that Fat Coconuts must have used his flash beforehand in the previous encounter, but obviously I was wrong.
He almost got whittled down by the minions and the red buff there. That would have been really bad. Does get caught, and he is going to die here. Yep.
Well, and that's one of the things I was saying about Victor. If you get behind, it's not a good time. And it looks like he's got himself behind. That's actually a fair bit of XP that he's going to be missing for that too. He's used his teleport as well, so he's going to miss this entire wave. And I
the wave is
believe
bouncing
the way the wave
back
crashes,
to CLT.
it's going to slow push back to CLT.
Yep.
Sorry if you just said that. Your voice cut out in my ears for a second there.
No, you're fine.
So either way, everywhere, relatively even CS across the board. Actually, Soul's up about half a wave, or about a wave actually, despite having roamed mid. However, his Gragas is terrifying, I will say.
It is a 300 gold lead on him as well. Very noticeable gold split right now. Already near a 2k gold lead on Team Team.
We're at 6 minutes.
Yep. Got that cannon. Let's see. How's this going to be going? Doesn't manage.
Let's dodge out on the E.
However, you see.
And then do have 6.
Whenever Fat Coconuts uses the E now, it's going to take more out of his mana bar than it's going to take out of CLT's health bar. Almost.
Well, not if he stays and tanks the minions like this.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that's the minions dealing the damage and not the laser itself.
Yep.
Ocean Dragon is the first Drake to spawn. If Big Booty Men grab that, then Fat Coconuts will have a much easier time in lane. Less mana issues, a little bit of regen. Certainly not going to hurt him, especially if there's not aggressive all-ins being taken. We do see Pens and Alves walking from base over to where the dragon is on the timer that the bot lane by Big Booty Men is looking to rotate up to the scuttle and potentially the dragon.
Alves was looking to take zone, but they decided not to take that engagement. Good idea.
Well, I think they realized they don't have the numbers for it at that point. It would be a 2v4 for a second.
They're starting the dragon.
I don't think they can finish it. Not confidently, at least.
That was weird. You be awesome.
Tattered in
Lands
the
a
comments
zap
there.
on
It
Big
is game
Average.
3. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
I missed what you said.
Nothing. Just a bit of poking there. As we watch this, try and figure out where the next play is going to be made here.
I imagine it's going to be the Dragon. Ocean Dragon is such an important early Drake in terms of Alves is not spotted there. He could look for a gank here. If he hugs that, okay, they'll catch him on the pink ward here. They will back off though, and that will mean priority for the bot lane.
See that?
However, that means
Pen's getting knocked back. It did seem like the knockback went through because the Q from Milio does have a channel time. He did get knocked back as a result. Both got knocked back. So as you can see, it's more so helpful disengage for Milio in that sort of neutral moment there.
Fat Coconut's just barely dodging the claw from Swain there. Will take a base himself. Likely has a bit of a purchase. Yeah, there's the Lost Chapter. That should help his mana a lot.
Yeah. Do Victors ever run Rod of Ages?
They can. I don't think that happens often. I believe Faker, when he was playing Victor, was running Rod of Ages some of the time. But you sacrifice so much damage if you go that route. And if you just look at the team comp, he is almost the entirety of the AP, besides the Melio passive with Jinx.
Yeah.
I would have liked, if CLT is going to stay there, I would have liked him to go for that plate. However, he doesn't have eyes on Wukong, so it's a respectful call to make not to step up for it, I suppose.
Stack number 15 right there.
Yeah, at 9 minutes, you're going to be pretty happy with that.
Gonna see this really quick. Just backing it up. What happened here?
I missed it entirely.
Got caught by Pens. Knocked up. Mega Average just shredding him with the
red-white
chakrams.
He may have known the little mantra saying red-white don't fight, but he may not have known that it applies to the person against the Aphelios, as he just got deleted by that.
Okay. CLT using his first teleport back, I think. I think he walked back.
That's a full Rod of Ages. He's not going for the pure damage build. Knowing that they have an AP Crocus, he doesn't have to carry the weight of all the AP. There's another stack for him. Actually, 2 stacks. Fat Coconuts does throw the trap down.
Does recast his ult for good measure. Fat Coconuts does have to flash. No E to come out following him, sadly for CLT. Does get out with his life.
Yeah, and good for him for doing so. The one thing I would have liked to see him improve there is he didn't press R on CLT again. It was stationary the whole time, meaning that CLT is still at almost the entirety of his health bar, whereas the ult could have been following him that entire time. And now he has to TP back. No flash, no ult. However, Deck Dude is circling around behind him, and Swain does not have ult. So CLT will most likely be going down here. Double ultimate from Deck Dude being landed. They're looking to give this kill over to Victor, I believe. Yeah, and that's going to be a shutdown.
That will help him, at least a bit. Honestly, CLT played that pretty well. Got some stacks out of that chase at the very least. Tried to extend as much as he could, but Soul's getting a good catch out from Coconuts.
Imagine if he landed that.
Oh, takes him out the barrel. Got the fight with Alves in them, but we got stuff going on bot. I'm going to replay that. See what happened there.
Mega Average going down here.
Alright, back it up again. Okay, so when Swain was killed...
Oh, alt threads the needle there.
Yep. You be awesome. Going in on Pens. He's heavily slowed down, however. Mega Average tries to turn, but he's kind of keeping a safe distance. Deck Dude coming in, killing Alistar on the back end of his ultimate as Jinx finishes off Aphelios under his tower.
Great patience to walk forward with those auto attacks there instead of using the Super Mega Death Rocket, because if you use the ult there, you give him a chance to sidestep it, and then you're not in range to keep autoing. Whereas if you just walk forward and auto, the pressure is on him to sidestep when you do ult. I was just gonna see you later.
Yep. Deciding to sacrifice, the Ocean Drake in favor of 3 plates for Souls and Elves. That is a good trade. You don't really want to contest that 2v3 situation there. Granted, Poppy did have ultimates, so they possibly tried for something, but they picked the safest route, which I am all for.
Yeah, pick the guaranteed play. If you have something similar to a 50-50, or you have something that's pretty guaranteed, why not take the guarantee?
Yep.
And honestly, they're still in a fine spot. They're still up 2,000 gold. They're not going to get hugely outscaled this game. Like, I do think they do get outscaled. The Milu helps with that as well as the Ornn, and I think Wukong outscales the Poppy as well. Not that I'm a jungle expert by any stretch, but...
So you see what's coming up, right? There do be a Mountain Drake coming up next. It's going to be massive. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a huge deciding factor, whoever can manage to squeeze
get
that.
all in by CLT, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think Victor can get out of this. The slows are just too much.
He bit off way more than he can chew there.
Yeah, one thing that CLT did really well there is he timed the slow from the recast of his ult into his W so that there was zero chance of a sidestep on that. Pen's looking aggressively onto 28, however. That being said, they are going to look for a disengage. Actually, that trade goes a bit the way of Big Booty Men. Jinx, however, is completely out of mana. Not even enough, I believe, for one rocket auto attack. So they will look to take a reset here. Backs up further, seeing that Pens is actually stepping forward to look to stop that. And they do stop 28's reset, get him down to about half HP. I don't think they'll be able to do more than that, though. However, that likely means a plate or two.
Yep. And Meg average, let's see, he's on purple and green right now, so he won't have chakrams coming up at the very least. That's the saving grace. Assuming he's been managing his guns properly, which
actually Deck Dude could tap down and try and deny the second plate here, and it looks like that's what he's going to do. He should get spotted up by the minions. And I don't know if he can take that in a 1v2, but he does successfully dissuade the second plate.
It is a Wukong with a Divine Sunder, so I would have faith in him on a 1v2.
That's true. There's definitely a possibility. However, we have both ults from Pens and Meg Average at the ready.
Fat Coconuts being...
Alves is behind Fat Coconuts. I don't know if
that's a level 8 Poppy.
Matters. It does matter. It matters just enough that Alves is not going to continue to go forwards. Actually, good poke. That is a Leandry's completed by Fat Coconuts there as well, which will help him out a lot. And he's got Deck Dude waiting in the wings. However, Pens spots him out. Fat Coconut's going to rotate. Pens is going to actually use him to make his own escape.
Be careful, Coconuts.
Ultimate pause by CLT. Pens should die here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super Mega Death Rocket lands on the CLT, knocking him insanely low.
That was... Wow. I didn't think that CLT was going to get that low, actually, but he does. UB Awesome also slayed Meg Average in the bot lane somewhere there. Without the use of his ultimate. I wonder if that ultimate was intentional, actually, towards the mid lane, or if it was aimed at Meg there somehow. I imagine it was intentional. Yeah,
yep, that was 100% intentional. Missed
so
the zap
he goes
here.
under his own tower then, without ultimate.
Oh, that's why. Puts the traps there, lands the second zap.
Ooh. Them crits too.
Yeah, Kraken Slayer on Jinx. Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
You know, that's the champion they nerfed for 4 AD at level 18. Ooh.
Flash forward by
28
actually does pick up CLT in the mid there.
Does run away.
28 flashes out. And this, just like that, this game is almost back to even. 700 gold lead, down from what was only a handful of minutes ago, 4,000, I believe is what it was.
Oh my,
so.
Milio healing is much more than I expect. Like, I just had to peek the numbers there because I've still yet to play him. 350 at high rank, not bad.
No, not at all. That's nothing to laugh about.
Especially since he synchronizes with enchanter items extremely well, the healing, shielding boosts. That explains, you know.
The Vandal Glass Mirror.
Why? I don't think Vandal Glass has shield boost. Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It's just everything that it builds into does.
Yeah, the other component that it generally pairs with. Ishrelia doesn't provide it either. I forget what the item is.
The idol
called,
provides it, right?
Yes.
Forbidden idol. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Ooh, something
My
happening
experience with
down
those
here.
items is limited solely to ARAM. So. And mostly when I play Ivern.
Understandable. All right.
Yeah.
Olives is just sitting down
I was
here.
going for a bit of countering jungling.
Oh, that's going for the engage. 28, not quite pinned down by Olives' charge. However, Mega Average misses his ultimate
Again.
as UB
That's gonna be the
Awesome is
third
taken
time.
out. Pens getting low flashes away. Alves comes back in. Pens
And
taken
Fat
out,
Coconut's with the
getting
teleport
UB
behind.
Awesome excited. And yeah,
Flash from UB Awesome.
Fat Coconut's a
Jesus,
bit
dude.
afraid over here, getting run down. Mega Average getting nuked. Down to 200 health.
This is the summoner
Will the
heal gonna
focus
help
be
out a lot.
shifted?
Oh, the
UB
claw
Awesome
misses. That's
getting
actually
range.
massive. If that claw lands, they get the shut on UB Awesome. 100%. But as it
CLT,
is, CLT is
double
gonna go
kill
down
on
instead.
deck, dude.
And that's
That
a 4 for
was,
1.
yeah, that was crazy. Fat Coconut sure bit off a bit more than he can chew, but I guess he served as a suitable distraction while everyone else got taken out around him.
And that's even Dragon number 2. And
Or
it's
the
also
Poppy
an
got
on-break.
isolated more so.
Okay, so a couple things happened there. The Poppy didn't quite hit the wall.
Mm-hmm.
So that means Meteor just gets out.
Yep. No stun
the
on
Swain
him,
Claw
which is huge.
just missed UB Awesome, which means UB Awesome gets out. Like they were just. It was
So many
it was
just
so
barely.
close to going a lot more even. However, well played, good positioning, a great proactive teleport or reactive, really quickly reactive teleport by Fat Coconuts to make sure that Pens can't escape with his life there. And like you said, does bite off a little more than he can chew after the fact. However, that leads to his team just wiping most of Team off of the map.
Yep.
And actually, this Scuttle, nope, Alves does
steal.
smite that.
Yep.
For a second, I thought that deck dude smited that away from him. And now Alves is looking aggressively. He's 2 levels down. I don't know if this is a fight he should be taking. He does have his teammates nearby, though, and does stun on. It is not the clone, and that's going to be a shutdown
Jeez.
going through CLT on the Swain. He
Yo, what
has
is that
opted into
cooldown?
what looks like he's building his own Hourglass.
Wait.
So-
Heroic Charge is a 9-second cooldown. Why did it look like Poppy stunned him like twice there?
Because I think Wukong tried to dash away with the clone, but oh no, because he never did clone.
Yep.
I don't know then. Maybe you were seeing the recast on the claw, perhaps. I don't know what else it could have been.
I have no clue.
Either way, that should be a Rift Herald going over to the side of Team, which could put that gold back in their pockets. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be contested by Liquidity Men here.
So taking
Orange
a
was
peek
having
at
a
the
little
gold.
peek for a second, but
Victor's been catching up to Swain quite well, which is really good
yeah.
for Big
Well, he's
Booty
got
Men.
himself some shutdowns under his belt there too.
Yeah, there was that 500 shutdown, huge, or was it 450? I don't know, one or the
I
other.
believe it was 450, but either way, there's a 5 and a 0 in it.
So top lane, yeah, Gragas has a 2k gold lead. Not surprising, but all Ornn really needs is levels at this point. He's nearing 13, or he's at 13, nearing the point where he can give his team a substantial power spike, which is exactly what they want. Jinx, meanwhile, about 1,000 gold lead onto Aphelios. Wukong also fairly well in front of the Poppy. However, as you saw, that Poppy damage with just Iceborne Gauntlet is pretty insane just by itself.
Yeah, it was kind of nuts. It was a lot more than I expected. I mean, the Poppy Cinder is definitely going to help too because he was spooking the Wukong the entire time. But in terms of Joker Bruce, first, Q auto attack. Pretty good.
Right. Let's take a peek at the vision. They have no idea that Poppy and Swain are rounding up the side. They did see the vision Scryer orb there, so they did
Got
have
popped
an
it.
inkling that someone was over there.
Vision going to be taken back a little bit for the side of Team. Dragon isn't up for 2 minutes, so it's not terribly important in terms of neutral objective. However, it will allow them to move around the map a little more freely.
That Coconut's
And the fact
avoiding
that
the
they have
W.
that mid-fair gone is pretty big.
Ooh! Ah, no
Good route.
follow-up.
No. Plus, that's a pretty fed Jinx coming back. Got the runouts completed as well. You don't really want to force a fight into that if you don't have to at this point.
Yeah.
At least not where you're running straight into them. Just clearing out some more vision. Alps could be caught here potentially. Deck Dude jumping forward with the ultimate.
All
however,
will get away.
Yeah,
Maybe?
not a significant issue. Yeah, last one's there.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big commit without a lot of payoff, actually. Because
No.
now Wukong doesn't have his ultimate. It's going to be really hard for them to look for a fight that's more than just poke.
And it
Souls
looks
may
like-
look at TP.
it
He
looks
doesn't have a
like-
good flank ward, though, unfortunately.
Ornn actually used his flash to get away from Gragas from some sort of scuttle up top, or scuffle up top. So that's not a huge cooldown, but it does render him a bit more vulnerable should Team decide to take advantage of that, because he's not one much for escapes. At least he does have a tower there to protect him with. But
that being said, at the end of the day, he is also Ornn with Abyssal Mask and the Aegis of Legions, I think it's called. So he shouldn't be in any real threat, at least in the 1v1 at this point. Something to note too, for future team fights, Souls has a stopwatch sitting in his inventory, and CLT has a completed Zhonya's Hourglass. So there's a lot of bait tools on the side of Team, if they can use those effectively. And with Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, they might just look to do that here.
Alright, as Meg Average starts helping with ward clearing, something every AD carry should do, but sadly not everyone does.
Something every player should do, quite frankly.
Yeah, but AD carries specifically, just saying.
And look at this, 3 pink wards on each inventory. That's what I like to see.
Absolutely.
And looking forward pretty aggressively. Does back out before things go south for him. This will be spotted. It is on a ward, and we do have a TP coming in from Ornn. I don't think they noticed it. That's the Ornn horn. That's a really big flank. That's
gets the knock-up on the CLT and Pens. Fight going in, Poppy knocks out Wukong. CLT moving into their into Big Booty Men. Barrel knocking away 28. UB Awesome getting singled out. Olive's chasing him down. However, they do manage to get out. 28 barely surviving. Thankfully, there's no Leandries on the Swain. Deck Dude, however, he's inside the fight alone. Does get a kill onto CTV. Pen's also taken down by Deck Dude. Meg Average trying to turn it over. Gets the kill on Deck Dude. But he's Gale forced to do so.
2 for 2, actually, I believe.
Yep. And
wow, okay.
Ornn is going to be melted here. No flash used by the Aphelios. Jinx flash down. Milio flash down. That is going to be a Chemtech going to Team at this point. There is no way for them to turn that unless Jinx has Megadeth Rocket, which she does not.
No. And Victor does have the teleport, but do you really want to teleport into that at that point once your teammates are low and there's no cooldowns left? I'm guessing not.
Depends who you're asking.
Well, in this case, it seems like Fat Coconut's agreed with me, as he did not press that key and go into what was likely certain death.
Man, both teams handled that pretty well. It's honestly a bit surprising that UB Awesome managed to survive as much as they did, as well as 28, barely scraping by with less than 100 health after that Swain W nicking him.
And then Wukong actually baiting people back into the range of UB Awesome, who was too low to fight on her own terms. However, if you're chasing someone else and you're not aware that UB Awesome is running back into the fight because you think Jinx is low, she can't fight anymore. Well, and that's how she got herself another. I believe Wukong got one from that, and UB Awesome I think also got another one from that. So
health is a resource. If you have more,
really
than
good
zero,
if you have more, sorry.
If you have more health than 1 and then 0, you're good. So long as you have something to play around. Work
That's
that
true.
pocket.
If you're alive, you can kill someone. Sometimes if you're dead, you can kill someone. I don't think Jinx fits that category though.
Alright, 28 hitting caught out.
1 horn channels, but 28 is gone already. So Poppycopter not quite going to land onto UB Awesome.
That was a Swain flash committed towards that Milio pick. Nope.
Yeah, and that is a very important cooldown, especially because CLT does not have Ghost this game.
Also, that was a Alistar ult for... Oh wait, he's really low, so yeah, that Alistar ult is fine, I was gonna say. But yeah, Poppy Ultimate also used.
I believe Alistar was actually just tanking Jinx rockets that whole time. Al's fighting pretty hard for this ward, gonna commit for it, however... Nope, never mind. Not quite gonna get trapped there. And that's Victor all committed as well. So Alves is a little bit low. However...
Soul's coming in from the side. Does not see that he got spotted out on his way over, but they did see him move up, at least, with the waves, so they can suspect something.
Wisely, what they're doing is they're heading up towards the Baron, saying, you know what, we're not going to fight you where we know that you have people sitting out of vision on us. We're actually just going to go and force you to come into us. And that's going to be the teleport challenge.
Yeah, you don't want to continue this. At the very least, they took teleport off of the Gragas, so they can maybe take something off of this.
And they do have teleport on the Victor, and Orange will be coming up shortly.
Yep. Team does get the Scuttle Crab, giving themselves a bit of solace in terms of vision control around that important objective.
And looking to see if they can take more. However, Blue going to be secured by Big Booty Man without too much issue. CLT going to shove in that mid wave as Alves and Pens are looking to zone off most of Big Booty Man. However, may have bitten off a little too much.
He got completely melted as
goes on
Pens. Oh, that was amazing Aphelios ult, but Pens
sorry.
is getting melted because no one else is there to help him out within his ultimate, so they choose to back off.
That might be the Baron, actually, as Alves is dead.
I'm not so sure, because Swain is strong. They have an Aphelios, they have Gragas. They have a lot of power to work around. Gragas flashes in with the barrel, however, misses, gets absolutely picked. Swain pulls in the Ornn, uses Zanya's. Deck Dude's clone killed, followed by Deck Dude himself, as well as Ornn. Coconuts does get out alive. Meg Average gets outranged by UB Awesome for the ace and the shutdown, going to Victor.
Wow. Good patience. Big Booty Men have been playing very well around UB Awesome. They've been doing a great job protecting her, making sure, and this is also part of UB Awesome's position. Not allowing herself to be picked. Oh wait, Owls might get picked here.
If Owls does get picked, ooh, Pens getting picked is just as good. Not very low, dies to the burn. As Olive's also gets picked, this opens up the Baron if they so choose. Victor going back, he does have teleport. UB Awesome low on mana, but there is a fruit there for as the teleport comes in from the Victor. Wukong and Wukong is making his way over. No, that's a teleport from the Ornn. Victor just gonna be walking his way back, holding on to that summoner spell. Gragas
has ult again.
I mean, there's no smite. They're fine. This ain't a 50-50 at this point.
Actually, yeah, you're absolutely right. And with the respawn coming in from Wukong already, there's no chance. Well, honestly, Gragas Q ult combo could actually outsmite the Gunter.
Does get the smite off at 600 health.
That was so close.
Chemtech Dragon is up. Meg Average and CLT are looking to take that in exchange, looking for a second Chemtech Dragon onto a Swain. However, you see Big Booty Men working their way down to the Dragon, but I don't think they're going to get there fast enough because Poppy is not even there yet, but it won't matter because Aphelios exists with chakrams.
Exactly. He has the right guns for it quickly. And I said red-white in the last fight. I was incorrect. That was blue-purple. But the ult combo, my goodness. I believe his ult killed Melio by itself.
Wouldn't be surprised. They were all 5 stacked up.
And people say that ADCs don't have burst. Come on.
Yeah. Aphelios is one of the most bursty AD carries out there, to be fair.
He is. This is true. But, yeah. I'm just trying to prove my biased point.
Yeah. Everyone knows the AD carry is the most overpowered role in the game. We can all agree on that.
I mean, didn't Guapo say that?
Yeah.
It was Sven. Sven said it. And if Sven says it, it must be true.
Sven plays AD carry and support, if I recall, yeah?
Yeah, he's playing support now. I believe he played AD carry in previous seasons. However, we got a siege of the mid turret. Alva's going to come and help protect. It's just the one Baron up cannon.
CLT does get zapped. Man, that powered cannon minion taking a while to go down. Victor's pushing up the top lane over there, so they're going to have to sacrifice something or decide to fight. CLT deciding to fight. Horn coming in for the disengage. Gets everyone except for Aphelios and Poppy. CLT's still alive. Zanya's up. Pops it. Healing so much health, but that's not going to matter because there is a Jinx.
Poppy. That's a double kill going over to the Jinx as well.
Yup.
They need to get that shutdown. Jinx hasn't died. It's worth 1,000 gold right now. If they can get that onto either the Aphelios
110 gold going to everyone's pocket. They could rotate over top side. That is more value inside that top tower than this mid base tower. Significantly more gold value, but it does open it up. Alright, so they do take that tower.
Xclash not going to be committed by the Pens there.
Are still 2
and they're
down.
going to get the inhibitor anyways.
Yep. Move over to top side, please! And they will get that gold. Oh, this is looking really good for Big Booty Man.
And this is coming off the back of what happened as a very staggered fight. It looked like Team T had a couple of deaths and continued to fight because they know what's at stake, right? The Baron's at stake. This is a bracket reset if they lose this.
Yep.
And so they didn't want to give up that Baron, and understandably so. But what happened is then you're committing fights at a numbers disadvantage on repeat. And yes, cooldowns have been used. Health bars have been lowered on the side of Big Booty Men, but you're also further behind at that point of the game, I think. So it's just a not great situation that becomes a much worse situation. 14 team specifically.
Actually, just check. Oh wait, you already answered Tower Pages earlier. Got it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. That's when I interrupted you and I didn't hear what you said.
Okay. So looks like Team taking their way, clearing out what vision they can. However, one ward seems to have avoided their grasp.
It's elusive, that's for sure.
Yep, Big Booty Man
Baron will time out.
the bot. However, it seems like this tower may be free because there are still 3 sitting in the mid lane. They are starting to work their way over, but I don't think they will get there in time to make good use of this rotation. They will just have to back off.
This tower is just gone.
Yep.
They could potentially look for a punish. Ken's potentially looking for an angle over the wall. Not going to commit though.
160 gold into everyone's pocket. Man, those inner towers are such huge value. Anytime you have a chance to take them out, it's just insane value for your team. Or yourself, if you take it alone. That's like almost a full item component.
Whatever, like, if I ever get a side lane tier 2 for myself, it feels so good. It's like, yeah, I'm rich now. Alright, however, we got fighting breaking out. Alv's not quite getting the stun on stack open.
You'd be awesome.
Ult to be channeled. Dexter is climbing a large ult, followed by the Oran Horn. Jinx is just going nuts at this point in the game. Alv should be falling shortly to the grave. Meg Average also going to be taken down as I believe Jinx committed. Oh no, she did not flash forward, pardon me. Victor flashed forward, but Jinx still got the double kill there. And Souls is the last one alive here.
Dekdu's trying to knock him low enough on the retreat, but you know, he's got a base right there. He can go full heal whenever he wants.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do here, they're not committing for the bottom inhibitor because they're just trying to make sure that they have ways to take these turrets here. And they have supers, so they can't. Souls can't clear that in time, and that should just be the game.
Yep.
As you can see, that ultimate does literally 0 damage to Wagner at this point of the game.
Man, during that last fight, Souls tried to ult UB Awesome into his team, but it wasn't quite enough. As they did get knocked to half health, but it was really darn close. That goes 2-1 for Big Booty Men, resetting the bracket, and we are now in the grand finals. And, hold on, let me check.
And I will be able to stay on for a little bit, but I do have to get up in the morning, so I won't be able to probably stay for unless it's a quick 2 games. I likely will have to dip before the end of the series.
Okay.
But I'll stick around as long as I can for you. One thing I would like to see, I'm going to point fingers at one specific player a little bit for the past game. And I think I can get away with that because he's my brother. But Pens died a lot relatively unanswered last game.
Yeah.
And I think he was just trying to force aggression on plays that were not necessarily bad looks. I think he was trying to push for them a little harder than he should have without waiting for proper setup, without having maybe knowledge of where some of the enemy teammates were, or without his own team being quite close enough by. And not to rag on him too hard, but I would like to see him just be a little bit more patient on his playmaking.
All right, and it looks like they will be starting right away.
Alrighty. As they get that started up, I'm gonna take a quick run to the restroom, and I'll be back shortly.
Gotcha. Regarding the Milio gameplay, not gonna lie, wasn't able to notice too much from it. I apologize. It's just there was so much other stuff going on there that it's hard to keep track. I did see some of the early things, you know, sharing knockbacks with the Alistar headbutting there. We'll go and say, though, regarding the moments that Pens was kind of singled out, I understand as an engaged support There are some moments when you really want to help your teammates. And those were those situations why such things had happened. Hold on, let me change the source so you're not looking at a black screen here. So yeah, I understand that. You want to keep your teammate alive. However, on a few of those instances, it seemed like the rest of his team wanted to give up on the play. So it was oftentimes trading like two for nothing in some of those instances, which is always sad. But you know, you see these openings. Sadly, on a champion like Alistar, you don't have as much damage as a lot of other champions have. So because of that, especially if you don't buy any AP items, and Alistar actually does work pretty alright with AP items at the moment, like Everfrost and whatnot, thanks to the massively boosted AP ratios they provided him, like 90% or so. It does make you think that you can do more than you actually can, and it also does hurt when like the enemy team does have counter engage to you, which Ornn helps out with a lot. Wukong helps out with a lot. It's a really tough situation for you at that point, and also the fact that you're going Alistar into Wukong, it's very hard to peel for your champions at that point. So at times it feels like there's not really much you can do because of all the circumstances surrounding you. So can't like put him entirely at blame for a lot of those things. It's just, you know, it is what it is. It's a very tough matchup. You did what you could, and sadly it didn't go out your way. But there is another chance to redeem yourselves here. In these here grand finals coming on up. And regarding the Wukong, the early game was rough. Very rough, especially when Poppy nearly solo killed you around the bend, just outside of your outer turret in their mid. Before Swain strided over to pick you up a bit. But otherwise, the picks that you got on her later on, except for the one where she just W'd and got away over the blast cone, made quite a difference in the ability for your team to actually snowball the end there. It opened up the play towards Baron. It opened up the 3-man kill there, basically baiting the Aphelios Gragas and Swain to attempt to take that fight, which went poorly, as was seen. And then you also played it smart because, or your team also played it smart because they didn't immediately begin after that. They waited for everyone to get into a better position before they could start, and it, in turn, put more pressure onto the enemy. It was very well played. Commend to you all, big booty men. As we can see, the Swain is a bit hard to pull off in these situations. The start from names.
CLT?
Yes, the start from CLT was quite good there. But sadly wasn't able to seal it.
And what helped there was that Fat Coconuts, Deck Dude was very intentional about giving that shutdown back to Fat Coconuts to get him back in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that very much salvaged that lane. That with the early Ocean Drake in combination.
All those bounties that went to Fat Coconuts just paid in so hard. As you can see, he was falling behind so much early on, came back, and he's almost equal damage to Jinx in the end.
Yeah, it was kind of nuts. I should clarify one thing. I think I was maybe just a little bit unfair to Pence to say that bit about him without clarifying that he also did have some really good looks and had some engages that actually were really good. But I think I should clarify that it wasn't all of the looks that he had, but there were definitely some moments where I think he pulled the trigger a little too quickly.
Yep. Those are the things that we learned from.
Exactly. That's what makes us better players.
Especially when you're gauge support. If you can look back, contemplate the situation, learn how you play around it in the future, your engages will be better.
Yeah, and that's what we're here for. We're here to tell you what you guys did wrong.
Yes. No, that's my job.
Well, Hey, it's part of both what we, it's part of what we do. But I think beauty of having a stream going is you get to look back and see other people's opinions, whether you agree with them or not. At least you get other insights into it, and you can take what you want from that. I'm pretty sure most of the players in the league actually do watch back the streams of when they play.
Okay.
So yeah,
I will say
I'm really looking forward to this next series. By the way,
I haven't seen too many situations where I felt like the itemization was misguided, so there has been notable improvements on that front, I feel, over some of the games that I saw earlier in the series.
I've been actually really impressed with most of the itemization. I don't know if I agree with Swain going Rod of Ages there. I think the idea was right in terms of like you want Swain to survive it as long as you can and be a bit of a bait. And especially because you have full AP Gragas there, maybe you don't think you need the extra damage. But I think maybe, yeah, as we saw, Swain just got outscaled in terms of damage, and because of that, even the fact that he was living so long in the front line, he wasn't able to pump out much effective damage by the end of that game, I don't think.
What I think, and this might be controversial what I'm going to say, is that I believe that maybe the Rylai's was probably the wrong route there. Because you're going to be fighting a team that's going to be brawling anyways. A lot of the time those fights were going on, there weren't people trying to get out of his ult. So there wasn't much chasing going on. Should he have opted for like a Demonic Embrace or something, his power would have been notably higher. Which could have done some work in that. Because at a point, like Victor has move speed. Yeah. Victor has move speed to get out. If Jinx gets excited, she has move speed to get out. And it's hard for him to catch up to them anyways. It's not like he has.
It's hard for him to get onto them through that team anyways.
Yeah. So maybe opting for that little extra power, you still get the survivability, but because, you know, Swain is basically the mage form of Scion and has infinite health scaling, potentially, in the same manner, he can make really good use out of Demonic Embrace. Compounding that with like Rod of Ages, I'm personally very fine with because he does use a lot of mana. You do need that.
Typically, I am. I think in this case it may have been better to go with the Leandries because there were a few times where people got out on just an inkling of health, where I don't think Swain was in danger of dying, especially not before the mid game. Well, no, there was one moment, but I don't think he'd even completed Rod at that point. But I don't think he was in danger of dying, so I don't think the Rod affected the early game too much, besides mana. But if you have Lost Chapter, that's going to help anyways. And there were just a couple moments where he would have secured the kill if he had just either a little bit more AP or that burn. So in that case, the Demonic would help too. But yeah.
Also, another actual small consideration to note. Should you actually want that Eternity passive, Abyssal Mask is an option for now.
That's true.
And
That's
it doesn't
true.
work badly with Swain either, because you are in the middle of everyone. It will basically make it so Victor doesn't really do all that much damage to you, but Jinx is still an issue at that point. Wukong will still be an issue.
And I think Jinx was the main issue for the majority of that game.
Especially later on when Ornn got the item upgrade for her.
Yeah, especially then. The other thing too, if you go the Abyssal Mask route, it does significantly slow down your spikes on when you have your damage spikes specifically. Obviously not your ability to survive. That's definitely helped greatly by it. But
you do have that extra magic pen filtered into there, which does kind of counteract
which will help
some
for the
of it.
Gragas as well.
Yes.
So yeah, maybe you're onto something there. I'll hold my judgment on that matter in its entirety for now. Maybe if I see a Swain run that, I'll let you know how it goes. But yeah, it looks like we're about to get into draft soon. So everyone, buckle up. Whereas Samuel L. Jackson once said, "Hold on to your butts." We're about to get into it. Adaptations. What would you like to see differently? Jinx has been picked, I believe, every game so far, right?
Ornn is probably going to get banned. And the ban is very likely going to be be forced onto onto Team to take because they are on red side. Otherwise,
wasn't first pick though, was he? Oh yeah,
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
Yeah, so
But every
they
game
might
that's
not.
won thus far has had an Ornn. It is extremely
true.
high value when they're playing for these late games.
But if you leave the Jinx up, then it's almost guaranteed that Big Booty Men will go for it, especially now that they've seen that Team has one in their pocket.
We'll see.
There's the Anivia ban again, out of respect.
But what is a
that
Jinx
they still are
without the
banning
Ornn?
ADCs.
Wait, what?
I guess they just. Sorry?
It's an Aurelion Soul.
No, that's a hover. That's a hover.
Okay.
Yeah, Pens is trolling you. Lilia ban. I do like that. Likely will be the see. There's the Jinx pickup again. We could see Ornn here. I don't think that would be a bad thing. So.
All right, Rakan with the Jarvan going in for the hard dives right now.
Oh,
Answered
man.
hovering bard. I know that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're doing that in response to Pens. So, yeah, this is okay. I think Team might be going back to their roots of we're just gonna try and run over the bot as hard as we can. I think that's what they're
there
doing.
is the Ornn again.
They gave them Jinx and Ornn. That's the problem that I have with what they've done here.
Yep. What I said, they have to ban Ornn. They decided that they didn't want to take that ban and opted for Lilia instead, and we'll see how that goes for them.
Well, I think they. I know that Souls is comfortable playing into Ornn, but it's not a matter of the lane. It's a matter of the team fight, and they are going to grab the Milio again.
Not
who
a
I
fan
think
of the
does work well
Milio pick
into-
there.
No.
No.
I guess.
So
I think in lane
Jarvan's
it's fine.
flag
I
and
think in
drag.
the team fight it might not. Oh, the Samira again. So yeah, this is. We're right back into what they used to do.
Jarvan's flag and drag does not get stopped by Milio Q, from what I
Does it
understand.
not?
At the
I know
very
that-
least, I've never been able to pull Jarvan out of a flag and drag on Rel with any of her abilities.
I know that Thresh Flay does stop it,
Okay.
but I think it depends on when you do it.
Uh,
I think there's a window where it doesn't stop and there's a window where it does. I believe. I think it's similar to like, you know how Galio E can go through Nami's ult, but only on specific timings of it? I think it's like that.
I have knocked up a Galio with Rel's crash down, however, while he was in E.
Yeah, I think if he's going forwards, it will stop him. I think if he's not yet going forwards, it won't. My understanding.
Still, though,
Unless he hits you. If he hits you, then it stops it.
I have
But-
flipped Jarvan's. I have attempted to flip Jarvan's out of that so many times, and it's never worked out for me. But oh
I
well.
think it has to. Okay, yeah. Just to clarify, I think it has to be after he's already moving. But I could be incorrect on that.
I done
We're
that.
We're
Yeah.
seeing very similar bans. We do see the Gragas ban at this game. I guess
Gragas,
they didn't like-
Anivia, and Cassio all out. Oh, singed!
Oh, he does have a singe, by the way.
Oh
He does have a
boy.
singe. That is real.
Is that mid or top?
No, I'm pretty sure that's top. I have played against Souls Singed. I've done some 5v5s with them, and it is terrifying.
It would have been very funny to see CRT on singed mid.
Oh man, if CLT plays Singed mid, I don't know if I can talk to him anymore. And that is the victory again. That's to be expected.
So they're
CLT
just
will have
running
counter
it back
pick here.
so far for Big Booty Man.
Well, and why not? It worked really well for them,
So-
especially once they had that one split fight.
Wukong would be a good option here. Poppy would even be a good option, I think.
I think they might go. Yeah, there's the Wukong hovered, and that is locked.
So this is difficult, right? Because Team has Samira, and the only reliable crowd control against that right now is Wukong. Milio's not reliable. Very
No.
easy to avoid.
Ornn is somewhat reliable, but it takes time.
And Samira can pop it.
That's also true.
Victor is probably the most reliable after Wukong, to be perfectly frank.
Well, actually, he can stop her ult, because his ult, Victor ult stops channels. On cast. So if he holds his ult for Samira ult, he can actually just stop her ult immediately. It's like a Kassadin Q.
For who?
For Victor, his ult stops.
Oh yeah. Does it,
So
it does work against Samira?
yes.
Okay.
You can't like alt and then she ults and it'll stop it. It only stops it if you cast it
Yeah,
onto someone.
The interrupt, yeah.
Yeah, I've done it to playing against Katarinas, and it's really funny because they just tend to stand there very confused as to why they're not ulting anymore.
Yeah. Funny things.
It's an interaction that a lot of people at Golden Lord don't really think about.
Was watching Cat Evolved the other day because they're actually fun to watch. And
Katarina mains? Yeah, they're
Cat
a
Evolved.
breed, honestly.
The Cat or they're not OTP. They are a very good mid laner with a lot of different champions, but the best Cat player that, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, in terms of ranks too. I think they made Challenger in Korea at one point.
Yeah,
on a
they're also currently Challenger Korea. They went on another trip over there and whatnot, and they were talking about the Katarina matchup versus Victor and how at a point you really can't do anything against it because, you know,
if he holds
he
alt,
presses ult onto you. Yeah, you're done.
So you basically have to win without ulting, which is not easy to do as Katarina.
With the Divine Sunder Blade setup, not too bad, but when you are against better players, especially those in very high level,
if they know how to punish in space properly, right?
Yeah.
Like, and the early game against Victor as Cat is so difficult. I do like this Aurelion Soul pickup. I think it does well in terms, like, you can still build the Rod of Ages and be somewhat beefy. You're not going to have the same early pressure, I don't think. But you will have a much better output in the later team fights, I think. Assuming that you can space correctly.
I know why Aurelion Soul is there. You know why? It's because the rest of the team is hard early game focused. They're going to prioritize bots so hard, and Aurelion Soul is fail-safe. Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I like about it too, right? Because you're not but Swain, if you use Swain here, you don't have that. You don't have that late game damage from your mid laner.
I'm just saying, I don't like the time bomb.
That's fair. I think it's good into the comp because he still offers stuff in the mid game. His ultimate is very good with Rakan and Jarvan.
I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying.
You're just saying you don't like it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's completely valid. But yeah, and from what I've seen, he does play Aurelion Soul very effectively. He's solid at knowing when he can step up and when he can't. So I'll be interested to see if they're able to successfully punish that and keep that late game scaling at bay, or if he's going to get a lot of early stacks. Plus, how are they going to deal with Singed? Singed, a champion that loves proxy farming. Honestly, I think Souls might pull it off. So.
They'll just shut him down with CC. That's something you can do to Singed, right?
But here's the thing about Singed. And, okay, if you're playing a bot side focused game, right? Mm-hmm. And you have agency. In fact, you have a responsibility at that point to proxy farm as Singed. You know why? Because it forces the enemy jungler top.
Yep.
Or the mid laner. And if they are top, you will see it because they're coming to kill you, which means you can make things happen in the bot lane.
Not only that, but you're going to starve Ornn of progress because he will have to choose between interacting with Singed or taking his wave. And if he takes his wave, he's going to lose health, which will whittle him down for Singed to come right on over and clean him up if needed. Or Jarvan to sweep by with him, or a Soul even, because magic damage.
Yep. And now, the one thing if I am Big Booty Men, there is one rule that I need to follow this game. There's more than one, but there's especially one. Any guesses? What is
for
rule
Big Booty
number 1 of League of Legends?
Chase Singed.
Don't chase Singed. There's a very key word there. Do not chase Singed. Because that is what he wants you to do. It doesn't... If you kill him quick, great. That's a success. Chances are you're not going to kill Singed quickly. And even if you do kill him eventually, if he wastes your time, he's happy.
You say
that
if you kill him quick.
Role.
So remember, a thing Singed does, not only does he divert resources to the lane that he's proxying if he does, but if you use things to take out Singed, that means you can't use those things for his team that is coming on to you.
Exactly.
So Like,
and
even
that quote,
targeting the Singed is bad, but you have to target the Singed. But he, like, a good Singed player, knows their limits. They will get to a health that makes you want to engage onto him, and then he will string you along as far as he can, while his team takes out what you're not able to pay attention to.
Yep. And if I can quote, if you do commit to Singed, let me quote him for 1 second. Doesn't lie to you. Like, this is what he wants you to do. So, yeah, I really like his pick. I think it throws a big wrench in the game here. I don't know which way it's going to come out, but I like that it is an adaptation of large proportions, in addition to the fact that they're also going for a heavily bot-focused team comp. Jarvan, a very classic early ganker.
We'll note that Singed pretty good against, you know, Ornn and Wukong thanks to his sticky puddle.
Yep. Oh yeah. That's some of that Elmer's glue that you used in that's better than the Elmer's glue you used in grade school.
Yeah, and that's something that Milio can't cleanse either. So and that's a second counter for Ornn Ultimate, so
I'm excited about this draft. I think, honestly, I don't disagree with Big Booty Men being like, hey, if it isn't broke, don't fix it, because they had really good success last game. But they're not playing into the same thing that they were playing last time. And so, yeah, we'll see if they're able to do it the same way.
However, on the flip side, Ornn and Jinx are open. If that early game play doesn't quite work out, like if it ends badly enough, they might not get a late game.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Well, I mean, there is Aurelion Sol for that reason. And at minimum, even though you get outscaled, your team fight is really good, I think. Well, both teams have a good team fight, but I would give the edge in a team fight in a straight 5v5 to team in this game.
Yes, because
especially
of
if Aurelion Sol has his empowered ult.
Yeah, the mechanical prowess of Aurelion Sol empowered ult, giving leeway to Samira to stroll in for free, have Rakan scoop everyone up, and lock everyone down for her to just
he
go
doesn't
ham.
even see him. Okay, he knows he's there now.
Yep.
He doesn't care. He's just going for the proxy.
But Wukong's starting on that side, so...
Which is a little dangerous. I think he's going to do it anyways.
Yeah.
I don't think he cares.
We'll slow down the jungle.
Wukong goes for him, then Jarvan takes his jungle.
I was going to say jungle. It will slow down the jungle if he does go for that, so we'll see how Jarvan will react to it. Yeah, he has spotted out. Ornn won't be leashing here.
No. And he's too late to do anything about it.
Yep. That wave will be crashing soon.
Now, if he wants to be really annoying, he can just run at the Wukong. It's not a good idea, but it would be super annoying. Oh yeah, here it is.
Watch Wukong fail smite.
Oh, please don't. Yeah, he doesn't. He won't be able to proxy this wave because he won't get there in time. So he does have to actually run back and interact with his lane for a little bit.
Yep. However, Deck Dude's health is really low. And I don't think Wukong's clear is super healthy. His passive does help him out a bit in that. But you can see how fast he's losing it.
Yeah, which means he will not be able to have any healthy counter ganks on the bottom side if he... well,
okay.
Regen in the jungle is pretty good, so he might be fine by that point. But, yeah, we'll see what happens there.
Alright.
And Balganer trying desperately to make sure that Souls can't crash that wave. Really smart of him, because if he crashes that wave, then he can actually... well, we'll see. He can bounce it back towards him and then clear a wave and then go back to proxying if he chooses. But it looks like he's going to have to stay in lane for a little bit here, though. And we do see the Dark Seals start.
Ooh, Fat Coconut's going in aggressive into the Acel.
Yeah, and that is what you want to do. At his early levels are when he's the most punishable.
Yep.
And you can see Valgan Air just tanking the minion wave, knowing that he doesn't want to let it crash. And CLT actually taking some pretty brutal punishment from Fat Coconuts there. Yeah, and he's going to get a cheater's recall here. He doesn't have Ghost this game. Or sorry, doesn't have TP, opted instead for Ghost. I think a lot of Cinch players run
Ghost
actually...
Ignite.
Oh, you know what? He has Summoner's Soul, so he'll have whatever he wants.
Oh, yeah.
And that's going to be a reset from CLT too, as he's able to crash that wave onto Fat Coconuts.
Good job pointing that out. I wasn't even paying attention to it.
Yeah, often you see Singed players take Comet. I think Unsealed Spellbook gets slept on a lot.
It's because it's difficult to adjust to use. It's not one of those runes that you can just use on the fly. You have to understand how you want to make use of it, and what the situation coming up is going to be like.
Good presence of mind to ward that, knowing that something is up and does manage to get out of the Recon engage there. Valgrind Air actually taking souls relatively low here, down to about half of his HP. That being said, he's still got he just ticked his first refillable there, so he's not going to be too upset about it.
Teleport coming in from the Victor as CLT is looking for something.
Yeah, he does have a roam timer. He can look for a deep ward here. He's not going to miss anything for doing it.
You see Olive's positioning down below.
They could go for a 4v2 here. They don't
decides
see
to
Olive.
return to mid. Victor's there. However, Souls is getting creeped up on.
Pops
Does
Ghost.
get the flip, Ghost and flash.
I don't think he actually needed to flash.
It's better
maybe.
safe than sorry against a Wukong.
Yeah, because Wukong did actually have both of his dashes available. I almost forget he has 2.
Yep.
So
I'll never understand why they added a dash to his clone.
Alves is committing a lot of time down here, and the wave isn't pushing back particularly quickly.
It's okay. It's a Jarvan. He falls off later anyways, so might as well get the most value out of it early. However, it will be suspicious if Mega Average and Pens don't hit level 4 soon.
Yeah, and they catch sight of him.
Yep.
Oh, that's so sad for Team. Really well done by Big Booty Man to just know it's like, hey, why aren't they playing aggressive as Rakan Samira into Melio Jinx? Well, that's why. They wanted you guys to push back. And there's that level 4. The wave, however, will push towards them. So they need to try and get a crash. Otherwise, they're going to be in a really dangerous spot. A little bit of trade on defense, however.
Oh, Coconuts got
really
caught
good
out.
stun.
However,
And that's level
CLT
6.
stun.
CLT might be dead here.
That dude already used his.
Oh, that is.
dash.
No, really good stun. Really good stun. Oh, but not enough. He needed to get that auto attack. And
Was
I
out
think
of
he could
range,
still got
though.
out in time.
Yeah.
Mind you, Alves would have probably come and cleaned him up, but
Soul's back at it again.
yeah. And that was a flash for flash trade in the mid lane. Really, really good attempt by both sides there to make something happen. Ultimately, nothing really going to come of it. Victor notably is able to get the wave all the way in, so he will get the better end of it, as CLT took a base earlier. Valgrind Air is still holding this freeze.
No, that's not a freeze he's holding.
No. Sorry, he's holding the wave part of me. But it doesn't matter because there's no wave coming to meet it.
No, I think he was just checking to see if Singed was up there or something. I don't know.
I believe he should have seen him on the previous wave, though.
I don't know.
Oh, it's just, this is Singed.
Yep. But
Like, I'm sorry, Valgrind, this is your life this game.
yeah,
This is how it goes.
it is the smart thing to do though for Big Booty Men to completely ignore it and just let him do his thing until they can actually do something to him without losing resources.
Yeah, the frustrating thing about playing against Singed, in my opinion, is it feels like, and maybe it's not actually the case, but it feels like if you leave him alone, he doesn't care. He's happy for that too.
Yep.
Because you know he can't miss a minion. It's not possible.
He's just looking for
what else is
something
gonna
right
kill the
here.
minion?
Look, he's got Hex Flash and Exhaust. He really wants this.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's
Running on in, ulted
There's no flash in the victory.
through the sticky stuff. Got the
he's
flip,
gone.
Exhaust. They're whittling him down. There's no escape.
he's
Ace
done.
W's for the kill.
And
First blood.
Okay, look at the team comps first of all, and then think of how much killing has been going on in these games. First blood isn't until 7:45.
Yeah.
What? Ridiculous.
To be honest, that's just Big Booty Men playing all right. Like, as they should be. Like, UB Awesome and 28 playing exceptionally well on the bot side. Very
Absolutely.
safe.
Up
They
actually-
just need to
up
scale
actually
because they
love
beat
the
out
CS.
Samir in the scaling.
Because I believe
However,
the CS that Rakan has also goes towards the count on Samira's when the relic is used.
yeah.
So, yeah.
But yeah. And also, because it is a Rakan with a Samira, it's very dangerous for Milio to roam presently. Once Jinx gets like a bit more damage in her kit so that she can, like, you know, kill the waves with like 3 rocket shots for the melees and 2 for the range, then Milio would be safe to roam, but until then, it's very dangerous, especially if Jarvan's known to be on the bot side, which he will be often because, you know, Singed is keeping top very occupied.
Well, and that's also what they've drafted. So you should be expecting it. Victor going to walk down and ward the dragon as it dies. There's not really anything that they can do. They don't have a numbers advantage. Trying to fight into the Jarvan Samira early, especially now that Samira's 6.
Oh, 28 getting caught out, knocked up by the Rakan, locked down by the Jarvan. Does try and live, but Pens gets the kill. Samir turns onto UV. Awesome. Flashes out with her life.
That was a
Take
really
few tower
quick
shots.
flash
As Deck
W
Dude's
by
coming on
Pens there
over.
Rakan. And I think they'll get out before Deck Dude can actually do anything here.
Yep.
The wave isn't great. Oh. I don't like that. If they left the wave, it actually slow pushes in to Big Booty Man there. And
however,
they're trying to
he does
force
have
it to be
Rift
pushed
Hero.
in.
Yeah.
Deck Dude has ultimate, but I don't think they can go for this.
Yeah.
In fact, they could have been punished for that, potentially. It would have been a risk. I think if Rakan hit 6 somewhere there, I think that both Deck Dude and UB Awesome would have died for doing that.
Side note, Chemtech Drake coming up next. That means we won't see a Chemtech Rift this time around, but there is
Who
still
knows?
a chance
We
of
will get the
Hextech.
triple Hextech Soul again. If you're just tuning in now, bracket has been reset. Big Booty Man did what no one has done for the entire series yet. Or for the entire league yet, pardon me, and they actually took the series off of Team. So kudos to them for that. Soul's up here doing Singe things as the wave will crash bottom and Team's bot side looking for a reset. We'll see if that's allowed or not. Mild trading going on in the mid lane. CLT gonna get stunned up.
Does
Gonna
get
take
the
a bit of a
stun.
chip for that. That's Victor all committed. Deck Dude is here.
Fly on it.
Not quite fast enough to knock CLT out of his W.
Yep.
A dangerous angle to take if you are early in Soul there. I think he was not that far away from being knocked out of that. But,
thing is, though, if Wukong flashed for that, I think Aesol would have lived with a flash of his own. And Wukong,
True.
after
I
having
mean, I
committed
don't think
both
he had the
his
flash,
dashes
though.
plus the flash. He did.
I think he was... No, let me rephrase. I think he was pixeled from not having to flash for it. The second dash on the Wukong that I always forget about, it always surprises me how far he can get with it. CLT might actually stop that base.
Oh,
not
just
quite.
on the edge.
That's so close. But
About
Close
75 Teemos, 50 maybe.
yeah.
Abyssal Mask already bought onto the Ornn. Items have been hidden. Okay. As Pens is sitting here hovering Meg average.
Yeah, and there's nothing else that he needs to do. Immediately just looking for an auto attack. There's the Hex Flash. Jinx
You'd
gonna
be
throw the
awesome
traps out,
using
and
traps.
still looking forward pretty aggressively.
You know that
Um,
traps are a very long cooldown, so this does mean that he is more vulnerable at the moment to any engage. Plus, summoner spells are down, so they could take advantage of it. Pens also doesn't have their own flash.
But he does have Hex Flash, so they could make something happen. They'll just look for some vision instead. Looks like they should be able to do that uncontested. 28 steps up pretty hard every time they clear that ward. They could mark that next time. Next time Pens real flashes up and turn on him instantly, like they did last time. So I'd be interested to see if they play differently. CLT roaming down. I think they've got him trapped.
Yep. Meg average is going to be given a opportunity to go wild. Does take it on. You be awesome. Second kill onto the Milio, and they got that power. Both kills
well
going
played.
to the Samira. Oh, mid lane. Let me go over a game. Thank you.
Oh, no.
Coconut's dying to the Singe.
Singe
Deck
things.
Dude also getting dropped below half health.
I don't know about you, but when I know you don't play mid typically, I guess, but when I play mid,
I used to.
If Singe roams mid, I lose my mind. I might not
Singe-
say anything about it, but my mental's gone if that happens to me, and that's happened twice now.
Yeah, Singed and Riven, 2 champions you often see roam mid because they have
True.
so much strong roams in that case.
Well, and I want to point out something that Souls has been doing really well. Oh, he lost cannon. That's tragic. Something he's been doing really well. He's been sitting in that bottom tri bush between waves, right? So there's no vision on him.
Yep.
So you don't know if he's roaming, and you can't like every time he's missing. Are you gonna just back up and sack your wave? I don't think you can afford to do that.
Yep. That lack of
so really good
information
on
is
him to do
big
that.
information.
Yeah, just make the enemy team always guess where you are.
Oh, dragging up in 10 seconds. It looks like both sides are going to be trying to contest it. However, there is mid is neutral actually right now.
And
But-
Singed is running down the river. Ornn does not have teleport,
Ooh.
so unless they start this immediately, it's going to be a numbers advantage for Team Team. They will see him on the wave.
Does have Ghost active as well. He is getting that mid prio. Good call on him as he's moving in. And it seems like Big Booty Men will be giving up this objective at this point.
Yeah, this lets Ornn push in pretty freely.
Let's
But
see the
this is
wave,
like the
though.
first time he's been able to walk up to the tower with,
That's a
with
single
wave. I
wave.
guess.
There's no
Maybe
plates.
second time looking at the health on it.
Souls is staring down coconuts.
That hurt him though. That Luna's proc was big.
Yeah,
He's down to about half health.
it's okay. He'll get it back.
Did opt for the demonic embrace start. He's backing on vision. Yeah, I was gonna say Fat Coconuts could look to stop that, and that actually gives Ornn a little more opportunity to hit the tower or take a good reset for himself if he wants to. There's no plates to take anyways.
Hextech Rift seems to have left an ethereal smoke in the air here, which I don't think I've noticed before.
Oh yeah, just barely. Oh, there's the ghost from Singed. Are they gonna get the victory in mid there?
Yep.
That's a big ult.
Alt landed, got the
Oh, no,
flip,
he gets-
running back in.
Yeah, he does pop the ult himself, but Singed gets massive resistances also when he pops his ult.
Yeah, poor coconuts.
Yeah, that's 3 times.
Yep.
3 successful ganks from Souls onto the mid lane there.
And right
And
back
up-
to Toffee goes.
How? Oh man, 4 stacks on the Dark Seal already. You know what? Good starting item.
Ooh.
Some trading down on the bot side. I don't think anything's gonna come of it.
That zap was
ultimate's
a little
available for all
wild.
4 of them. However, Wukong will get spotted there, but he is gonna make his way bot side. They're gonna sweep it out, and pardon me, Team gonna have to respect that. That being said, UB awesome pushing in. They're gonna look to try and push. Pen spam laughing and throws an emote. Loses a bunch of his health for the cheekiness. Actually, okay, that is actually a really good bait of the ult.
Yep.
I don't think it's worth him losing as much health as he did because now he's very susceptible to the dive here. They could look for the
Good
Wukong.
timing for that
No, they can't.
going in. It peeled Wukong off of Samira, letting her live, which was the important thing there. However, first tower does go to Jinx and friends.
Yeah, they had the right idea, but not quite the execution, I think. If Pens is a little healthier there, or if maybe you time things a little bit better, maybe wait just a touch longer, because Meg average wasn't super low yet. In fact, you can see she's still sitting at about 70% HP.
The second knockup could have come at any point, though. However, Alves
that's
comes
big.
in, craters everyone in, but they get out. Meg average getting
exhaust,
low.
though.
Death
Exhaust
Dude
is big.
also low, but slowly healing. Comet comes in, deletes the Wukong and Jinx as Jarvan sweeps up the Milio.
And you
That
know
was a
what?
crazy turnaround.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to complain about it after all that. I think they could have done it without Pens dying there. I
no.
think Meg average.
I think
without-
Pens dying was fine because, as I said, if he didn't do what he did, Wukong's ultimate would have knocked up Samira because he has the second charge there.
Oh no, I'm aware of that. But Samira was still pretty healthy with the shield available at that point, and CLT was on the way. So if he waited just a touch longer, I think. And again, I could be wrong. It's pretty subjective when it doesn't actually happen, right? But I think they could have got away with a little bit more.
The thing to keep in mind, though, is that as with Alistar, all of his engage tools rely
Does
on
get
him
stopped by
basically
the-
relies on him basically being on the enemy. And
That's true.
since Wukong has a second ultimate
Souls
charge,
might find himself caught, actually.
no, he's singed.
He's singed.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Milio dead. Deck Dude clone going down. Rift Herald crash.
Oh man, who did they
And-
ban? If this game continues on this progression, I know it's far too early to be calling the end of the game, but I think what Team has done this game, if nothing else, even if they lose this game, they've given another set of champions to be like, hey, you want to ban those champions? Okay, well, what are you gonna do about these ones?
Just don't ban anyone and outplay them at their game.
Agree to a full blind draft. Or no, not draft. A full blind pick game.
Yep.
And Souls will be back to catch the top wave. And poor Orn, he doesn't have the priority to roam. If he, I don't even know.
Orn doesn't need a roam.
No, but because Singe is roaming, it's like, if you can't match the roam, your team is gonna die. It's 2 kills to 10. I'm surprised the gold lead isn't bigger than it is, with the score being what it is.
But look at his CS. It's so good. It's only 8 short, or 2 short
That's
after
true.
this wave.
That's true.
But too bad it doesn't matter as much as on other champions. Is the thing. Again, it's the
That's a
XP he
TP being
wants.
channeled bot side. I'm not exactly sure what prompted that. Maybe they were worried about a dive. Oh, you know what? They're looking for the dragon. Because
Yep.
this is dragon number 3.
It is a 5v4, however. How is Team gonna handle this?
I think they're just gonna walk away and shove in mid and be like, hey, okay, you want to take that? We'll take your tower.
That's some pretty
And I
good gold
think-
there. They're gonna take
see, this
top
is-
2.
Yeah, and this is the kind of adaptations we were talking about after the first game of the first series, saying that they need to.
Okay.
Oh, and there's a teleport from. Is that a misclick? Or are they just looking to do Baron, or are they looking to shove this? I'm
Oh,
a little confused by that teleport. I wonder if he meant to finish his base and then channel teleport and buy an item, but canceled it as his base was about to finish with the teleport. That's my guess.
Souls is holding the tower to give local gold to his teammates.
Well, he's Singed. He doesn't actually need it, right? His job is to be a nuisance.
Alright, he's got Radiant Virtue now. That's pretty painful.
Oh no. Oh, I don't know what I hate more. The fact that he bought it or the fact that I'm enjoying the fact that he bought it. Because I hate both.
Alright, let's take a look at the gold really quick. We haven't really done that much. So 4K difference. Samira gets out of that poke for half her health. So 80 carry gold, relatively even. Mid lane gold, big slant towards the Aurelion. Let's see his stacks. 201 stacks, 21 minutes. I think that's fine.
That's pretty good. Yeah, typically, I think the mark to aim for is by 30 minutes, you want to be at roughly 10 stacks a minute. And it gets easier to stack more and more as the game goes on.
Gotcha.
So to be at nearly 10 stacks a minute at this point is pretty good.
So yeah, Wukong, relatively even with Jarvan, which is crazy considering how long Jarvan spent hovering bot side for a bit there.
That's true, actually. That was like 5 minutes. Okay, not 5 minutes, but it was over a minute, I think.
And Singe is trying to get that 2k gold lead onto Ornn. But I don't think Singe is ever going to be able to kill Ornn at this point. So there is that.
I don't think he needs to, though.
Yeah, he doesn't. But
I think your job as Singed is just to be a distraction to everyone else, right? Like,
yeah,
in a team fight, if you get a fair team fight, I think Singed isn't the best champion for that.
however, it
That being
seems like
said,
he's not motivated enough to proxy even harder than usual right now. CLT was pinging his ultimate. Seems to be ready right now.
I think he's pinging how close he is to the updated
Yeah.
version of it.
And it
he
is
doesn't
up
have
at
as
the
hard as it yet. The other thing too is Singed, your job isn't to take a fair team fight. Your job is to make sure the team fight isn't fair. I think. So,
However, with Aurelion Soul being the one cross-mapping instead of Singe is a bit weird.
I think they were just trying to get him more stacks on that, knowing that he can do that easier when he's not being contested. Now it looks like he is going to rotate over to the top side. They're going to defend this tier 1 mid. Baron is alive, and Imagine Dragon will be coming up soon. Nope,
It's right
I'm
here.
wrong. It's going to be a little while yet.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes.
Yeah. Victor has now matched the push from Aurelion Soul. There's just kind of this ebb and flow. Both teams are going back and forth. There's not really a whole lot of engagement in the side lanes from now that the main laning phase is over.
Yeah, has been pretty slow. Granted, it is 2 to 10 right now.
Yeah, yeah. There have been quick moments for sure. And the Hex Gates, of course, making sure that everyone can get places quicker. Big Booty Men setting up on the top side of the map, making sure that they can try and get priority around that Baron.
They are establishing vision. They're making a move to it. I don't think they're going to attempt it, though. That would be silly.
Yeah.
Back
And they could look to try and cut off him, but he's on the con, so he can easily get over the wall. And there is the Stars Descent. CLT does have the big ult available now. That's
Soul's
Ghost
going in.
off by Singed already. They might be able to disengage. Oh, Flash.
UB Awesome gets flipped, but flashes to safety, still getting run down by Souls. Gets stopped again by Wukong, but Souls is still trying to get him. Gets killed by Aurelion Soul's fire. As Valgrind is trying to escape as well, but that's not just gonna happen. And this completely
and that's
opens
a 2
up.
for
there.
0.
Yep. Everyone's very healthy. Are missing some ultimates though. But
I was surprised that based on how hard they committed for UB Awesome, which again I think is a good call because that's who's been giving them the most trouble in most of these games. I'm surprised there wasn't any kind of collapse on their back line because a lot of their frontmen had gone forward after.
But you see, like, most of the damage that they have is in UB Awesome right now.
No.
Like,
It's
Victor still
yeah.
doesn't
Victor's
have the
starting.
second item finished yet. He is getting there.
No.
But UB Awesome has, you know, Runons and Kraken at the moment. Like, she does do damage. Pretty good damage at that. And just being able to run her down cancels everything because everyone's trying to save her.
Valgan Error does teleport over to this dragon to make sure that it isn't just scooped up immediately. I believe Souls was wanting to channel a recall, but it looks like he doesn't really have the time now, as he did opt to take that wave. If they take a straight fight now, I'm not sure that they have the tools to counter the Jinx. Singe doesn't have Ghost or Flash. Again, Summer Spellbook, so that shouldn't hurt him any at all.
Yep.
They do have Scuttlecraft for the extra speed. Looks like both teams just doing a bit of a dance. However, I believe if they play a poke game, that's going to go to the side of the Weaver. And there's the engage.
Amazing engage! Perfect! But disengage here, Rakan goes down, Milio dies, Aurelion Soul killing who freaking Wukong. Singe flipping Victor to his doom, and Auron getting taken out after getting locked down by the Jarvan.
And that's going to be a 5 for 2.
And
it looks like they're going to leave Jarvan with the dragon. They're going to try and push this mid tier 3 here. They do have another wave coming up. However, Souls is going to be tanking for a second here, I think. Yeah, the minions doesn't get there quite in time.
So crazy. Amazing engage and follow-up by the Jarvan and Aurelion Soul. Rakan also getting good follow-up.
Pulled the trigger immediately on that angle and got 4 of them. That's the team fight that we were talking about that they have, the synergy between ultimates. And it worked out really well for them. I don't think they could have asked for it to go much better in that fight.
Yeah, the only way that could have gone better is if Samira managed to get like a perfect startup on her abilities. Sadly, that didn't manage to happen for the cleanup, but they did still get an extremely decisive victory and a massive lead in their favor.
And look at the scoreline on Aurelion Soul this game.
Oh.
That's remember that this is your late game insurance.
Yep.
Well, late game came early this game.
Yep. He's working on Void.
Insurance has been cashed in. That claim has been made deductible free at this point. Like,
yeah, that is almost 12k gold on Aurelion Soul. Not even at 30 minutes in yet, with a almost 10,000 gold lead on a late game scaling champion.
And one thing CLT has done well all season is he's forced people to put bans into him, and then you'll still pick a late game champion and come online earlier than you want.
Thanks to the Singe, of course. Those ganks were impeccable.
I'm not saying he hasn't gotten help. He's definitely gotten help, but my goodness, it's effective.
Let's see what's going on down here. Nothing much.
Soul's just standing there menacingly.
Yep. He's not even spamming emotes, so.
No. And that's going to be the top tier 2 going down.
Yeah, dude
Local
trying to look
gold
for an
being split
angle,
for
but it's
waves.
just way too scary with Aurelion Soul right there.
And here's the thing. They have supers pushing in mid, so they know that has to be answered.
It
what
should be
they-
Jinx claiming those solo, I feel personally. Which does
Yeah.
seem to be what they are going to be doing, which is good.
And she's dealing with them quite effectively. But what
Especially
I think
since
they
she
need
has
to do is
rings.
sync up these waves to make sure that it's split when they're trying to push. And it looks like that's actually what they've done. I was forcing Jinx away. Actually, UB Awesome forced the Ghost there. Just not worried about the ult from Jarvan. It does spike and drag in again.
That could have been bad.
Yeah, thankfully it does show some restraint.
Oh, slides
that
right past
interaction?
Wukong. In comes Stars above. As they just go in for the cleanup. Deck Dude can't escape. Valgrind is next. Calls in his Ram for nothing. Gonna be left to fizzle.
Exhaust
The base is open.
forced out of 28, and that is going to be game 1, I believe. As I don't think that Emilio can solo defend against this at this point.
This was just crazy.
These games have been so decisive, back and forth.
Incredible
Each
job
team
from
is
Team
making
Team.
incredible adaptations each game.
And big props to Souls for making insane plays from top.
Yeah, I think in terms of the scoreline, I think CLT earned what he got, but my goodness, Souls is the unsung hero of that scoreline.
Absolutely for that matchup.
Yeah, did manage to fully stack his Dark Seal, so it was worth picking up. But yeah, I think they.
Oh, man,
I,
do you remember the
Who-
days of triple Dark Seal singed?
very vaguely. I think that was like season 7.
Yeah.
I
Pretty
think
sure.
that was like this. I think that was only a thing for like the first season I played.
So back then, potions had like 25% bonus efficacy if you had Dark Seal, and it wasn't a unique passive.
That's what it was. Okay, because I never used to read patch notes back when I started playing, right?
Yep.
And so I remembered, oh yeah, Dark Seal makes your potions better. And then one day I'm playing with Dark Seal, and it's like, why is it not telling me my potions are better anymore? And it's because they weren't. I just missed the memo.
Yeah, running that with like crystalline flasks or even just a bunch of health potions is just like insane.
Well,
Just
the other thing
pure
that some people do
insanity.
is they buy the corrupting pot, and then first back they'd buy the Dark Seal as well. I think was another thing that some people would do.
Boy, man, I don't even know where to start with that game. Like it started off so slowly. Very good working to team. Not team. Big Booty Men. But then slowly, especially after that good double kill in the bot and the first blood down in mid, although the first blood was much earlier than the double kill, it just slowly and slowly started working towards Team. Those first 2 dragons pretty much went off without a hitch. The third they gave away, but they got so much value in exchange for it. It's just really good macro plays from them, and I'm extremely impressed.
Well, and I think the thing that this game specifically is like, yeah, Big Booty Man I think was really confident in their scaling, which they should be, but your scaling doesn't matter if your team fight or if the enemy team's team fight is that strong and you give them opportunities, right? There were multiple times where Jarvan got multi-man ults into multi-man Aurelion soul ults.
Yep.
And you cannot be giving an opportunity, like you cannot clump against a team like that because that is what will happen every time. So I don't think their idea was wrong necessarily, but the actual execution of it definitely needed work that game specifically.
Not just that, but there was very tough times for Big Booty Men attempting to take Singed off of their team. He's just running free.
And
Run
like we
straight to
said,
Jinx.
Rule number 1 is don't chase Sid.
No, you gotta chase the Singed.
No, that's idea number 1. Rule number 1 is don't do it. It's temptation.
Yeah.
It's
But
like
it's
it's
so
like
hard
chocolate
though.
cake for breakfast kind of thing. but
Because
worse.
like on top of like the grouping up stuff, it's very hard to peel a Singe specifically because of his passive, you know. He runs by someone, ally or enemy, he gets that boost of movement speed. And if you
It's
get enough
ridiculous.
stacks of it, it's so much stronger than even Ghost. And on top
Lydia
of that,
who?
when you have Ghost, like, it's every 80 carries worst nightmare.
Well, yeah.
It's
Even when the AD carry also has ghost, it doesn't matter.
it's
But-
like it's worse than a Hecarim running at you because you're just dying slowly.
Yeah, it's just as inevitable, but there's just prolonged suffering.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's oh, you know what? I've got a better analogy of what chasing Singed is like. Chasing Singed is your intrusive thoughts. It's you standing on the bridge and your brain's like, jump, good, it'll be fun. It's
But-
just as bad for you.
You see,
Okay, maybe not quite, not quite as bad for you, but
Singed
you
run.
have to-
There's the Singed ban.
yeah, yeah. I think we knew that was gonna happen. But who do they leave open then? Does that mean that because if they let Anivia through again,
I think they're gonna.
I think Draven gets let through.
Yep, there's the Anivia ban.
No, they. Oh, okay, okay. I saw them hover the Draven, and I was like, wait a minute, there's no way.
There's the Lilia respect persisting there.
Yeah.
Jinx
Which
locked
honestly,
in
they've been
first
dealing
again.
with the Wukong relatively well. It has opened up opportunities, but so has the Lilia. So
All right,
I
so
don't.
early game
it's
champ
Draven.
into late game champ right now.
Honestly, I think Draven scales better than people give him credit for. I
He
think
does.
his mid game is poor if he's not ahead.
He scales
Um,
incredibly well, but the issue is he can't play from behind very well.
No, and that's the thing. Draven is like, he's like, I'm a monster if I'm ahead at like 1 or 2 items, and then I'm not a monster again until 5 items, unless he stays ahead, right?
Yep.
But yeah, we'll see how this goes though. I know UB Awesome and 28 have every time UB Awesome's been on Jinx have done a really good job playing and staying almost even at minimum. Even into what I imagine are difficult matchups.
And they've done a good job at attempting to stay alive at the very least in these fights.
Mm-hmm. Their positioning is, like, I've said it a bunch, but UB Awesome's positioning in these 2 series has been really solid. And he's not trying to force too hard, which is the reason I don't play ADCs, because that's what I would do. And he's been playing around the peel from his team very nicely, and his team has been committing to keeping him safe a lot of the time, when it's possible. I
Lulu
know there was some panic with the Singed, but
Yeah, it's
actually.
just hard to deal with Singe. Like, ideally, if the enemy has a Singe, you would want Jarvan. But the enemy
think
had
he's gonna lock it.
Jarvan.
I think he's gonna lock it. Yeah, because the thing about a Mumu into Lulu, you can't really stop him midway in because the stun will go off no matter what.
Yeah, but it's more about the knockup that Lulu has access to. Also, the power that Lulu provides to AD carry through picks early is massive. Like, any AD carry with picks attached to them, I'm fairly certain can pretty much 1v1 Draven.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not questioning the Lulu pick here. I'm saying I think the Mumu pick is good into it because he has 2 charges of Q, so he can actually, even if you polymorph him, he can just wait it out and throw another bandage.
Yep.
So I think it's just a good choice into the Lulu. That's no shade at the Lulu pick. I think that's a really good pick.
I expect to see
say-
cleanse on Jinx this game, probably.
Yeah. And we see more respect bans going over to CLT as well. It seems like they've stopped banning bottom altogether and thrown everything at top, mid, and Trundle. Which honestly, I can understand that because the champion pools on all these players are big enough, I think, that you're not really going to ban any one of them out. The Shen.
Yo, I'm liking what
okay.
Team is doing.
I haven't seen this yet. I don't know if Souls has a Shen.
So
Wait.
I
if
think Team is playing heavy for Draven right now.
Yeah, they're
Very
looking
heavy for
passions.
Draven.
And the Ari being hovered, it could be picked up. Ari is a good blind pick champion. I haven't seen Fat Coconuts play it. That doesn't mean he doesn't. It just means I haven't seen it. And yeah, it is locked in. Zach hovered, Pop. Well, they're just going through the list here. They could go for the Belveth here. I don't think it'd be terrible. I don't think it'd be great either, though.
Lock in the Rammus. I think they understand that Team is going to be playing for Draven. They want to stop that at any cost. But it is
Yeah.
still a bit dangerous with Amumu's existence.
The problem with
And
locking
Shen.
in the Rammus here is he can get locked out pretty hard by Amumu, I think.
And Shen.
Yeah, true. Although I think Rammus, if Rammus is rolling, I don't think Shen taunt actually.
It's not so
No,
much
maybe it
when he's
does.
rolling, it's whenever he taunts. Because the damage boost that Rammus gets during defensive curl, thanks to the effect that his armor has, plus the armor pierce that he has on the taunted enemy, that's a lot of
Right.
damage they can stack onto his target, even if Draven's
that's
just
right.
hitting him. So long as Rammus isn't hitting his target, that should at least help him survive a bit more at that point.
That's true.
And it would prevent him from
We see
going
the
into defense curl.
Orianna is the one locked in at the end of the day for CLT. Another interesting pick. I haven't seen him play that either. I know
Love
he
it.
is proficient on most control mages, and I think it works into this comp.
I love it.
Um,
As I said, they are working so hard for Draven focus this game.
well, okay. The other thing though, look how many ball delivery angles there are.
The
look at
Jarvan,
it.
yep. The Amumu,
Jarvan,
yep.
Amumu, even
Shen, kinda.
Like we'll put Shen at a 50% there. But like man, there you have options.
Yep.
I do think that Team have drafted decently well in terms of individually to try and shut down the Draven. Everyone on the team, with Jinx being the exception, has hard CC for him. But it's going to be really hard to get past everyone that's going to be trying to protect him, assuming that Team doesn't lose sight of Draven in team fights. Because if you get Shen and Jarvan and Amumu all going forward and leaving Draven exposed, and there's a flank, you may have just lost your team fight from that.
So what I'm thinking I actually would have probably liked more than the Orianna from this pick, Galio.
The only problem with the Galio, and I agree, I think it works really well, but I think the only problem there is you've put all of your eggs in one basket, whereas Orianna has the scaling and short enough cooldowns that she's not like Cassiopeia or anything,
Yeah, she can be a really big bully.
Yeah, but yeah, she adds more threat if something happens to Draven. If Draven dies, your team fight's not completely gone this way.
This is gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah. I'm still surprised by the Yone bans. Is it Valgrind that plays Yone? I haven't looked at their match history in the past week or so.
No, I've usually seen him play weak-sided.
Okay. But yeah, I don't recall ever wanting to ban the Yone against this team. Mind you, when I played against this team, they had a sub-mid laner, so maybe that's why. But yeah. It might just be that Yone is a champion that disrupts a lot of what team would like to do typically. Huh. I am interested to see how this will go. Obviously, it looks like we're going to see a lot of bot focus from Jarvan again, but also likely going to see bot focus from Rammus to try and counter that. Like they should be aware of what the game plan is here, which then could actually become a rock paper scissors of does Jarvan change things up, psych them out, and gank mid or top? Ganking Ornn is hard though, so I imagine not top.
Yeah, I think they're just going to ignore him again. However, Ahri and Rammus could hit up top, just for free kills on Shen every now and then.
Together.
Because generally, when you play against someone like a Shen or Galio, you want to take them out before you do plays like any other place, whenever their ult is active. Otherwise, he's just going to ruin your plans.
Yeah, and Shen also is a really, like, he falls off pretty hard in the late game and is really strong early. At least from what I've seen. And if you ever watch Petchy, that's his opinion on it too. But yeah, so if they can shut him down early, they will be able to stop a lot of what he's going to want to do. Mind you, he's probably not looking to be that solo carry split push monster that he sometimes has played when he's been on the Gragas or especially in other series. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
The other thing too, I'm interested to see what he's going to build, because Shen has a lot of different builds. Some are a little bit troll. A lot of them are less popular, but I've seen a fair bit of success on stuff like Demonic Embrace, because it still gives you. And before you tell me I'm trolling by saying that, it still gives you health, and it actually makes your shield. It makes your ultimate significantly stronger, because your ultimate scales pretty hard with AP, and your AP from Demonic Embrace scales hard with your HP. And a lot of Shen players build a lot of HP. So,
You know, I just had a interesting thought in my head that would have been interesting had it not been completely invalidated by the fact that Shen wouldn't work with Thimblewinter because he has no mana. I was gonna say he could fill Glacial and then
true.
Thimblewinter.
is there no mechanic for if you're manaless with that?
You can technically build it, but you won't get anything out of it.
I was gonna say that's unfortunate, but it's kind of not.
On the bright side, though, he does still work exceptionally well with Frozen Gauntlet, should he choose to build
Yeah.
it, and then Titanic Hydra always makes him strong, should he opt into that as well.
Yeah, and a lot of them will.
Plus a lot of
Rush
magic damage on the enemy team, so Wit's End is still a factor there.
Oh, it's true. That's true. There are a lot of Shen builds that are a little bit troll, but not as troll as they should be. And I think we've covered a couple of them.
We'll say though, I
Wit's
still
End, for
miss
example,
old Shen.
I think Wit's End is a little bit troll on Shen, but at the same time, no, just a little. I don't think it's troll enough to say don't do it, but I think it's troll enough to second guess it.
I mean, all of his damage is loaded in normal attacks, right? His Q gives him those 3 faster empowered normal attacks. He works
With
well with
extra
Titanic
range.
Hydra. He would work well
Yeah,
with
that's
Wit's
true.
End. Plus, it gives him move speed when he attacks, just like Trinity Force does.
But then when do you
so-
build it? Do you build it earlier or later? Right? Because if you're
probably
building it earlier,
second
then
item.
you're missing some of your power from your early items, and you're not exactly the best late game scaler.
I mean, if your goal is to survive.
Yeah. But what about Death Dance or Ma or I don't know.
Why would
I
you go
feel
Death
like
Stance on Shen?
Did you say why would you?
Yeah.
Because it delays a bunch of the damage you take, and then you heal it all back up if you get a killer assist on.
Oops.
Because it reduces. It doesn't technically have a magic resist, but it reduces the damage you take from both temporarily and
yeah.
effectively if you get a killer assist.
So,
You could also go Force of Nature here.
yeah, Force of Nature is a big one.
But we will see what ends up being needed. I trust Souls to make the right choice here. And it looks like they are going to stack. Shen level 1, you don't have to commit ETH, but if you see someone and take it, especially if they got a Mumu there too, they have a very scary 5-stack.
Yeah. Mumu leading, pretty much a guaranteed kill if he lands
And-
anything.
It looks like Big Booty Man is aware of how scary that level 1 is. Fun fact, the reason that they don't just walk straight into that bush is if you actually hug that wall, it takes longer for them to see you. Hens should see this. They could have committed. Okay, flash for flash. With Hex Flash, you're going to take that trade every day. Oh wait, does he not have Hex Flash? He doesn't.
Nope.
He took Stopwatch and DMAT.
However, it's still not bad that you take Flash off of an immobile AD carry.
No, it's still, yeah, you'll still take the trade. But
Like, if they wanted to, they could just freeze bot wave and win right there at this point.
yeah.
Because there's
You're not
nothing
wrong.
that Jinx would be able to do to respond.
They are seen on this. There are 2 wards. Big Booty Men showing a lot of respect on this, on the early power of the bot side of Team. Because they spot this out, they should counter jungle top side. The only thing that Jarvan could really do to stop that would be to loop around and immediately take his own top side. But if he does it, they should still see him on the way there, and it doesn't look like that's what he's going to do anyways. So I would like to see either CLT or Souls place some kind of ward on their own red. just to see if Rammus goes for some kind of steal.
Good trades from CLT so far. They did opt for the Airy room build, which is nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good on Oriana right now, especially because your cooldowns are so low. And it looks like Rammus actually went right into his bottom side. You imagine he's actually going to be looking for some early ganks then.
Yeah.
Great trade by Souls, knowing he has the level 2 advantage, getting that taunt onto Valgren Error.
Man, Lulu shield perfectly blocks all the damage from a Draven Q. Not bad.
Oh,
As
no. Okay,
Alves
that
is
was
making
pretty
his way behind Fat Coconuts, gets the knock up, forces the flash out as Deck Dude comes in to scare him away. However, Fat
Yeah, and he'll
Coconuts
take
maybe
that.
getting a
He
bit
could
close
repeat
here.
gank this too. Also, notably, Fat Coconuts has Ignite this game, not Teleport.
Rammus
So-
is being spotted out on his Gromp at the moment. Good
Yeah,
ward
the
there.
thing I'm concerned about. Oh, actually, that lands. He
Ooh,
would kill
amazing
it.
charm land on
No.
CLT. Fat Coconuts doesn't have a lot of mana left, enough for 2 abilities at this point. Oriana does not have any more healing potions left.
No, but neither does Fat Coconuts, and Fat Coconuts does not have summoners, whereas CLT still has his flash. He's going to respectfully base, though, and knowing that Deck Dude has a timer after clearing those camps, he could gank if he overstays. And he can just teleport back and fix the wave himself. So Fat Coconuts actually will still lose out on this. Either he has to stay in a lane where he's severely unhealthy, or he's going to have to miss some golden XP. Unless CLT decides not to... Okay.
They did opt for a Dark Ring instead of Sapphire Crystal. Personally, I like the or a Tear actually in that case. Personally,
Yeah,
I like
I'm a big fan of
getting
Tear on Lori.
either mana item in my opinion is pretty good for a start. While Dark Seal just provides a bit of damage, but her early scalings aren't all that great. Having more mana to use is a bit better in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That being said, he's a pretty confident player, and he's proven that he can be. I don't believe Mega Average still has Standard Stuff. Oh, he actually did use it there, but still gets taunted. I think he will get out. Still does have both summoners.
Yep.
Pens still doesn't have a splash, but isn't punished too hard for it. Alves could look here.
That was a fair job keeping Mega Average safe. I think it was mostly, like, if Deck Dude instead turned to Pens, they could have gotten it.
Oh, they got the flash out of Deck Dude there. I don't think they can follow up with any more than that, though.
Zap
However,
did
they
miss.
should secure the bottom scuttle for themselves here.
Soul's struggling a bit with the wave clear Valgrind has accessible to him.
Yeah, but he should be able to collect most of this under tower.
Oh, no.
Maybe not as much as I initially thought. Yeah,
That's pain.
Minions targeting, unfortunate a little bit, but it gets a little more than half. Fat Coconut's going to take another base for himself. As Pens and Mega Average are left to their own devices in the bot lane at the moment.
Mega Average sitting on around 70 stacks at the moment.
Yeah, they would like to
Starting
get that
to
cash
grow.
in probably sooner than later, just in case.
CLT taking a bit of fire from the minions.
Yeah,
No.
honestly, minion aggro hurts, especially
Yeah.
early game.
Especially when you're a champion that starts the game with like 20 armor. They
Yeah.
buffed her recently. It used to be 18 level 1 armor.
Yeah, honestly, that's significant.
Ooh,
Oh, that's
the
bad.
flash command shockwave into the kill. Got an assist onto the Jarvan as well. Beautiful.
Really good awareness to know that he has level 6. Ari does not have level 6 yet to ult away.
No flash either.
No, exactly. It has not come back up yet.
Deck Dude will catch the wave. Gonna take the minions.
Looks like he's potentially just going to freeze it. Yeah, he's going to... Oh, no, he's going to take the whole wave.
Yep.
Yeah, if I see that, I'm not upset. But if I see my jungler hold that wave for me, I am thrilled beyond belief.
Oh yeah. Thing is
Deck
though,
Dude in a little bit
if
of trouble?
Rammus
No.
did try and hold it, or he would have, punished him lower, which would have made him an easy target for Jarvan to just abuse, or even Shen could have gone in the jungle to abuse him.
Potentially, but CLT was out of mana.
Normals are
Like,
good
completely.
enough, especially when there's that many minions hitting him. If he doesn't use
Yeah.
Defense Pearl.
That's true. Either way, he will be able to take the wave for himself and walk away without getting punished too hard for it.
Mega Average.
Dragon
working
has
slow
spawn.
push.
It's an early mountain again. Quite useful for both teams here. Got a bit of a lull at the moment as it looks like there's just some farming and some microvision diff by emote.
Soul's going in on Valgrind. Valgrind has no mana. They got no mana to contest with Shen's immaculate pushing power right now.
Exactly.
You think he's going to
Might
go
be
for
that
a team
level
up?
up will give him a little bit to work with. He also does have the Bomby Cinder, so his push will be pretty substantial. Shen also hasn't taken a base yet, I don't think.
Does not look like it.
And the
He's-
longer he waits to take that base, the harder it's going to be for him to take it because he doesn't have items to help him push.
Yep. And actually, I'm pretty sure the Ornn hasn't gone back to base either. It's just he's Ornn.
Just as
so.
passive, yeah. Good taunt. Not much going to come out of it. Oh, gets a really good chunk actually.
It is going to
Doesn't force
Ornn
all
to go
30
back.
sums though. And he will be able to crash the wave and take a base probably without.
I don't think he
Actually,
will be
Ornn
able
can
to crash
teleport back
this.
here. Yeah, Ornn can teleport back and he can't push it all the way in.
Yeah, that's definitely going to happen. Like, ideally, all should be coming by to help clean it up.
Ari used ult in the mid lane, just barely surviving. CLT being pretty dominant this game.
Yep.
Trading very well.
Orianna does do very well into Ahri, so I'm not particularly surprised.
No, it's true. With the really short cooldowns and you have similar ranges, your main objective is just avoid the charm. So
Plus, it's particularly the low cooldown with the Q, and the normal attack follow-ups alongside the damage from Ahri, and Scorch if you're running it, which, let me check. Nope, running
no.
not Scorch. So
Something notable that just happened, it didn't look like much, but Deck Dude powerballing towards Orianna there, not only forced her off of the Canyon minion in terms of gold, but I believe backed CLT far enough that he didn't get the XP from it either. So in case you're wondering, why is he just powerballing at him when it's like, there's never any way that it's going to amount to anything? Well, it did amount to something. So that was actually really well timed by him.
yeah, sometimes mind games are all you need. Like him coming down into the lane, and there is no vision at the moment.
Yeah, and he pinked it just in case, so he knows that he's on a vision. And honestly, Awesome and 28 are doing a pretty good job of stepping forward, tantalizingly close. But they don't look like they're making it too obvious in my opinion. Maybe now they are. Yeah, they know for sure that something's up if they're gonna step forward into a big wave like that. Seems like there's a little bit of a lack of patience there, and now they're actually shoving the wave into it. If they had waited, they could have at minimum denied Mega Average and Pens that entire wave.
So
However,
last
they do
game,
get priority for themselves and go for potential dragon setup.
last game UV Awesome had to play exceptionally safe. This game, it's Mega Average that has to do the same, especially since his mechanics force him to. Oh, his
Yeah.
CLT
Yeah,
is
very-
getting amazing trades into Fat Coconuts here.
Who does have his ult this time? There's the flash forward from Orianna aggressive. Not gonna work
This is
again
dangerous.
this time. Oh, that's
Oh,
really well timed.
got him on the
Oh, man.
shockwave! And
You
dissonance.
know for a fact, Deck Dude does not have the damage by himself to kill
Hold
Orianna
up.
from that HP. Sorry, as I said that, it looks like the betas have become the baited, and Pens. Oh, okay, the flash is gonna get him out of.
There is no flash on Jinx. Set it up for the beautiful cash in on Draven. 150 stacks, or over 150. I think it was around 180 or so that he was at that point. That's
Yeah, I believe
insane.
you're correct in that. And they're gonna be happy about
value.
that. And they also got the flash
Look
out
at
of Lulu. Lulu wasn't even in range to exhaust. Not that it would have made much of a difference in that fight, anyways. But yeah.
Look at that Draven golden pocket. 2,500. He is not backed for a while.
No.
800
No,
gold lead over Jinx. He pretty much has his first item complete at this point, which appears to be an Essence Reaver.
Red team has
Yeah, pretty standard pickup as your first item on Draven. It gives you such a really it's just a really strong early power spike.
He
The
never
sheen
has
damage-
to worry about mana at that point, so he can use W freely.
Exactly, and you get you get it reset every time you catch an axe, right? So you don't have to worry about not having an ability to use Sheen. So
One of the biggest Sheen abusers of any marksman out there.
yeah, and we'll see how well he can make it work. I managed to pick up most of his Zerker's Greaves as well. Jinx just sitting on
Oh,
components.
man.
She does have her boots completed, so that should give her some safety in terms of movement speed. But Draven can close that gap, like you said, with his W. So
Yo,
see how this plays out going down the road.
Lulu ultimate is already backed up. Just about.
Yeah, and
Nice
Pens
insertion.
will not have his ult go out. Taunt forward by Souls. Good sidestep.
Ooh, Valgrind forced to flash, and now he can't play risky for a while.
That was a really, really good trade by Souls there. I don't know what gave him that amount of movement speed that he got, but...
Did he hit him with his Q? That could have been it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's what it was. Thank you. But yeah, manages to sidestep most of what Ornn could throw back at him, so takes a very favorable trade. Now has Ornn a bit on the ropes.
Right, as Jarvan is positioning for a Rift Herald take there. They don't seem to have any indicators of knowing where Rammus is at the moment. Gonna take a peek over here at mid. Is Orianna going to respond? Coming in from the darkness. Does land the power ball, gets the taunt. However, Ori turns, misses command shockwave. However,
and that is a kill. The auto was channeled before Deku flashed. Really good awareness by Souls to ult there. I believe he had actually just had he taken a reset there anyways? Or was he still in lane?
he's at 400 gold, so I'm assuming that he... it's tough. Probably.
He had taken a recent reset at least, so... so he's not missing much in terms of unspent coin.
Yeah. That was a really good ultimate, and that was close. If Ahri did get hit by that command shockwave, it would have been substantially worse than that. However, Rammus worked his way back. Sadly, hyper ganking jungler with not much to look forward to presently.
No, and the thing is, if you're Rammus in this situation, you know you can't out-farm Jarvan. Jarvan, one of those hyper-ganking junglers that actually does have really good clear speed because of his passive. They're going to give some more plates to CLT here. They don't look like they're going to connect to the turret. Oh, no, never mind. The auto-attack from Rift Herald does take it down. Plates have fallen as well, so they got those just in time.
You see,
and it looks like they're going to get a good chunk of damage here in the bot.
This is a pre-organized game, so the Draven won't be upset about not getting the first tower kill bonus gold.
No. No, and I think these teammates, they've played enough together that they trust each other to use their leads well. Rammus powerballing forwards towards Draven. Stand aside, just clipping him.
Yep.
His
He didn't have
initial
a path
thought
through
had
to
the
them
right juke,
anyways.
but...
But it is nice the hard CC stops Powerball. At least
Yeah.
it's something.
He really is. I don't know what I would do if it didn't. I think Rammus would be played a lot more if that was the case.
And it just makes me more and more sad with the upcoming rel changes since they're changing your E. It's going to be that much harder to peel a Rammus off your AD carry.
Oh, is it not going to be hard CC anymore? Or I didn't
They are
look at what it is.
completely changing her E. We don't know what it is yet, though, but a stun's adding to her Q response. We got a flash command shockwave onto Ahri from Orianna, but the command attack is not quick enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, Fat Coconuts has been getting wise to that. Is able to immediately throw the charm out and make sure that Ori can't get that last bit of damage that she needs to kill her before she can channel her second dash from the ult. Deck Dude running at Pens there, not going to amount to much. However, Drake spawning in just a minute. Actually, they don't even get priority in the river because Owl shows up to take the scuttle.
Yep.
And this is a very different game than what we've been seeing. Most of the games we've been seeing have been extremely even up until this point, and then they kind of snowball. This game, Team has been in the driver's seat the entire game, and they are continuing applying the pressure. If I'm Big Booty Men here, I don't know. They need to make something happen, and I think it's going to be around waiting outside of vision and looking for a pick. Probably with Fat Coconuts, because the Ahri Charm is about the only range CC that they have, or if they can get a big Ram Assault.
Honestly,
those are about the only two things they can look for here.
Rammus gets caught out, knocked up, ults away, but gets trapped. He is going to be killed here by the Orianna at that. Good deposit.
Mega Average not getting there quite in time for cash out, and CLT saying, I'll take that instead, thank you.
You see, CLT is doing what Fat Coconuts would have wanted to do to be able to get ahead in this match, because the mid lane matchup ain't great for them, but the roams mid are pretty juicy. They are things
and
that
the
you
other
can
thing
take
too
advantage
is
of.
that Dark Seal, we're up to 8 stacks. So despite it not being the most optimal choice a lot of the time for Orianna, CLT is making it work. It is an Ocean Soul this game, so we do not have the Hex Gates for the rest of this series, at least not for every game in the series.
But there is
This game one so far.
Earth Dragon, so funny thing, because you know the way that Orianna's Command Protect works, she not only does she get those bonus resistances, but anyone she Command Protects also gets substantial amount of bonus resistances.
Yep.
Which is gonna be funny. That is
And it's a
really
hard
good.
steel Shen.
Hard
I haven't
steel's
seen
funny.
that as much recently, but it is still an item that is effective if you can get it proc.
Jeez, that's 2 Qs of damage and he's half health.
Yeah, he is.
And the first Q had a Heart Steel proc.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yep. It's difficult for Shen to actually pull up to the tower though because Bomby Cinder is on him. So if he walks
Exactly,
up,
so he'll
just
take
gonna
damage
take
very
tower
quickly.
aggro.
Basically, the only thing you can do to harass under tower if you have Vommies is you can do a Q auto and then dash out, hoping to clip them with it maybe. But it's hard to get meaningful harass onto a tank like Orin
Yeah,
under
you
his
would
own
just
tower.
take more damage as a reserve or as a return in mid. So.
Exactly, and you can't commit too hard because Orin has enough CC that if you misstep under his tower, like that, he's gonna tank 2 tower
stack.
shots or 3 tower shots for it.
But he got the stack. That's what mattered to him.
Yeah, worth. And honestly, in this case, I think it is.
Yep.
He's chunked a lot of Valgrind Air's health bar, and is looking in a pretty good spot himself. Still has one of his adorables as well.
Also, it's kind of funny because the values of Mountain Drake is like 8% boost armor and magic resist. Shen basically has almost half of Ornn's passive. Thanks to that.
not the shot part of it.
Yep.
Look at also how aggressively he's positioned his sword. Yeah,
Basically
he's able to
punishing
get
the
that,
Ornn.
another heart steel stack. And that's something that a lot of Shen players don't do properly is they don't position their sword in advance in a spot that's going to be beneficial for them. So props to him for doing that.
Cool thing is it's being able to take note of things like that whenever you watch a champion that you're trying to learn that you're not particularly familiar with. Like noticing just those small things. There's a reason why those players do those small things.
And it's because it's good to do them. And then it's your job to figure out why is it good and what difference does that make, right?
Because like
it does
you're not
look
just
like
always
Team
gonna do the same
is
thing.
heading up towards this Baron. They made, Herald, pardon me. But it's gone. Too late because Baron's about to spawn.
They killed it so fast. But what is this? We got Rammus powerballing down to bot lane. CLT is completely alone. Shen does have Stand United. Is he going to be
Actually,
using it?
This is looking like it might be a shutdown here. Because that
Does
is going
get
to land
hit
for sure.
by a powerball again. Shen is coming down with Stand United to try and turn this.
Yeah, in fact, Coconut's wisely actually going to back
Does stop the
Deck Dude
powerball.
is looking okay. Does have to ult out as Souls taunts forward. Yeah, Deck Dude I think made the right call. Or sorry, pardon me. Pat Coconut made the right call in backing up there. Seeing the giant shield. If you see it once and forget that Shen does that, that's fine. If you see it twice and forget, that's shame on you. So good on him for recognizing that what was happening in that situation. And
Funny
acting
thing
accordingly.
though is that Shen ultimate gets even bigger when the target is below 40% health. So,
That's true. And it looks like they're just whittling down this tier 2.
Yep.
Dragon will be spawning in under a minute, so you imagine that they're going to be looking to try and get that one.
ooh.
Good
Gotta commit
shockwave.
dissonance off the
Not
move, but wasn't
quite
quite enough.
good
Gets
enough,
locked
though.
down and killed by the
And
Ahri
splashing
there.
forward for a big ult.
Double kill
Double
towards
kill going to
Ahri.
Ahri. She could look for more here. Charm not going to land. Draven still has stand aside, so
Good on them to back up when they did, otherwise they would have been caught inside a really bad situation.
yeah, a bit of an overextension there. I think that I think CLT thought he could just 100 to 0, 28, but ultimately the damage wasn't quite enough. I think 28 did ult themselves, and then Pen's going really deep forwards, even committing the flash, I believe.
We
but
got
wasn't
Orianna
quite enough,
teleporting
as he had
him
no
in.
follow-up at that point. He was in 1v3, and there's just no coming out of those odds.
EV Awesome is really low health right now. I don't know if that's where they want to position themselves. They don't have flash.
I don't really like this dragon take by
Charm
Big
missed.
Man.
Glacial.
Mind you, Pants is being chunked really hard and doesn't have his own ult.
CLT does have their ult at least, does have the ball on top of Volves, but they are backing up as soon as they see the teleport come on. However, that does mean top lane tower might go down at this point.
It should. It is an objective bounty. I wonder if Souls didn't have his taunt up or just wasn't confident to walk forward and taunt him under tower.
Maybe he just wanted to because they were going to be giving up regardless.
Actually, you're right. This tower won't go down. Not from that, at least. And Rammus should be able to get the top side fast enough. If I'm Souls there, something that I would like to do, and again, he's a far better top laner than me, so this is not shade. Actually, never mind. Draven's coming up to collect the wave anyways. What I was going to say is if no one was coming to collect that wave, just pull it slightly. Just walk out of the bush for a second, because then the wave still pushes to you, and Ornn actually misses more minions, and you will be able to collect a bigger wave.
Yep.
But with Draven there to collect, it doesn't actually matter.
All here to clear the wave.
He doesn't
Really
have
need to
good
flash
vision, so
that.
he doesn't necessarily know where people are. Does commit the flash away. I don't think, even without vision, like you have pens in the area, he is your vision. I don't think he had to commit his flash, but ultimately opts for the extremely safe choice.
Also, Shen did have ultimate up at that moment. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I
Heat of
guess
the moment, though.
oftentimes, Ornn does just use his ultimate to clear waves whenever he doesn't feel like it's safe for him to do so otherwise.
Yeah, it's a surprisingly short cooldown, considering how impactful it can be.
Yeah, funny how that is.
Yeah, Al was able to blast cone just at the right timing. It looked, I could be wrong, but I think that dude actually got the taunt off as he was hitting the blast cone, like as the animation completely went through. Because I thought I saw the status over his head.
Does not get the
Dog and Air
cannons.
just looking to clear the wave, make sure that tower stays up, doing a good job of that. It looks like
Meanwhile-
Baron is being called for though.
Shen playing bot with Rammus and Ahri. Because there's two bots side, including the jungler, that is basically a free Baron attempt right there.
Wait a minute, where have I seen this before?
Chink Salt goes out.
However, this time the result is not the same. As Souls does go down to the flash by Deck Dude, Ahri getting that shutdown. Has gotten a couple kills on her own belt and is going to be feeling good about where she is sitting at this point, especially after how hard the early game was for her. So it's good that they get that trade. They don't give away Baron completely for free.
The gold once again is inching up for Fat Coconuts towards CLT. It was a pretty notable lead before. However, 2,000 between the 80 carries at the moment. Almost 2,000 between the junglers. 1K for the top lane.
And it's still a significant gold lead in the mid lane. It has been closed a fair bit, but honestly, Orianna's scalings are just higher than Ahri.
Yeah.
Where you gain that back is the mobility of Ahri and a little bit of true damage on the backswing of her Q, but it's pretty situational to get that true damage.
Not to mention, even like the whole survivability aspect, you do have a Shen. So even if Ahri does manage to land the charm, Orianna is a bit more
Has
likely
some
to be
fail-safe.
able to survive. Has some
And if it's in a
fail-safe.
team fight and you've used your charm on Orianna, that just leaves a big window for others to come in. You do have CC on Big Booty Men.
Olives has shown themselves they're no stranger to engages whenever a good opportunity arises. So, but there is a Lulu, so that is something to be careful of. UB Awesome does have flash up as well as 28. There's some
And I
safety.
think that's one thing that they have going for them in this game is they have safety. They don't have to force early. You don't want to give objectives for free at this point in the game, but you do have the option to allow Jinx to scale a little bit more. She is 2 items in, and you're going to want to be at least 3 before you start taking the hard fights. But you do scale really well.
Yo, UB Awesome. Mega Average needs another kill. Look at that. 260 stacks of Adoration.
Ooh, yeah.
And
That sounds
he gets
cash
like,
money to
what,
me.
2.5 times the amount of gold as Adoration stacks he has, if I recall, yeah?
I don't
Yep.
actually know. I've never actually looked at Draven too closely.
Yep.
I
It
just banned him
is-
if I'm playing bot lane a lot of the time.
So if he gets
However,
that kill, he gets around 750. So.
Really good flag and drag.
Or 600.
Timed very well. But either way, they're going to walk out. Dragon going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. Ornn does have teleport to match. So does Shen. However, Shen can ult to the fight and then teleport back to a wave if he leaves it in a good spot. So there is danger of that. And I think the onus is on Ornn to try and force something because Team is stronger at this point of the game, even in the 44 without Shen. So I think Shen's job is actually to keep Ornn where he is. And it looks like the Dragon won't keep him. Jinx Rocket comes relatively close, but not close enough.
Knocked it down to 700 health.
Yeah. So that's 3 Drakes. That's sole point for the side of Team. This is the lowest kill game we have seen from these two teams, I think, in any of the series.
No, it's because we're watching LCK right now.
Yeah, they're playing optimal. I think both teams know that they can't afford to make mistakes against the other team because they've both been really good at punishing each other.
Yep.
So I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of a slower paced game now.
The vision differences. Blue side jungle, red side jungle.
True. Yeah. Well, and when you're that far ahead, right? Vision should be calling your name.
Yeah. You do want to play along the side of the map that you do have the vision on, though. Like, while I
Yes.
understand that Pens is moving in there to clear that ward, get that vision on that side, you do have that safety on the bottom end of the map. So if you slant
that's
towards
also
that,
true.
it does give you, like, you know, easier access to know that where you're moving is going to be perfectly safe.
And right now, one of the only things that you can do to knock yourself out of the driver's side as Team is to step up without proper vision. So I think what you said there is actually a really important point that can get quickly overlooked. And it's the little victories if you're a big booty man. You got the scuttle crab there. Again, not the biggest prize, but you'll take any prize that you're allowed to get for free at this point.
Alright, Draven up to 3 items. Still
And that
waiting
is the
on
Lord
a...
Doms, which means that Ramus and Ornn are now going to start hurting.
Yeah.
So
Though, you know, Ramus
Being hurt,
does
rather.
have played Steel Caps, Jock Show, and Thorn Mail, so they're ready for it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised the Draven's not running Eclipse this game, since, you know, even more armor 10, plus the Black Cleaver from Jarvan's side.
yeah, I think the call was probably made that they want to keep Draven as safe as possible. Al's going in pretty aggressively, does get taunted and then charmed. Should be able to get out. Does actually have to flash, as I don't think he had Plague Dragon available. Pence also going to flash out. This could be the angle they're looking for. However,
Al's ultimate
that is a
catches
prime shield. And it looks like they made it this. Al's with a big ult on for free. Draven is firing for free. No one's being able to get onto him. And Souls slays Deku in the back line.
Draven gets
Souls
his cash in.
so close to that taunt flash. However, I believe he just taunted a few frames late. Oh, that was so close to Pens going down. Great look
Honestly,
for the charm.
I think this is
But-
game.
I think you're right. But yeah, so if you didn't see, for those watching, Fat Coconut's got a great charm onto Pens right at the end there, but fortunately missed the Q and so wasn't able to take him out.
Yep.
I believe Ori flashed forward to finish off Ari before he could do anything.
This is game 2 going to Team. Amazing
series.
matches between Team and Big Booty Men today.
Holy moly. That was a...
The finals victory going to Big Booty Men, kicking Team out of their flawless bracket series. But
And then Team biting back.
yeah, with a
back.
2-0 in the grand finals.
Alright, so, in those games, who do you think we would say the MVP is? And I would say that for perspective, we should consider these 2 games since you know they're
Since this
the
was the
final
series?
finals. Yes.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember which games are which game. I think,
So last game was Singed. This game was Shen for Souls.
yeah, who was Al's last game? Was he Jarvan both games? Was
Yes.
the first one the
Al's
Aurelion,
was
like
Jarvan
first
both
game of the series
games.
was the Aurelion Soul game, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think if it was Series 1, I think UB Awesome would be up for contention. However, this series
for
obviously
team
didn't
team.
have the same. Yeah. Oh, I meant it overall. But I think for this series specifically, it's got to be between Alves and Souls, because Souls, what's the word I'm looking for? He, I want to say officiated, but that's not it.
He played it pretty darn well.
Well, and he enabled his team to do so much. He
Especially
had really
in the
good roam
Singed
timers. And he had, like, his all timings on Shen were really strong. He was able to drag Rammus down to bot lane while Baron was up. But at the same time, Alves Jarvan was looking really decisive.
His engages were insane. A lot of those ultimates were just dead ends for Big Booty Men.
And the angles he was able to find onto multiple members where the timing window was so short. I don't know.
CLT
fair,
also tearing up
super
mid
well.
lane every match.
Yeah,
That
he
can't
was.
be ignored.
No, and he obviously spread his wealth elsewhere too. If we're going for a numbers game, it's CLT. But I think if we're going for team impact and again, I can't think of the right word. It's on the tip of my tongue. Administering what's the word? What's that?
Administering strategic pain.
Managing, I don't know. It's something like that. But if we're going for just general impact and enabling of the team, I don't know if I pick Souls or Alves. I think I have to pick Alves just because he was so decisive on a couple of those Jarvan plays, where there wasn't much timing for facilitating. Yes, thank you so much, Tai. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word. Oh man, yeah, Alves is who I would final answer locked in. But it's a close answer between everyone on team this series, to be honest. How about you?
Man, it is really freaking tough for me between Souls and Alves. Just because, like, in Souls game, on the Singed,
was nuts.
Insane amounts of presence all around the top half of the map. There was nothing the enemy could do to him. Was he flawless that game? I don't remember.
Yeah, he was.
And
I think he was like 3-0 and 11.
Jeez, yeah, and not to mention he initiated CLT.
CLT was also flawless in game 1 too. But yeah, he's the one who got the ball rolling in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Souls
got the first blood for CLT. Then just completely threw off Wukong whenever he had the chance. Ran down UB Awesome. Pretty much like all those chances that he had to, with nothing being able to be done in return.
And speaking of that, I think that's an adaptation that they did a really good job of identifying that they needed to make in Series 2, was that they needed to shut down UB Awesome. They couldn't let UB Awesome free fire in those fights, and I think the champion choices that they made were a big part of how they were able to do that.
Mm-hmm. Taking out the comfort of the AD carry and making it so they can't really do what they want to be able to do is torture.
Well, yeah, they drafted stronger engage from the jungle side, at least, I think. And they also drafted really good follow-up in the mid. Like, Orianna and Aurelion Sol, for very different reasons, are able to follow up on that engage quite well. So I was very impressed with that adaptation. And it looked like, I imagine if we had another series, the adaptation would swing the other way a little bit, and Big Booty Men would change something that they've been doing. But they weren't able to find an answer to that in time to salvage series number 2.
All right. Honestly, I have to say I'm split. For the people watching, who do you guys think had the MVP? At least between Souls and Alves. Because legitimately for me, it is way too hard to decide.
Oh, CLT is saying Souls, but Mickey Boo, who I believe is a different name for someone that's playing in. Oh, that's 28. Yeah, he's saying Alves. Mega Average is chiming in and saying Pens. but he's not an option here. Okay, so it's
Uh,
okay. You be saying Souls, Elves, or CLT. Okay, we've narrowed it down already. They're all great and they all perform super well, but we've narrowed it down to Souls and Elves. So press 1 in the chat for Souls, press 2 in the chat for Elves.
All right, come on, help us out with this.
Oh, you be awesome. You're doing us dirty, man.
Elves because he legit made
Aw,
us not being
CLT,
able to do
thanks, brother.
anything. Well, you see, the thing is, the reason why he was able to make you guys not do anything is because Soul was, like, first game they picked Singe, able to do so much on the top side of the map, where if your team does anything against him, it's pretty much a straight distraction that allows the bottom half of your map to do stuff. But not only that, he went over to mid in those situations where a team is trying to figure out what to do, and just completely threw off the mental balance that Fat Coconuts is able to maintain.
I think most of the chat's agreeing with me though. I'm seeing more Elves than Souls in the chat now.
Understandable.
Again, it's a hard choice, but like by no means is that an easy choice. But yeah, it was. I've never seen that decisive of Jarvan play at this level.
All right. So
yeah. Anyways,
I'll open up the channel really quick, see if we can get Elves in here, see if we can think of interview questions to ask him.
I'll see if I can actually send him a message, maybe.
Gotcha.
Just because I don't know if he's in the Twitch chat right now.
But yeah,
actually, maybe he's still in the team chat. No, he's not.
I want to hear his beautiful voice.
I'll try and find him. Give me a second. I don't know what his Discord is. Oh, it's okay. There it is. I found him.
We'll say, Meg Average, you did do very well. It's just because bot lane, for the most part, was just farm lane for both of those two games. For a lot of the time, but like to no fault of any side, because both teams were playing that relatively safely to the point where very few kills were actually achieved from that when they were being looked for like constantly.
Yeah, I'm getting word that Alves has dipped because it is late. So I'm asking about Souls now, but Souls isn't in the team chat either, so I'm guessing he dipped as well. We could snag CLT, I think, though. I'll ask him if he wants, because he was our runner-up, I believe.
Gotcha.
Although Meg was there too. I don't know. I think but CLT performed super well too, though. Like that Aurelion game was kind of nuts.
But he did play Aurelion Soul, so that's kind of some points against him. I'm just saying, okay?
Well, what do you mean? He's been nerfed like 4 times.
That's still not enough.
He's getting the Azir treatment from season 7.
He has like 2 champion ultimates as basic abilities, okay?
I know. All right, let me see if I can grab him.
Like I'm so upset that Aurelion Soul's E is just better than Rel's ultimate, except that there is no hard CC aspect to it, like at all. But it has an execute, and it has a dodge,
but honestly,
and its cast range is really far.
If you died to execute, that's actually your fault.
Not when a freaking
I have seen
3-second stun
ever die to the execute.
Not when a 3-second stun asteroid lands on top of your head.
It's
okay.
Only in the very center. The whole board's so small. But anyways, we've got CLT in here for a post-game interview. Welcome here. First off, congrats on the victory in the grand finals. And boy, were they grand.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got a first question for him, Spies?
What was your guys' mindset going from the initial loss of the first finals series into the grand finals? Because turning that 1-2 into a 2-0 is pretty crazy.
It was rough, honestly. We had a lot of back and forth going, and took a couple breathers. Pens and Mega were really just patient with the whole group. Souls is just a rock up top lane. He's just you know, there's nothing more I can say about Souls. He's just a monster. But no, we kept chilled, and we noticed that I think we needed just a little more out of our team comp overall. Penn's brought up the idea of like what we played earlier in the season, and just going back to basics and not like stretching it a little bit. So moving to J4 and a lot more like team fighteries and wombo combos.
So you were
I think was a
going
big change.
So you're going more so out of the like structure that you kind of put yourselves into, and instead went back to adapting what you guys were more used to.
It's actually the other way around. So
Huh.
we tried to stretch our champion pools, but still stay within like themed a little bit. As far as like myself on scaling mages and Pens being on like really engagey supports. But we kind of deviated a touch away from that, just to kind of stretch it a little bit. Big Booty Men they're the ones that was super hard to play like the Wombos into, so we felt like we needed to stretch it. But we kind of got really grounded that first series. So going into the second series, Pens was the big moniker of just let's go back to basics, let's go back to what we played, what got us here, and the changes onto wombo combo champs like Jarvan, Soul, and then Souls with the clutch cinched pick. I mean, he can throw the grounded field in the middle of the J4 ult, and no one leaves.
Yeah.
So I got one for you. Something I noticed is that you guys are a very bot-centric team a lot of the time. But these last two games, even though you drafted pretty heavily for bot and you still played bot, there was a lot more focus mid than what I'm used to seeing. Was that an intentional change, or was it just opportunities seem to be presenting themselves?
I think it's more opportunities. The second series, the pivot to J4, and I'm going to say that a lot. Like that makes it easier to gank bot or gank mid. Sorry, burn some subs, summoners, and then turn it into like I can then roam bot and make plays. Like game one of that series 2, I had a couple of ASOL roams bot that were created off of ganks mid. So having a lot of wave clear champions in my pool, I can do those quite a bit if I get some focus mid. It's something we worked on a lot this past week as well.
Yeah, it showed. It definitely showed. But yeah, props again.
Your team seems to give you the last pick option quite a bit. I think it was like in every match that you were red sided, they kind of let you have that. And I assume the pick for Orianna into Ahri was intentional. Was there any specific reasoning behind it, or is that just your most comfortable pick into Ahri and you thinking it worked the best with what you had, or were there any other options you were considering?
There was a couple of options. I feel very grateful. This team puts a lot of trust in me on the last pick. I do have a fairly wide champion pool, but I think we've narrowed it down to about 5 or 6 that do very similar things as far as like being good wave clear, being just good stability and scaling. I felt the game 2 that they didn't have enough tools to really pressure me mid. If I see Rammus ball rolling in, I can just Q slow him and just kind of like back out of a gank. And I can play the spacing game really well into Ahri. So I felt comfortable with that, and I felt like even if I did get behind, Ori still adds to the wombo combo, and it still enables like Draven with shields and speed ups and stuff. So that's where the Orianna pick came in. I played it week 1, but we hadn't really practiced it. It felt right with the team comp that we were building.
Certainly looked right too.
Yeah, you kind of did like extremely well into the Ahri there. Kind of shut them down. They started seeming like they were coming back a bit, but boy, those last fights with Alves just locking everything down was crazy.
Alves played amazing. All day, but that second set, just womboing, like starting it. Yeah, he had some R's. There was one, and I think game 1 of the second series where he got like a 4 or 5 man ult, and it just snowballed into like ASOL ults, and
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
He went right
Yeah.
past the enemy jungler or something, but then caught everyone else inside that for the Aurelion Soul
Yeah.
Ultimate to pack
They almost traded spots
immediately
at the-
after.
We were really patient game one, and I changed a little bit as far as like letting them know, hey, we'll play for the big ults, and actually let our comp get in positions to do what they want to do. But yeah, Al's on that J4. It just enables so much. J4 is just insane right now.
Yeah,
You can
and
do
honestly,
everything.
I've seen Alps play really well for the whole season, really. But I think this series specifically, like the last two games, I think that's the best I've seen him. So
Yeah, yeah, the J4. I know he hadn't played it in a bit, but it just needed that first like ult engage of popping off, and it was like, okay, we have the green light. Go ahead, create whatever you want to create, and we're right behind you with it.
well, I don't know about you guys, but it's 1:30 here, and I gotta get up in the morning, so I'm gonna dip.
All right.
So-
No, it was absolute pleasure. Thank you guys for casting this.
I have one more
this
question.
has been a lot
for
of
you.
fun. This has been a lot of fun. This rec league.
Nice.
Yeah.
And big shout out to like all the teams. It was amazing just to play with it. I know Big Booty Men's been the ones that have given us the biggest fits. They played insanely well, like all the teams did.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, this was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you guys for casting. Yeah, everything was just amazing. I love it.
Got one more question for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, what's up?
From playing in these series, do you feel you've improved in any ways? From like before you started participating in them? Like you've seen stuff that you didn't really notice before, and did some stuff that you weren't quite used to doing beforehand?
There's like two sides to this. Mentally, like when I go into drafts and I'm seeing stuff, actually working off the team and seeing a lot more like how team comps interact with each other. Like I really learned a lot from that. We had a couple of other picks that we tried, and even a couple different play styles. Like at one point, we were contemplating like me on tanks mid for a couple of games and stuff like that, having it in the back pocket. But no, it's I really enjoyed the competitive side of it. The other side I mentioned is like when you go into a solo queue game or go into a norms and you just don't have the comms with the other team. That makes it. I think it actually makes it way more frustrating. But no, the competitive side, it definitely has improved. There was amazing like laners and just people playing a small subset of champions really well instead of like you get some people that first time it and you can tell, but even guys who play off meta stuff like Quintius is freaking Kled, they just play it so well, and it was really just refreshing. So it was a lot of fun.
So you really like the consistency and the match quality.
It just felt like when you loaded up in a game in this rec league, everybody knew exactly what their champion did, and even outside of just pressing buttons, exactly like where to be, how to play it, like what theme and style their champion was. That was a lot to get used to, because when I first joined, it was just, hey, you're on wave clear duty, okay, and then as some of my champs got banned out, I was like, all right, where do we go from here? So,
all right.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Thanks a lot for stopping by for the interview. I can't really think of
appreciate-
anything else.
No, I appreciate you guys having me. Appreciate my team letting me play, even though I was the second mid laner they picked.
Yeah, but they were happy that they picked you instead. I've talked to them.
Yeah, I know. I'm just always gonna bust their chaps about that. But no, this was fun. I didn't even know leagues like this were formed, and this is fun. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Honestly,
got to meet a lot
same.
of really nice people too.
Yeah. He's talking about me.
It's been nice to bounce some ideas off Quintius. It is.
That's true.
It's refreshing to talk to people that actually look at the game the same way I do.
Real quick, can I spoil what you were potentially gonna play?
You know what?
Okay, I won't then.
No. You can. Game 2. I kind of when I
When you picked Swain, I was really hoping you were gonna pick something else instead.
It was, dude. It was a thought. It was a thought. I had a few games on Karthus mid. That was the spice I'll spoil. And I let Quintius into that. And I loaded into game 3, and I was like, the game 2 of the second set, and I was like, man, this looks really good. It was the Melio pick that actually like discredited away. If I could seen Melio, because I just didn't know how much AOE healing he had. I know Karthus is not great into like support Seraphine, Soraka's, but like single target utilities, Lulu, it's like, okay, if you buff the AD carry, I'm just gonna kill the support with a big R. But yeah, I thought about it that game too, the second series. I really did, but Ori just felt right.
Yeah. Well, thanks again. Thanks for being willing to spoil the surprise that didn't happen.
I did. I said that like I think twice today in the load up screen where I was like, man, this is a really good Karthus game, but I wasn't committed.
That's fair. And if you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it. But anyways, I'm actually gonna go to bed now. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for coming to the interview. And peace. Take it easy.
Thanks for casting us, guys.
No problem.
All
right.
gentlemen.
Bye. And with that ends the this is the Spring Recreation League. Champions being Team. Extremely good job done to everyone. Team T and Big Booty Men coming through in these 5 matches that we've seen today. Best of luck to everyone in the future. And, I don't know what else to say. Thank you, Mickey Boo. Appreciated. But yeah. Signing off, I think, is a thing people say when ending stuff, so see you around the Discord. If you're not a member of LoL Midwest, I assume there might be a summer season coming up as well for anyone that may want to participate. Feel free to join the Discord. A slogan? I don't know, the thing with the stuff. Yeah, the thing with the stuff works. Alright. Have a great night. Thanks everyone for stopping by.